Hey everyone! Wow, my computer crashed already. Just beginning this. Whoopee! Boy, that's gonna be fun. Jeez. Oh man. Anyways, welcome to the Normal American Show. Host Rob Noerrder. We're gonna work out some tech issues today. As you can see, I don't have my headphones in because the way this is gonna work is it's got to go through my phone. So Andrew's going to start the stream. I'm going to just screen cap Andrew's stream, mute my mic and everything, so you should be able to hear me through there. I think I got set up. I hope I'm right with my lapel mic, all that shit, so that hopefully I don't sound like I have a lisp. Every time I talk through my iPhone, through anything, I sound like this. So I'm hoping that the lapel mic helps with that. We're hoping. If not, we will make adjustments later. I have no idea why TikTok this doesn't have a desktop app that allows you to do this shit. It's infuriating. Everything would be perfect. I could set up with my microphone headset. I don't know though. You have to have like fucking emulate a phone on your computer to be able to do this. And my computer's shitting the bed more and more every day. So what happened here was I was trying to log in from my mobile TikTok account online here, and it just completely shit the bed. Completely crashed my computer. So what can you do? But so the other thing to say is I will attempt to read all super chats. If my stream crashes, just go to the Crucible. It's just going to be a restream of the Crucible anyways. If you want to super chat me here, great. If not, no problem. Totally get it. But I'm probably not going to be messing with anything on my channel other than restreaming Andrew's channel here is how it's going to go. So if you send donos over there, that's great. If you send donos here, also great. But that's the plan. If you're just tuning in, what we're going to do is a big TikTok thing where Andrew's going to set up. It'll be like me, Andrew, Jake Rattlesnake, and we're going to bring on lefties and we're just going to crush them. That's the plan anyways. TikTok Studio allows you to do it. I don't believe that's the case. We're going to try here. You wouldn't believe the boomer issues I have. Now my TikTok saying suspicious activity. All right, we're logged in, and that's fucking wrong account. All right. Is there someone in the chat that could do me a favor? One of my regulars. Let me know when Andrew's TikTok goes live. So the idea of this is instead of being a TikTok invasion where Andrew goes into other people's channels, Andrew sets up the channel to allow people to call in, particularly on TikTok there. That's so I have to wait until Andrew goes live on TikTok, then join it. You get it. You understand. You get what I'm saying. By the way, thank you to call me GL for being a member. Says I'm a giant. Whoa, for robnoerr. Thank you. And then $20 says, take some of my hard-earned money, which I had more to give, and the alphabets didn't snipe 30%. Keep up the great work, Chief. Thank you. It should be fun. I can't wait. Andrew is smoking now. Well, there you go. Now, studio. Let's see. And like I said, if my computer shits the bed or crashes or any of that stuff, I'll try to restart it up. If it doesn't work, well then, just go over to Andrew's channel and he's waiting to hit his dono goal. Yeah, me too. No, I'm just kidding. What's going on here? I got that. Okay. What I need is when he starts his TikTok is what I need, not his YouTube channel. But it's funny because I was explaining this to my wife. A lot of stuff in life like this, I'm never nervous about my performance. Well, that's not really true. I don't think nervous is the right way. I get anxious. Like with debate, every round I was anxious. I was always anxious before the judge read the decision. But I was good to go. I could walk into a room of 10,000 people and debate, no problem. It was always the tech or other things. Like I remember when I qualified for the national debate tournament, it was the first time I'd ever wore like a real suit, and I was so fucking uncomfortable. And I'm like, something stupid's gonna happen, like a button's gonna pop off, or fucking I'm gonna split my pants or something stupid. And my partner's like, yeah, can we focus on the debate? I'm like, that'll be fine. The debate portion will be fine. Here it's always the tech shit. I'm always worried about the tech shit. Like, it's seriously such a pain in the ass. So now I'm through my phone, through earpieces in, through a lapel mic, through my phone, restreaming through Andrew's fucking channel just to get this done. And it's like, I know something's going to go wrong. Andrew's going to be like, we can't hear you. Your microphone's shit. I just know it. And then I'm going to be fucking fiddling around, trying to figure it out in real time. So this will be worked out smoothly. Eventually, Avarice has built this computer. So it's just a matter of getting it shipped here. I think it's about done. From there, I'll be able to try to put BlueStacks and shit like that on it. But you saw already, starting up today, just trying to do this stream, plus load TikTok, crashed my fucking computer. So, it's just, I don't know. Dumb D guy, thanks so much for the $5. And FDNY says, here's being unburdened by what has been 26 boys. Did you see that Mamdani director that was like, we're going to take, we have to have a different relationship with private property, especially white people. Can I explain how I met Andrew? Yeah. Andrew used to go by Big Papa Fascist, and he was primarily working with this channel called Politically Provoked. I was a streamer that was doing a lot of, one of the only conservatives that was really prominently going after lefties on Twitch. So Andrew sort of knew who I was. He was debating Andrew's having technical issues too. We'll get it done. Andrew was debating this guy, Dylan Burns, and mentioned my name. He was like, yeah, this guy, Rob Noerrder, is sort of like a piece of shit. He won't come out against trans issues. Now, I can understand why you would get that misapprehension because I was primarily streaming on Twitch, and Twitch would ban you instantly if you use the wrong pronoun and shit like that. So he's talking some shit. So I got the link. I messaged the chick from Brittany from Politically Provoked, was like, yeah, bring me up. I'll fucking tell. So Andrew wrecked Dylan Burns. And then I came on and was like, yeah, fuck you. How about that? And we started yelling at each other. And he's like, all right, asshole. You say right now that men can't be women, and I'll fucking retract everything I said. I was like, men can't be women. I was like, oh. He's like, oh, okay. And then we debated for like an hour and a half on gay marriage. That was it. That's how I met Andrew. Yeah, we'll be invading together. It'll be, instead of us invading other channels, they're going to come on to Andrew's channel and get wrecked. Hunter Killer, $5 says, don't know if it was mentioned already, but Walz has dropped out of re-election over the fraud in Minnesota. I saw last night. Now, they said, did he do that? I saw they said he planned on doing it Monday, releasing a statement. So I'm not sure if he's done it yet. Is it worth it being a political streamer? Just wanted to get your view on it. Depends on what you mean. I streamed politically for 4 or 5 years because it was a hobby, and it was definitely worth it to me because it was a hobby. It would be like asking, is it worth collecting stamps? Is it worth working on model trains? If it's something you're enjoying, sure. Now, if you mean, can you make a career of it? Honestly, most people know. And that's not to say that I'm better than people. I got lucky. I think I'm good, but I also got lucky. There's a lot of people that are good, maybe even better than me, that just haven't gotten lucky. So I don't know. I could talk at great length what it makes to get a career out of being a political streamer, but that's a conversation for another day. So is it worth it in the sense of changing politics? Yeah, I think that it's a wave of the future. You know, was DebateCon the first time I'd met Andrew in person? No, it was the third. The first time I met Andrew in person was when he did the debate thing out at Chicago. Has Andrew's TikTok gone live yet? What's the biggest challenge associated with being a streamer public figure? Negativity, threats, even if it's not threats, just I'm like, I maybe there are people that just leave nothing affect them, but that's not me. So things affect me. I think I'm better than most. Like people could be like, you're a fat fuck, and it sort of washes over, you know, but there is something to be said about large scores of people that absolutely fucking despise you and that will call your job. I had that happen, my former employment. Call my job trying to get me fired. And here's the thing, that shit worked for me. That was a place you could hit me because my number one priority is taking care of my family. So if some lefty hates me and they get me fired, that's a huge fucking win for them. Now, as it is now, I work through Andrew. So if some lefty calls Andrew and says, Rob said something that's transphobic, he'll probably give me a raise, you know? Plus, I have my own stream here, but I'm not going to lie. The majority of my income comes from YouTube. If my channel got canceled, it'd be a huge blow to me. So there are people that make that their mission. That sucks. It's also difficult as you get bigger as a streamer. You have more to lose. This is true in life in general. I have a friend that's an attorney. By the way, please, someone, please, someone Make sure, let me know if Andrew's TikTok goes live. That's what I'm waiting for. Also, it'll be embarrassing how many more people are watching on Andrew's show and how many more donations he get. So, Neurons, let's keep it up. His YouTube's live, but it's the TikTok. The way it works is I have to join his TikTok live once it starts as a guest. Then he will mod me, and then I'll be able to talk through his TikTok. The YouTube's irrelevant to me. I keep checking. I don't give a shit that you think I need to calm down about Venezuela. I don't care. I'm loving the new year so far. I have my opinions on Venezuela. Watched the show last night. I talked about how I'm going to try to be more hyper-focused on winning the elections in the midterms. So even though I'm critical of things the Trump administration does, and I'll mention him, I'm going to try to spend the vast bulk of my time trying to defeat lefties like today. Let's see. I'm monitoring his YouTube channel, the TikTok. Do I have this? TikTok Live Studio. Because man, would it be great if I could do that. Just through my computer. Do I really get affected by the negativity of strangers? Yeah. There's different ways. Do I care if some lefties fucking hate my ideas and tell me I'm a piece of shit? No. Do I care if they're doxing my house, if they're sending me threats, if they're insulting my wife, if they're calling my place of employment? Yes. What the fuck is this? My computer's probably about to crash here. Bunch of bullshit pumping up. Now listen, this will hopefully be much smoother. Okay. I'm seeing if I can figure this out through my. Wasn't approved. Why is that? Oh, I have to apply for access. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking. We'll deal with that some other day. So again, we'll get the technical issues worked out. There's going to be technical issues on Andrew's end as well. We will get them worked out. As soon as he starts his TikTok stream, will pop in. So, like I said, Avers, I'm not going to be able to hear you. I don't have the right headphones in. My headphones are through the phone. So, as soon as that gets started, we'll let you know. We'll try to read all the super chats afterwards. Another 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Well then, I'll continue to rant and rave here. So if you get more invested in this career, you can't go to later to regular jobs if the career crashes. It's not that you can't, it's that it makes it more difficult. Right? Imagine like me, someone who, let's say on average a week, let's say 30 hours of live streaming a week, right? And let's say you take that out 5 years. That's thousands upon thousands of hours of things I've said. So in a world today where saying one thing wrong could mean that any straight-laced company is like, nope, we're not going to hire you. Now, consider what my two career paths were before this. I was a debate coach, basically someone working for universities. Universities are rabidly left-wing. I'm already well aware that the fact that I'm streamed cost me several jobs. Because I'm right-wing, they don't like right-wingers. If I wasn't streaming, then I could have kept my right-wing thoughts to myself. I would have been hired. The bigger I get, the more voice I have, the more that everything's going to be looked at with a microscope if I would decide to try to get into a normally career like that. Other job I had was working in healthcare. Healthcare, remarkably left-leaning. And so, if I go into healthcare and they're aware of my social media presence, and they look and they see, for example, on Reddit, people are like, Rob is a fan of that Austrian painter. Rob is a brutal racist. Rob calls for violent revolution. Rob's a transphobe. Rob... It doesn't matter if those things are true or not. That's the vision that gets out there. So would I be able to get jobs? Of course. Like the area I live, if I apply at the local tire shop, they'd be like, we don't give a fuck. Sure. But for the specific careers, for example, if you were an actor and you did a live stream, big mistake. Even if you're left wing, the best thing you could do is stay out of the public eye as much as possible. As soon as you're in the public eye, there are certain careers, and the higher up you go, the more likely it is to be those careers that would blacklist you. So, for example, let's say you're, George Clooney, left-wing darling, right? If he starts a podcast and he's speaking 3 hours a day every day, and he says something like on the fly one day, like, I don't know, I think this trans shit's going too far. Like biological men going in dressing rooms with women and shit. Come on now. That could be it. Turns out Ocean's 14's not getting made now. So, best thing you do is keep to yourself. Now, what most of them do is they don't give a shit. They just go out there repeating the left-wing talking points. But it's a mistake. The people that do it right are people like Denzel Washington. They ask him politics. He's like, I have my opinions. I'm an actor. I'm not sharing them. I'm here to act. That's it. That's how you do it if you want to do that career. Destiny Wikipedia calls me a certified yapper. Finally, someone gets it. Now we're talking. Just so you know, we are at $15 here, and Andrew's Dono Bar is currently at $883. Now, don't blame me for the delay in starting. I'm ready to go. At least I think. We'll see how this fucking lapel mic situation works. But surely we could do better than $15. Surely we could do better than that, right? Now, this is obviously the inaugural episode of me being involved. Andrew did a test stream of this the other day, but this will be the first time I'm involved. So I do ask you to, as bad as this show is going to be technically, this will be the basement floor. And then we have nowhere to go but up, technically. As far as debating wise, we'll fuck people up. That's beyond doubt. You'll see. So forgive us on the tech issues. There we go. Hunter Killer gives $2. Says, before the helicopters get you up, thank you. I know it didn't add your 20 to the dono bar because my computer crashed, and that 20 came while my computer was crashed. There we go. Look, Andrew's a better grifter than me. I don't wait until I get money, but Andrew's earned it, so. FDNY, $2 says, I'm just a poor boy from a poor family. Easy come, easy go. Creamy says, you only fuck dumbasses up in debate. I haven't seen you debate anybody worth debating. It's funny. Literally, I take about all challengers, and I debate the people that the left say are like the best, like Destiny, and it doesn't matter. A bunch of nobodies that never debate anyone say, you don't debate anyone. So, very interesting. I'm sure you've debated credible people. I mean, I was one of the top, 40 debaters in the country, qualified for the national debate tournament. I debated people with perfect SAT scores with IQs that blew mine out of the fucking water. But you're right, man. We can't all be like the great creamy 1988 with his cool Batman logo. We can't be like that, right? Can't do that. This is the guy. Proved his point. He debates the big dogs. Woo! The big dogs. Creamy's debating. Yeah, he's got it. You guys know Creamy 1988. Going up, I remember watching Creamy 1988 debating Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris. It was amazing. He's fucking crushing it, man. That's a guy that knows how to do shit. Adamant, $20 says, Andrew's better grifter because he's prettier. But I'm not falling for it. No homo. Good point. Marky Mark, $2 says, for you to invest in Venezuela's oil infrastructure. Well, I was thinking of starting a daycare. All right, let's see. Did Andrew's live start yet? Let's see that it's not live yet. Shh. It's the same. It's always the same. People say that. They'll say that about Andrew. All you do is debate, like OnlyFans chicks. And Andrew's like, I literally debate everyone possible that wants to debate me. Yeah, but none of them are worthwhile. Okay, who's worthwhile? And then they'll come up with someone who never debates anyone. Well, Joe Biden would be worthwhile. Yeah, Joe Biden's not going to debate me. Well, then, you'll never debate anyone worthwhile. Got it. Andrew reached his $1,000 good. I did debate a woman who claimed she was God once. True story. All right, he's live. Here we go. Thank you, wife. Okay. How the fuck do I join this? Oh, there we go. I think I figured it out. All right, 1 second, everyone.
Gorgeous hairline. What are you talking about? Baldies wish you could do that. You wish. You wish you had this gorgeous Irish mane, but you don't. You don't have it. I have it. You get nothing. Had the same hairline since I was a kid. Big, beautiful forehead, because that's where my ginormous brain is. Does it deal with these fucking stupid things? Oh, God. How do I turn those off? How do I turn them off? Turn these fucking things off. How do you do it? You turn them off. Got to be a way. Got to be a way. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but there's got to be a way. You can't. You're just not allowed to. Good Lord. I don't know what the deal is with the hat and the mustache. Look at us picking up steam over here as we go. 153 live viewers and counting. Get over there. Get over to TikTok. Make sure. No, you can? How do you do it, Sarah? How do you turn it off? But why would we tell you, says Sarah? Mean. You know, you're pretty mean. Pretty mean. Leave them on. The Dunk on Andrew show.
Just so you know, I sent a request. So I'm just waiting for him to accept it.
Effect in the privacy settings. AI effect. 1 second. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. Looks like Andrew's also adopted the ramen noodle hairstyle. What does that mean? This is my just got out of bed this morning hairstyle, okay? Why don't you calm down? Go to settings.
Yeah, so I'm going to mute my mic on here.
Toggle off. I don't want to
toggle. And so you'll only be able to hear me through Andrew's.
I just want to toggle the images
thing.
Off.
But I have to wait for him to accept the request. Then I'll mute myself here, and you'll hear me through Andrew's channel. Hopefully,
I want to toggle off the images.
We'll see.
Not the gifs. I want the gifs.
What's happening?
I just don't want the images that come with the gifs. Let me see what I can see. Let me see what I can see. What the fuck? What is all this shit? Oh my God. What is all this fucking dog shit?
Good.
Dude?
Audio coming through good for me?
App for sure. Great, yeah. This is a woman's app.
I got a little lapel microphone for this because I sound like I have a lisp through my phone normally. So
get the progressive. I did my part to set. I want to debate this morning. There's Rob. Hang on.
Let me invite you. If you want to, you can turn on your camera. So there's that.
Mr. Noor, how you doing?
Good. Audio coming through good for me?
Coming in great, yeah.
Thin?
Right.
I tried. Lapel microphone for this because I sound like I have a lisp through my phone normally. So I did my part to set up. Look at that. Looking pretty dapper here today. huh?
Let me invite you. If you want to, you can turn on your camera. So there's that.
I guess.
And then,
I'll figure this shit out. I'll
see.
figure it out as I
Isn't
go.
there a way to
But
make
anyway,
you?
trying to figure out how I
Isn't
make
there a
Thin?
way to make you?
I tried.
Is there a way to make you a mod? Whoops.
You're supposed to
Ooh.
like
Look at that.
this
Looking pretty dapper here
dots or
today. Huh?
whatever, and then
I guess.
yeah.
Old men use feminist
I'll figure this
Chinese
shit
app to
I'll
crush
figure it
lefties.
out as
I love
go.
it.
But anyway,
Shit writes itself.
trying to figure out how I make you a mod. I don't remember how you do that.
True.
Did it the other day.
I don't think it matters that much.
No.
You're supposed to like
I don't think it matters that much.
click the
Alright.
stupid 3 dots or whatever, and then
Which of you leftist scumbags wants to come up and debate
Yeah,
about Venezuela?
whatever.
Old
I don't know.
men
Debate about
use
Trump, wants
feminist
to debate about any of this
Chinese
stuff. Which
app
of you leftist
to crush
scum
lefties. I love
wants
it.
to come up?
Shit writes itself.
Which
True.
ones? Which ones of you wants to come up?
Ooh. All right, whatever.
Who? Ops only. If you're in the guest
think it
box,
matters
you're
that
not an
much.
op, get out of the
No,
guest
no.
box.
I don't think it matters that much. All
Get out of the
right.
guest box, we're going to throw you out of the chat. So don't
Which
be
of
in
you
the guest
leftist
box.
scumbags wants to come up and debate about Venezuela, wants to debate about Trump, wants to debate about any of this stuff? Which of you leftist scum wants to come up? Which ones, huh? Which ones of you wants to come up? Who? Ops only. If you're in the guest box, you're not an op, get out of the guest box. Get out of the guest box, we're going to throw you out of the chat. Don't be in the guest box unless you're an op. Ops only. That's it. That's all you get. Ops only. Who are some trusted people in the chat who can mod? Who's there? I feel like I could just like select random people and it would probably be okay. Even the trolls. I bet you if I selected a troll and made a troll a mod, they'd probably be like the best fucking mod ever, dude. Bet they would. Me brother. What's that? Me brother, I followed you since whatever. Good. Excellent. All mod. You know what? I'm just going to take a chance on one of you. Just like literally going to take a chance on somebody here. Yeah, always trust the chat. Let's see. I'm friends with Moon, so me. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. How about this guy, J Tate? How bad could it be? Like, what could they possibly do? Just ban a bunch of people, right? And then we could just unban them? Is that how it works?
I would think, but I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. So.
Yeah. How do I make people mods again? I don't fucking remember. The most unintuitive program in the world. What do you do again? You click their name or something? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Supposed to click something, some 3 dots or some shit, and then well, I'm sorry, I can't use that on TikTok. Can't say the S word. They get all upsetty spaghetti. Yeah, I'm clicking the 3 dots next to the name, though. It's not doing nothing. What happens if you just click the name? Hang on a second. Let's see what happens if I just click their name. Damn. Okay, I see how to add moderators now. All right. Let's see. Let's get those likes up. Who is that? Brooks. Brooks, you're a mod. I'm making you a mod, dude.
I had no idea. Promoted in the siege.
Yeah.
Get him, Brooks.
See, you can't block accounts, but you can mute them and stuff. Yeah, and you can't do polls. You can't pin comments. There we go. All right. You're a mod, dude. Enjoy your moderation privileges. Who else we got? Pip hand the lefties? Yeah, we will. 1 second. Let me get a couple more mods in here. What are we talking about? I don't know yet. Almost up to 400 live viewers. Let's keep it cranking up. Keep it cranking up. We'll get some ops up here in just a second. Better mod me or I'll filibuster. I mean, I kind of actually feel like that guy is going to be a good mod, so I'm just going to mod him. Evil Dean. Okay, Evil Dean. I'm just going to mod you. Like, what's the worst that can happen? See, you're not going to do that or block accounts, but you can mute accounts and turn off comments. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? Mod a couple of trolls. What's the worst that can happen? You know, maybe the trolls will be better mods. I don't know. He mutes us all. Yeah, well then it just unmute you all, right? There you go. You're all mods and fucking enjoy. What's the worst that can like? Why not? Why not? Let's see what happens with. It'd be fun.
See, it's that confidence that's led you to debate victory after debate victory. How the heck with it? We'll just mod everyone. We don't care.
Yeah, who cares? Oh, can't do that with the TikTok. They get upsetty. They get upsetty spaghetti. All right, let's bring up some ops here. If I'm bringing you up, you better be an op though. Okay. Dr. V, can you hear us okay?
Oh boy. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Dr. V? How's life treating you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tense right now. Back from holidays, but I'm just trying to survive the day, I guess.
Gotcha. All right, man. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean the Venezuela stuff, we can get to that later, but I just want to have like a very clear understanding of your view, right, on false doctrine, I guess.
Okay.
So your claim is that I remember when you were debating Article Zena, right? You basically your claim is that in the Western world, false doctrine is what actually enforces or actually creates rights, right?
No, in the entire world.
Okay, so you don't think that rights are derivative from, let's say, patient relative properties? You think that rights are instantiated from false doctrine primarily, right?
Your accent's really thick, so I didn't actually understand what you just said there, the last part of it.
That's fine. Sorry. You're saying that the rights are derivative from false doctrine, right? Not from patient relative properties.
What that part that you just said right there, that's the part I don't understand. Not from what?
Patients relative properties.
Patient relative properties?
Yes. So we have like we have, let's say, agents, right? And we have moral agents and we have moral patients. So I think that when we talk about human rights, right, we're talking about some sort of relative kind of concept, right? It's not like a fundamental thing. It's not an analytical concept.
Like a social construction?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Force doctrine. Force doctrine is the descriptor for how rights come to be, I believe. Yes.
Okay. So based on your worldview, rights cannot exist, right, if there are no men, right, to enforce them.
No, that's not correct.
So what do you mean by that? So what do you mean by false doctrine? I mean, I really want to.
As long as there are men and women, right? Descriptively, women will always have to appeal to men for rights.
I mean, sure, but even if we're talking about a hypothetical society in which there are no men and only women, based on your assumption, the more powerful, physically powerful women will be the one enforcing the rights, right?
Well, they don't necessarily have to be more powerful physically. They just need to have some kind of monopoly on force.
Okay, so that's the problem. I think that's the problem. When you talk about monopoly of force, I think you're referring to some sort of physical construction, because you can still talk about monopoly of force even if there is no particular kind of like gender-based like distinction.
Yeah, you could, but descriptively, when it's intersexual, men always have the monopoly on force. Always.
I mean, sure, but the problem here is that we're talking about how you call it. We're giving like a constructivist case of how these rights are derivated, right? We're not saying that these particular rights don't exist, but you're claiming that these particular rights exist.
No, what you're doing is you're trying to change what the descriptive claim is to another claim for the purpose of an internal critique. That's fine, but just remember that I can make concessions to all of your conditionals and it doesn't hurt my descriptive claim at all. So yes, if all men died of heart attacks tomorrow, then women would no longer have to appeal to men for their rights because there wouldn't be any men. That's true. I agree. So what?
Yeah, but it's ridiculous, right? Why should men be the one enforcing rights when primarily rights
It's not
are
a
not...
wait, stop. You see the word should? Not a should claim. It's not an ought claim. It's a descriptive claim. You're smuggling in morally loaded language now.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. The problem here is
No,
that
what's
I
not
really
fine
don't...
is that you people don't understand descriptive claims. It pisses me off because I've explained this 100 times as a descriptive claim, and every single time for reasons I don't understand, you add oughts. An ought is a morally loaded claim. This is not a morally loaded claim. It's not saying that men ought to do anything. It's descriptively explaining where women get their rights from.
I mean, that's fine. But I mean, my question to you would be, under false doctrine, right? Does false doctrine, how you call it? Does it give us access to certain facts about, let's say, judgments, right? Because I believe that when we talk about,
it gives us access to the certain fact of the descriptor.
You know, it doesn't, because we're talking about how particular, like we're talking about legitimate authority, right? And how it governs external actions. Not
legitimate authority comes from people who allow themselves to be ruled if they have a monopoly on force. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine, but you're forcing a doctrine, so therefore
I'm not forcing a doctrine.
Yeah, but
I'm not forcing a doctrine.
Yeah, but that's what false doctrine is, though. You're forcing something, though. Like, yeah, you're claiming that men are the enforcers, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're utilizing force for anything, though. Or force, or never mind. Sorry, it does mean they're utilizing force for something, but it doesn't mean that they're forcing you to do anything.
That's not my point, though.
Yeah, but that's my point. Then you're not engaging with what force doctrine is. You're engaging with something else.
I think we have a very different understanding of what legitimate authority is, right? You believe that legitimate authority, right?
Well, let's start with legitimate. What makes something legitimate?
Yeah, legitimate means it's justified, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think legitimate means justified.
What do you think it means?
Well, in this context, when you're saying legitimate, as in legitimate authority, I think that you're just talking about consensus. I think it's just another word for consensus. Consensus authority and legitimate authority would mean the same thing in this context, right?
Yeah, but I think the point is that I am coming from a point where I'm saying, I'm giving like the liberal argument, right? That I believe that conscience is inviolable. So I think that when you talk about conscience...
Well, I'm glad that you think that.
Yes.
So what?
And yeah, because I am obviously presupposing that every single individual has a conscience, right? Mm-hmm. And if you're claiming that legitimate authority governs external actions...
Consensus authority.
That will be an internal defeater.
Yeah, but the problem is you're equivocating, which is very, very common to do. When you're using the term legitimate here, you actually just mean consensus authority.
I mean, how do we arrive to the consensus, though?
Well, it depends. You can arrive to a consensus many ways.
Yeah, but the problem here is that primarily you're talking about coercion, right? Because
which requires and what's usually a primary edict of coercion? Force, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, and so if you're talking about, let's say, a degree of, let's say, responsibility, right? Coercion is going to undermine accountability to every single degree. I don't think there's any modality in which coercion can grant accountability. At least you're
okay. Look, this is an interesting discussion, and I actually want to have more of it, but I'm going to bring some other ops up because otherwise we're going to get too deep into the Phil rabbit hole, which I'm happy to do, but let's do it on a different live or DM me, and we'll have a further discussion. Sound fair?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm definitely, you can follow me back and I'll definitely see into that. And yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good day, dude. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
See ya.
All right. We're going to bring the next stop up. What happened? Where's Katie? Oh, look. Brian from whatever. Brian, can you hear me?
Yo,
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm about to go to sleep.
Oh, well, remember
Yeah.
in the future to join me on these TikTok sieges. You're going to enjoy them as we go forward. So
I definitely will. I'll listen to your soothing voice as I drift slowly to sleep.
slowly off to sleep.
Yes.
All right. Well, in future invasions, I'll give you the times and dates, and if you can make them, I'd love to have you up on the panels with people for many of the prompts that we're going to have up. So
Yeah, I will definitely join you on one of those.
And you're
maybe
welcome
I
to
could
live
be in-
stream them, by the way, if you want to.
Yeah, I think I could try to be an op for like 2 minutes.
Oh, no. We got tons of ops in the background.
Oh, okay. Then I will bow out. But yeah,
All
I hope you have a good stream, man.
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
I
Have
know.
a good day.
See you, Brian.
See you, man. Bye-bye.
I feel like your voice could help put people to sleep, but I'm not so sure about mine.
Audrey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Andrew, it's your mod. I've been trying to talk to you in the chat like a gazillion times.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Do you know me? I don't need to. Do I need to say my name? I don't really
No.
want to
You don't
expose
need
myself.
to. But
Okay.
Audrey, can you put a little chat in so I can make you a mod?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, put a chat in real quick.
I would love to help you with this. There is absolutely no way for you to turn off the actual like allocations visually. You will need to opt out of gifts. I'm happy to help with all other aspects. I do TikTok lives pretty regularly, as you well know. So, but yeah, you will need to subject yourself. Hey, Rob, how's it going, sir?
Doing great. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah,
I'm glad
likewise.
I don't
Average
have
female
the gifts.
debater, right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I can help with these. I do have to work in like an hour, so I will need to go.
Well,
but
pop
like
off.
Andrew,
I'll make you a mod real quick.
yeah, absolutely, Andrew. I will help you with all of these. Don't worry about it.
All right.
If
sounds
you have
good.
any questions, DM me
All
or
right, will
have
do.
like Moon DM me. Okay.
Will do.
Toodles.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
All right. You got to disconnect there, Audrey. There we go. I think I can't actually. What is going on? Why can't I? It was working before to make the mods. Let me see what happens here. Let me see what happens if I do the minimization, maximization thing. There we go. Let's see if it works now. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's going on here. All right. I think I can make her a mod now. Yep, I can. All right. So for her, I guess I can actually give her all of the, I'll give you all of the perks here. All right, cool. All right, moving on to the next one. Ops only, boys and girls. We got 547 and climbing. Make sure you get over to the TikTok stream as we continue to steal the market share away from the scumbag liberals of the universe who absolutely do not deserve to have any of it. All right. Hang on a second. Back to this. Now, next stop. Caleb, can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. How's life treating you, Caleb?
Oh, it's blessing as always.
No, let me do this stupid. Let me get your age and like, I don't know, region, I guess, for TikTok
30.
purposes.
I'm 30 years old and I'm deep in the heart of Texas.
Oh, don't mess with Texas. What's on your mind, Caleb?
Steers and
I
know.
All right.
Not much. I wanted your stance on not necessarily what we're doing with Maduro, but how we're managing post-Maduro transition.
Okay, well, are you a Republican, a Democrat, progressive, what?
I would lean more Democrat.
Lean more Democrat. Okay. What's the critique here?
I think it's ridiculous that you run on the platform of meddling less in other countries' problems and then doing exactly that.
Why are you lying, man?
What
Like,
do you mean?
why does it always start with all the progressive leftists with framing when the framing is completely dishonest? Trump has been actually very clear that he'd never liked Maduro and that there would likely be some interference going on there. Like, he's been clear about that. I mean, over and over again, he's been clear about that. That's one. And two, this shifted very quickly from the leftists saying, "Oh, he's going to drag us into another war. I thought he was the anti-war president," to "Oh, he black bagged the guy and brought him back here for trial in 3 hours, and it was bloodless and genius." And you know, none of you guys have ever done anything like that. None of your presidents. And so now the criticism is, I can't believe that he's dragging us into wars. Where's the war?
I'm not saying it's a war. I'm specifically talking about the platform in 2018 when he was going 2016 when asked about essentially re-stabilizing countries, going in and making it our cost, our dollars, our manpower, going in and stabilizing a country that is not ours. He said that we should do that less often, that we shouldn't meddle in other countries, that we should prioritize our own. And what are we doing? The complete opposite, saying that we're going to temporarily run Venezuela until they transition into a more...
If I may, why do you care if Trump followed through on a campaign promise if you're not a Trump voter? For example, if Trump all of a sudden came out and was like, hey, Medicare for all, maybe Andrew and I or Trump voters would say, wait a minute, we don't like that. But you would presumably like that policy, and you wouldn't say, well, even though I liked the policy, he went against the campaign promise, so I'm mad. Either you think what he did with Maduro is good or you don't. But I'm not understanding the utility of someone who is not a Trump voter saying, I'm upset that he went against a campaign promise.
No, I'm generally upset that we're trying to restabilize a country that we have no business restabilizing.
And did you feel the same way with Democrats and their efforts to do this in countries around the world? Libya, Syria,
Yes.
a litany of other countries. Did you say the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a Twitter?
Do I have a Twitter?
Mm-hmm. An X account?
No.
Do you have any social media account where I can go and see your criticisms of Democrats doing this?
I don't post criticisms publicly.
Oh, well, that's awful convenient, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I just think it's awful convenient that you don't have any public criticisms of Democrats for doing the exact same thing you claim you would condemn them for, while you're here condemning Trump for this thing. So you don't publicly, you don't publicly, hang on. You don't publicly post your condemnations of Democrats, but you publicly talk about your condemnation of Trump. That's convenient.
You're comparing two things that are completely separate. You're talking about a post or a discussion. I've had public discussions talking about how our past political movements, whether that be Democratic or Republican, were ridiculous.
Okay, where can I find them?
In live history. I don't know. Do you want me to go find somebody and give me the live recording?
Go find some and send me the live, and I'll play it and see if you're actually criticizing Democrats for this.
Okay, fantastic. Now that we're past that, do you feel
we're
like
not really past that, though? I really want you to go find those and send them to me so that I know if you're telling the truth or not.
You realize that that's reductive, right?
What's reductive about it? You say you do it.
Yeah, and
so then it's not reductive.
But what's the point of trying to find a recording of the same exact thing?
What's the point of me trying to figure out if the claims that you're making, if you're full of shit or not? Gee, I wonder why I would wonder that.
So you're saying because so you disagree with, you think that we should be restabilizing Venezuela?
Hang on. Why are you trying to goalpost shift immediately?
That's the entire conversation I've been having.
No, that what Rob asked you specifically was if you have criticized Democrats for the same thing which you're now criticizing Trump for doing. You said, yes, I've done this on multiple lives. I said, okay, they're public lives. Can you tell me where I can find them to see if this claim is true or if you're full of it and you just want to criticize Trump, even though you don't actually criticize your side for the same action. I think that's completely legitimate. So where can I find the lives?
Yeah, Unrealness is a live debater. I go on there quite often.
And you specifically levy criticisms against Democrat foreign policy when they do interventionism, or you support it?
Sorry, you said what?
You specifically are condemning Democrats for foreign interventionism?
Yes, specifically Biden and
Okay.
Obama. I don't think Obama didn't manage it very well either.
Okay.
Did you vote? Did you vote for Biden, and did you vote for Kamala then? It was his VP.
I didn't vote for Biden, no.
Did you vote for Kamala?
I didn't vote for Kamala, no.
Okay, so then if your argument is just that this is something you don't like, that's fine. We can talk about the details of it. I'm highly skeptical, and people call in and they have criticisms of Trump for things that we could see Democrats have done just as bad, if not worse, that they were also public.
See, this is what I think is reductive and childish in this type of debate is, oh, well, someone else did it. That's literally a middle schooler's argument. Well, he did it too. So
look, I think it's fair. I think it's fair to point out that we shouldn't be engaging in whataboutisms. But I also think it's equally fair to point out that many people have criticisms of Trump that aren't actually consistent with their beliefs because they just hate Trump. Both of those
That's
things.
fair,
Hang on. Both
right.
of those things you agree are true, right?
Yes, I agree.
So it's fair for me to find out if you're only saying this criticism of Trump because you have Trump derangement syndrome, correct? That is fair for me to do?
Yes, absolutely. I don't
Okay.
disagree.
Okay, so and then I'll grant this to you, right, to keep my own side honest. Rob, if you're saying that that's a whataboutism, I'm totally fine with granting that, so that you and Rob can pursue the discussion. And he doesn't care either. Trust me. We keep each other honest. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just okay. So without it making it sound like an anecdote, like I'm prior service. I was in the Army for 8 years.
What is your MOS?
I was a Pogue, 88 Mike.
Okay, truck driver.
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, my understanding is like during the Iraq war, especially. I guess I can't use the word. Okay, during the Iraq thing that was going on, that truck drivers actually got into shit all the time.
Well,
So
they're the second most deployed MOS, and around 70% of the MOS doesn't actually drive. You're associated with other relative. Like I was attached to an infantry unit.
okay. All right. Well, we'll skip past that. I was just curious. But
anyway,
anyway, go ahead.
The whole point is, and I understand like the entire like military industrial complex is proxy engagements.
Yeah, so stupid, dude. But we gotta talk that way. We gotta talk that way. I'm sorry, bro.
Proxy engagements. I understand that, but and I also see the other side of like I see the interviews of Venezuelan nationals who are like, we don't care about the oil. We're glad to be liberated. I get that, but for me, it's all right. What are we about to? Is this setting a precedent where now are we going to go into Greenland and do the same thing? Right? Like he on an interview, on a phone interview yesterday, I think Trump said that this lady that's taken over ball that the
Cut out, dude.
like what type of language are we using there? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Test. Okay. On an interview yesterday,
If you can, try to keep the points super concise, bro.
Yeah. On an interview yesterday, Trump said that the lady that's taken over in Venezuela that he doesn't play ball. If she doesn't play ball, that the consequences for her are going to be much worse. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I think that the president of the United States is constitutionally the #1 diplomat. Constitutional authority to be the #1 diplomat, and part of foreign policy for being the #1 diplomat is that you're allowed to utilize rhetorical devices and whatever else you need to in order to keep American interests solid.
Do you think that we need to engage in a similar fashion in Greenland in terms of. I just feel like we're getting to the trend of occupation.
See, but here's
it's
the thing: like, you can't criticize Rob for a whataboutism and then make one of your own. Like,
Yes.
I'm afraid that what about Greenland? I'm afraid. What about Greenland? It's like, what about Greenland? So here's the thing: is like, can we keep the criticism at least focused to Venezuela without you giving like your soothsaying about whatever future potential you think may happen with Greenland? Because you're just shooting in the dark on that one, right?
Well, I mean, he just made the comment yesterday, so it's not necessarily shooting at the dark. It's shooting at a target that
Yeah,
that
Trump
out
is
there.
bombastic, and he uses bombastic rhetoric often.
Well, and listen, like, I think there is legitimate concern. I've shared it myself with the idea of overuse of interventionism. I think that Trump is in line, in fact, less than most of what we've seen. Regardless of what you think, this mission was done remarkably efficiently, right? And once it's done, I think that your criticism you have here of Trump's language, even as a non-interventionist, I like this language. And the reason is this: once we use force of this case, allowing the world to see, look, we have the potential to do this in hostile places is a good thing. That makes it less likely that we use force. If he came out and said, trust us, we'll never do this again, this was a one-time thing, then all of a sudden people that are in cartels in places like Mexico or other places, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, that are like hostile to their own people and to the United States, they're going to be like, oh, we don't have to worry. So I don't mind Trump's bombastic language. He's always had it, and he's shown remarkable restraint in his first term that he didn't go around the world invading everywhere, despite the fact people said his language suggests he'll do that.
That's fair, and I guess we just gotta take it as we see it. But
Yeah.
for me,
hang on, Caleb. Look, I appreciate the call, but I got a bunch of ops here, right? I gave you plenty of time to talk. And I'll see you next time on the next live. Thanks for calling in, bro.
Yep.
Have a good day. Oh, look, it's Max. Scumbag Max. We'll just leave him up here, and then we'll let Marxist Galt come up. Marxist Galt.
Rob, what's up, dude?
Not much, Max. How's it going?
Good, man. Good.
Hang on, I'm going to bring a couple of these leftists up here. Marxist Galt. You want to throw him off? He's not connecting. Just disconnect him.
Yeah, I got you.
A few more up. Let's see. It's ADL. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can.
Nice to
Happy Monday, guys.
Yeah, happy Monday to you too. Can you hang tight for just a second for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hull logs also not connecting if you want to disconnect.
Yep.
Just gonna kind of pick people at random here. Skylar, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hey, Andrew.
Hang on. One second before you dive into whatever it
Okay.
is that you want to say. We'll get to you, I promise. It's ADL. What is your, your
Okay.
like age and then or your geographical location or what region or whatever?
I'm 32 and I'm in Texas.
Awesome. Okay, same with you, Skylar.
31 years old, Illinois, and I just want to say that I'm a huge fan of yours. Just letting you know.
Oh, okay. Do you mind disconnecting then? It's just for ops only.
Okay. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
fine.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll do TikTok streams where you guys can come up. And
You're just too likable, Andrew.
yeah, if you're not an op. 1 second here. We'll see if Hibristo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. And you want to give us your age and location for TikTok purposes?
A little older than you, and I'm in Canada.
Okay. Good
I
enough for
was
me.
wondering
Good enough for me. Go ahead.
if you can explain to me how to fake being an op. I
Oh.
so want to pretend to be an op.
Oh, you can't be an op. I'm sorry. You can't fake it. Gonna have to disconnect, unfortunately, so we can bring some ops up. My bad. I understand some of you guys want to come on and chat, but this is for ops only. Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good. Ben, do you mind, the name and then, where you're at?
Yeah, I'm 41 and from Germany, and I want to ask you about.
Hang on. We'll get to that question in just a second, man. Just be patient with me. It's ADL was up first. Go ahead. It's ADL. What do you got?
Hey, I got a few live points. I want to say two things. Well, I mean, these are not my points, but my name's also Andrew, and I've seen you a lot on TikTok, so it's actually crazy that I'm talking to you right now. I think the first thing
are you going to join the evil League of Andrews?
Is there one?
I'm gonna. Well,
how do I apply?
There actually was one on X years ago. It was called the Evil
crazy.
League of Andrews, and they sent me an invite, but I just could not be a part of a League of Andrews that I wasn't in charge of.
Yeah, I think on like social medias and stuff, we see these like giant parties of people with the same name. I think, if we have one for Andrew, that'd be cool too.
Agreed. Anyway, go ahead.
So I think the first item that I would love to talk about is about the force doctrine.
Okay.
Do you think that as human society kind of, grew and advanced, do you think that force doctrine might be slowly shifting into something with like money or intelligence, where, the more money you have, maybe that would kind of give you more rights over than, just raw force, like how we were like thousands of years ago. Same thing with intelligence and in terms of like, strategizing your forces. Yeah.
No, money just seems, with a lot more money, you seem to be able to accumulate a lot more force. But force is required to safeguard your money. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do kind of see that point.
Yeah. So I mean, no, not really. It just cycles into itself, right? It's still force doctrine, force doctrine, force doctrine.
Makes sense. I guess in my head, it's kind of like as people accumulate capital, that might be a incentive for people to follow those with more money. But I guess you're right. You do still have to kind of pay someone to
protect your money.
That.
Yep.
And
then you have to pay people. Then you have to pay people to protect you making more of it. It's like it all feeds into itself, really. Did you have anything else? It's ADL.
Yes. In terms of morality, I think I've seen you talk about this online a lot.
Well, hang on. If we're going to get into, I'm not going to bog the stream down with moral philosophy today.
Okay.
That's not on the prompt. We're mostly talking about the political issues of the day. So if you want to dive in on those, Trump, Venezuela, party politics, any of that stuff, that's where we're going to keep the focus.
Sure. Okay. Looking at the deltas, I think in terms of, median income, GDP, and PPI, I think Biden was definitely like an outlier in terms of things going pretty badly, I think, numbers-wise. But between Obama and Trump, I'm not seeing like too big of a difference between like, yearly wise, like yearly deltas between Obama's 8 years versus Trump's 4 years.
All right. And Ben, by the way, you can chime in whenever you want, dude. You can chime in as well, Ben. Like it's open.
I think as a moderate, I think, Biden definitely something went wrong with his brain or something, was definitely like an outlier in terms of making the country worse from what I can see. But would you say that Trump was way better than the Obama era, in your opinion?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, let's just look. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
So if you look at sort of Trump first term pre-COVID, so if we take out the fourth year, right? Like Trump's numbers were doing remarkably well. And here's what he had this. Well, so just give me a chance to lay this out, right? So when we look at a lot of this data, actually Obama had an advantage that you would at first think would be something that would be a disadvantage, which is he was coming off the 2008 financial crisis. When you're starting very low, any increases that you have look remarkable. So if we bottom out, then what you would see is it's easy for the next president to all of a sudden have remarkable gains in things like unemployment numbers, real wage growth, etc. Trump comes in and we have a more stable economy and he's able to take it even further. Also, his focus was on things primarily about American citizens, manufacturing, things of that nature, which obviously I think that his first term wasn't as ambitious as his second term. But what you see here from the second term is He's doing a remarkable job of increasing real wage growth, and all of his job number gains are two things that are positive about him. They're going to American citizens, and they're in the private sector. What you saw with the Obama administration was the continue of the mass growth of the federal government. And even though numbers like GDP go up when you have government jobs, those aren't really efficient, and they're not really a good metric to look at the financial health of the United States. So I think Trump's doing a much better job than Obama, and not to mention the boondoggle of Obamacare and a bunch of other stuff that ended up negatively affecting after Obama's term us financially.
Yeah, I guess in your opinion, if you can kind of put a number to it, like, what percentage do you think Trump did better than Obama? Because, I would argue that when my parents were suffering through like the 2007 housing crisis, I think, unlike Biden that took over the COVID crisis and did not do very well with that. I kind of feel like what Obama did, at least when I was very young, I'm only 32 right now.
With quantitative
was
easing?
very impressive.
He just did quantitative easing, dude. That's all he did. He just infused the banks with billions of dollars so that they wouldn't fail. And it was, by the way, this was Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. This was an Obama confidant who was in charge of this program. Are you aware of that?
I'm not super educated in that, no.
Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Have you ever heard of Barney Frank?
No.
Okay, you need to go look up Barney Frank, bro, and
Fair enough,
dive into the quantitative easing scam that happened under Obama when he gave billions of dollars to these megala banks. They were printing money like it was going out of style. Under the Keynesian economic model, they tend to do this, right? They don't want these banks to fail because otherwise your 401k is going to get wiped out, everything else. It skyrocketed inflation for future generations. Terrible thing. It was just massive money machine go burr. So,
I guess in your opinion, when people kind of bring up things like these, same thing with the ACA. I always kind of like to ask, like, do you think that these people kind of did the best they could at that point in time under the circumstances, or is it more like hindsight, they sucked?
No, even at the time, economists were saying that quantitative easing was going to skyrocket inflation for future generations, and they were right. This was on both sides that they said this. It was a massive cash grab for bankers, basically. That's what happened. They were giving out loans to people who couldn't afford them. A lot of them part of the mass migration, which was happening at the time. Okay. They were giving people who were underqualified for these loans who didn't have a prayer in paying them back, and they were government-backed loans. So
isn't that
when
why the housing market crashed?
Yeah, that's why it crashed, right? And so what Obama did in order to do something about this was quantitative easing. Now, Bush also, he did some of that as well, but Obama did the majority of it, if memory serves. Isn't that correct, Rob, if you pull up the stats? I believe that's right. Yeah, that Obama did the most of that, yeah.
I guess my question is, how did Trump come in and improve the situation that apparently was started under Bush that you mentioned? And Obama.
Well, the first thing he did, which was an awesome move, is he went and negotiated with the Fed on interest rates. So that was great. That was one of the things that needed to happen immediately. And the other thing is that the Trump era policies on economics, especially with the tariffs, were a great idea. They were always a great idea. And the idea that, I mean, if you look at Trump's economic policy, even with his foreign policy combined, remember that Trump also went to foreign powers, made them pay their fair share when it came to the defense of their own nations, which is good. He was the first one to ever do that, right? And then here domestically, he also instituted a tax policy which lowered the corporate tax rate and led to massive job creation in the Midwest. It was a huge success. People were getting bonuses. It was great. I know. I was there. I was one of the people who got a bonus from it.
Makes sense. One last quick thing. So I think you briefly mentioned, and I mean, this is a term kind of going around, Trump derangement syndrome, right? Like
PDS.
I really dislike my leftist friends when I think, Trump was making deals with like the whole Gaza situation. I think, a lot of friends leaning farther left, they all just hate that. And they're all like negative about it because Trump was doing it. I personally disagree with that. I think maybe Trump should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize. But do you also have any kind of concerns?
Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. And then when he became president, he started bombing countries. So.
Yeah. I mean, as a moderate, I totally think that, Trump maybe have deserved it. I think a lot of people definitely dislike him for who he is, which, you know, he kind of rage baits. It makes sense to me. But I guess two quick questions about that. One, you know, do you kind of approve of the way that he sort of rage baits? I know that it's funny at times, but in my opinion, it's not a good way to unite the U.S. And then my second thing about that is
he's not going to unite the U.S. The left hates him. It wouldn't matter if he was prestigious or non-prestigious or.
Would you prefer a president that was more uniting?
No.
Well, I don't.
Right. That would make sense.
I want a president that represents my values, not yours.
Makes sense. Also, the second thing is, do you also think that there's a problem with some people maybe follow Trump regardless of what he does? Do you also find that, you know, when we're learning about politics back in like high school and stuff, right? Like, I think part of my fundamental belief is that we should be criticizing our leader on whichever side. Do you think there's also on the opposite end of TDS that could be happening that might be dangerous for our country, or no?
I mean, you're going to have sycophants in politics no matter what you do.
Gotcha.
Like, literally, like you're going to have sycophants for influencers. You're going to have sycophants for actors. You're going to be, you don't achieve that level of fame without ending up with sycophants. It's just, there's just no way around that.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And like, remember, let's not forget how Obama was basically seen as a messiah by so many people, right? He was untouchable. And the difference with Trump is, of course, you're going to have sycophants. You might say that it's worse than like an average Republican president like George W. Bush or something. But the overwhelming of TDS and the people that just hate Trump for being Trump far surpasses the people that will agree with Trump. Let me give you a brief.
And by the way, it's ADL. I gave you as much time as I could for this.
Yes, sir.
For this call.
Thank you.
Don't mind disconnecting. I'd appreciate it.
Thank
you. And then we could get.
Thank you.
We can get to
Please
Ben.
finish up your point, Rob, and I'm going to disconnect. Yeah. You guys have a great rest of your Monday.
You too, man.
Yeah, like when you saw Pam Bondi come out and was like, "We're going to go after hate speech." I don't know one conservative that was like, "Trump administration, what are you doing?" Compare that to like something like Obama or Joe Biden. Joe Biden was cognitively impaired the entirety of his presidency, and yet it was hard pressed to get any Democrat that we interacted with to admit it. So, yeah, it is true there are sycophants, and you always point to the sycophants and say, look, you should be able to criticize even people you support. But the people that make this deal about Trump, they ignore that it's far worse on the other side.
Fair. All right, go ahead, Ben. What's up?
I have a question. What do you think about Germany and the freedom of speech situation? You know, there's a first woman who got a political asylum in the US about that issue.
Really? I didn't know that one got political asylum. What's the story there?
Yeah, she's on the right leaning side of politics in Germany. So, and even if you say you not want to have so much immigrants, you're a Nazi and all the stuff what's going on. So
say Yahtzee for TikTok if you don't mind.
Yeah, excuse me.
No problem.
So it's a huge issue here at the moment. Also with the stuff what you always talk about, feminists, and I'm always in discussions on TikTok with them. And yeah, I just want to know what is your thinking of the freedom of speech in Germany.
I mean, there isn't any. That's my thought on it. And this is fast becoming the case for most of Western Europe as well. Most of Western Europe no longer has any freedom of speech at all. There's people in the UK, for instance, who are being prosecuted currently, thousands of them, for social media posts and for saying mean things to people via text message. So I consider this to be I consider that to be an abortion of justice. Essentially, I consider that a schmortion of justice is what I consider that to
be. Yeah. So, I see this also here with friends. It depends on what you say and how you say it. Then it's forbidden, and you never know. You know, even if you make a joke.
Don't you? Let me ask you a question, dude. Yeah. Don't you think that controlling the language and what you can or can't say is the first step to controlling the person's mind?
Yeah. This.
Exactly. So if you can't express the things that you think, right, then eventually, if you condition yourself socially over and over to keep those things to yourself, you actually eventually may move your mindset over to that other thing, right? This is what happens when you're completely unallowed to voice the things that you want to say, the things that you want to talk about. or your positions is unfortunately it gets to the point where your mind actually starts to move down the road of whatever that social conditioning is, you coming along with it. Now, when you're older, I think that that's harder to do to you. And if you're a man, especially, but when it comes to kids in schools, I think that that's pretty easy to do, right? You start the social conditioning there.
Yeah, that's what I see also, especially with the most young people on TikTok. When I talk to them, they're just following. They're afraid to say what they think, and even if they do, you have to be careful of processing and stuff like that. So I have the same feeling, yeah, and I'm very worried about that.
Well, it's something that you should be worried about, and it seems like Germany's not taking much in the way of political action against that. They've had pretty draconian speech laws for about 30 years, and they're getting worse. So,
yeah, exactly. I have the same feeling. So that's the point.
Well, I appreciate the call in, man. I got to move on to the next caller, but I appreciate.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm going to let you disconnect on your own if you don't mind. Thank you. Appreciate it. More ops, please. A couple more coming in. Jambos, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going, Andrew?
How you doing? Can I get your age and then location?
Yeah, I'm 27 and I live in Oregon.
Okay, thanks, man. And then government, same thing there?
Yeah, I'm 23. I'm in North Carolina.
All right, what's on your guys' mind? We'll start with you, Jambos.
Yeah, so I want to come up here. I've been in quite a few lives, but so the reason why I want to come up is because I'm a conservative, but I don't support Trump, and I wanted to know, or I just wanted to, see what you guys thought about my beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. And then government, what about you?
Yeah, man, I was just gonna ask what your personal critique on like socialism was, because like I have my reasons why I don't agree with socialism, but I wanted to know what your personal your contentions were with it.
Because it condemns the entirety of the human spirit for materialism. It's an entirely materialistic view. It's antithetical to the very ideas, I think, of religion and the idea that the spirit what's the best way to frame this? You think about the best way to frame it. So it's like this. If you have a purely material view, it becomes much easier to create justifications for the horrific things that you do because that the view is purely materialistic. Socialism, Marxism is a purely materialistic view. And it's been a purely materialistic view from the mouths of the communists themselves and socialists themselves. It's purely materialistic. And so I don't think that human beings are designed to operate in a purely materialistic view. And I think that that destroys the very spirit of what makes a person a person. And that's my key criticism of it. And this is why I think they cite Hegel often, is because they think that Hegel agrees with them on the purely materialistic view, even if you include God, even though he doesn't. So that would be my foundational criticism, and then we could get into all the tangential, arms of the criticism.
Yeah, man, I was just curious because like I'm a government minimalist, so like I just believe that the government shouldn't have as much say in what I do on a daily basis. So that's kind of what my critique of socialism is, because it's kind of like polar opposite of what I believe. But I've often had people, when I get on their lives, they tell me that that's kind of like being a Christian and arguing from a Christian point and not a secular point. Like it's like they say that they're in like the same thing. So like I'm trying to open my mind more to like economy and stuff like that, and like.
Well, you need to understand. The first thing is, don't believe Marxist lies when they tell you that it's a purely economic model. It's not. It's an ideological, materialistic model that uses a oppressor-oppressed relationship to give descriptors for the ideas of natural materialism. That's what Marxism actually is. And so don't let people fool you into thinking that this is a purely economic model. It's not even close to that. The economic model comes from the materialistic mindset. That's the whole point. But anyway, I appreciate the call. I'm going to let you go so we can get to government. Yeah, you have.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, take care. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, so I just wanted to say, like, give my 2 cents and see what your guys' response was. So like I said, I'm conservative, but I'm not a Trump supporter. I voted for him because, things like Doge, cutting government spending, wasteful and abuse and all that. It's my understanding that, like, with things like the Big Beautiful Bill and obviously, all the military spending we're doing, whether that be Venezuela, Israel, wherever, it seems like we're still spending just as much, if not more, while receiving, like, we're still spending at a deficit, you know. So that's my main issue with Trump and all of MAGA.
Well, why is that an issue with Trump? Who has the power of the purse, bro?
Well, yeah, it's obviously the Treasury and things like that.
Yeah, Trump's been hamstrung by both branches of Congress since his first since he became president in his first term. He does not have the power of the purse. And anytime he's tried to correct anything with the power of the purse, so what's the first thing he does? For me and Rob were just talking about this in his second term. He gets an entire team together so that they can start the audit, the very first audit of the U.S. aid, right? He wants this to begin as his first audit. He wants multiple more audits to happen with other, government infrastructure projects and things like this. And look at what they did. I mean, he couldn't fire anybody. They take him to court. They hamstrung him on literally everything he tried to do. He couldn't fire anybody. He couldn't stop any of the aid from going out. They took him to court for that. So like everything they could possibly do, they did in order to hamstring this guy.
And if we just look at the raw numbers, now granted, there's dispute about some of these, but fiscal year October 2024 to September 2025, we saw a reduction in the deficit of about 41 billion. Now you're right to say I'd like to see more cutting and spending too. Andrew's absolutely right. The power of the purse comes from Congress, but sure, maybe you'd like to see Trump use his bully pulpit a little more. However, if you look at the deficits from the current fiscal year of October 2025 onward, we're down anywhere between 19 and 27% of deficit spending. And a lot of this is because of increased revenues of things like tariffs. Now, initially, it could seem like tariffs were going to be something that was up in the air, whether they be good or not. And I'm still fine with that discussion. But the truth is the massive negativity that we were told was going to occur, it was going to cause massive inflation. It was going to cause massive deficit spending. So far, we're seeing that's not the case. And so if you give him time, he's only been there for a year. He has a Congress that, let's be honest, is sort of feckless and hasn't done much. There's so much corruption and so much bloat. He's taken the first step, which is a massive reduction in federal employment, and he's brought in revenues and manufacturing in other ways. So I think if this trend continues, it gives him a chance to have more of a reduction of spending and to increase growth, which will lead to reduced deficits as well.
Okay. I mean, it's my understanding that, like, the Big Beautiful Bill, for example, I haven't read every page, obviously, but it's my understanding, like, it increases the military spending each year.
Yeah,
right?
well, let me ask you
around
a question.
$300 billion per year. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. So we were just getting into economics there. This is a criticism I hear a lot from progressives. They want to give economic criticisms of Trump. What about social criticisms? Do you have any of those?
Social criticisms, honestly, I mean, yeah, he's a pretty polarizing figure, I would say. You either love him or you hate him. I don't really try to pay too much attention to those because I know that's what people like to, use to whether or not you like a person. I'm just talking physically, like, or literally just laws that are getting passed and things like that.
Did you vote for Kamala?
No, I voted for Trump.
You voted for Trump? Okay.
Yeah, because of Doge. I was hoping Doge would be way better, but obviously, the Senate and the House blocked a lot of those cuts being made.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, look, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. You have a good one.
All right, we're going.
Ops only, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move a few more in.
What's going on?
What's up, man? Can I get your age and location?
Yeah, I'm 27, and I live in Texas.
Texas is a great state.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's different, way different. I first off, before we start, I only have 2 questions. I'm a big fan of you. I love that you know how to conduce yourself around women, and you are just a great public speaker, just like Dean Withers and everyone else. My first question to you is, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk and his rhetoric? His rhetorics.
Which rhetoric are you talking about? So if I think of a public speaker like Kirk himself did not start out as a great public speaker at all. In fact, he was kind of bad at it. If you look at early Charlie Kirk, he had a lot of trouble doing debates. He had a lot of trouble with public speaking. That was kind of learned as he got older. He was really, his big strength was in organization. It was only when the TPUSA people decided to copy the format of Steven Crowder. Crowder was doing the Change My Mind, and Kirk and TPUSA, they adopted that same model, but instead of they turned it from like a classic conversation into more of like the clip feeding dunk thing, which was great for views and great for that organization. So I didn't consider him in the early stages to be a particularly gifted speaker or orator.
All right. And my final question is a question about religion. What are your thoughts on Adam and Eve exactly with the apple? Because there's a lot of speculation on how this can correlate.
Well, it wasn't
This
an apple.
It's supposed to be an apple of,
No, it's just a fruit. It never
It's
says
just
it was an
fruit.
apple. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, man, because I love you and keep doing what you're doing. I travel all around the world and, a big guy just like myself. I love you, man.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, have a good one, dude. You take good care of yourself. Alternative, can you hear me? Or alternative?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, man? Can I get your name and or your age and then location?
30 in New York.
Okay. What's up, man?
I'm glad to be here. I never thought I'd talk to you in my life. I'm definitely a big fan, but I do have some questions, like some burning questions.
Well, look, it's not an AMA. I'm just looking for opposition worldviews right now.
Well, I did vote for Trump. I am against Trump now, because of Israel, and I do want to ask your opinion on that, and also your opinion on what Nick Fuentes says about JD Vance, because he says not to vote for JD Vance. So I'm kind of lost on where the conservative party is going right now, on who we're going to support in 2028.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Because
I'm not going to get into those topics. So I'm just.
It's
not.
all right. It's
I'm
all
just
right then.
not. So, but
Sorry
anyway,
about
I
that, then.
appreciate. I do appreciate the call, but I'm going to let you disconnect here, bro. All right. I couldn't even get into those on TikTok if I wanted to anyway. Let's see what else we got here.
Yo, what's up?
Hang on 1 second here, bro, if you don't mind. Just give me 1 quick second. EBT, go ahead, man. What's your location? And then
Yeah, I'm 21. I'm from Germany.
Oh, okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so basically, I appreciate you. Have still kind of opposition because I don't like Trump.
Not at all.
It's very
It's hard to
chunky.
say not at all, but I'm on the far right? So that's why the most concerning stuff to me is that he's our first Jewish president who sends billions over to Israel.
That
I was
it?
unmuted.
That's it?
No.
What's the
I was muted.
I actually don't think that Trump is Jewish.
Well, I don't know if he is or he's not. It does not really change something when it comes to his economic policies, right?
Yeah, I understand that there's people who are not fans of the foreign aid to Israel, but that was never going to change under Trump. That's for sure. Wait, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Would that have changed under Kamala?
Definitely not.
Yeah,
No.
definitely not. So you still had the price of the two lesser evils, right? So even if you had to
That's
choose,
true, yeah.
if you have to choose between one, wouldn't you still choose Trump over Kamala?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, even
there's
if
more
I
than
grant
just Israel.
Yeah. So even if I grant,
Let's talk about the war in Iran.
Well, hang on, real quick before we get to that. The initial criticism that you had was, "Hey, man, I don't want to. I'm not a fan of the Trump policy when it comes to Israel. I'm not a fan of him funding a foreign nation. I'm not a fan of him funding Israel. I get that. That makes total sense to me. Okay, but as an American, I'm left with these two dialectic options between the two parties: Kamala Harrison, or Donald Trump. How did I choose poorly by choosing Trump?
I think you didn't at all.
Okay.
If you just have a binary, I still choose the Republican Party. However, I think you can strategically just not vote. So as a third option, what's pretty much presented right now, by Nix by saying
There's not
like,
going to be a third
okay,
option. Like, let's be
of
real.
course.
There's not going to be.
No,
So.
as a third option, like as voting, not voting, and voting Democrat or
Yeah, but
Republican.
all that happens then is like the really polarized far right. It just ends up costing us the election, and Kamala gets it anyway. That's the problem with it, right?
Well, the idea is-
that's built into the system.
The idea is that we want to vote Republican in the midterms so that the loss is not going to be so severe. So that's kind of like the idea. We just have to pressure them to give us more, because we don't want Palantir, JD Vance, because like he's a creation of the system and we don't appreciate Vance very much.
I think that look, the Palantir stuff aside,
we get Vance, then just give us, I don't know, mass deportations, give us anything.
Yeah, look,
right,
I get the
What?
criticisms of Vance too. Like, I get it. But if it's a Democrat if it's like AOC running against Vance, I'm still going to vote for Vance. What choice do I have, dude?
and who is it like with the Palantir criticism? I get it. I really do. Can you name me the Republican that like is credible, that has a serious chance, that wouldn't have connections to like big corporations, big tech? Who would it be?
So I'm currently thinking of Fishback. So Fishback is kind of
It's Fishback?
that's first. I'm not gonna lie. He's the first American first candidate. I mean, he's only the candidate for Florida, but if there's more of him, we won't change it for the next election. 100% now.
Now
I
listen,
totally agree with you, but
I like-
looking
I-
towards future.
Listen, I
might
like
have a
James.
chance.
I like James. I do. And I've talked with James. So has Andrew. Andrew, me and you were on with
Mhm.
James Fishback on Jake Rattlesnake's show 2 days before the election. So I like James. Don't get me wrong. But James is an acolyte of Vivek, who's Mr. H-1B import people from India. So it doesn't matter who it is. You're going to have people that come out and say, this isn't right-wing enough. If I could just say real quick, Trump's strongest point is this. It's not even the political stuff. And I'm not saying this is a 4D chess, give Trump credit for everything. But Trump inspired something in people that were so fed up with sort of the system as it was ran. He has moved the Overton window so much for right-wing causes that we can say things publicly on a litany of issues, including foreign aid issues that would have been unthinkable 10 years ago or under a Paul Ryan or a Mitt Romney.
That's actually
So, yeah,
true.
is
That's
he
a
the
very
end-all
good point.
be-all?
Yeah, sure. The Overton window part, I consider that too. Like, that's a great argument. Like, just opening up the Overton window. That's why I always take somewhat of a accelerationist position. Just vote like so far right as possible, to just open up the window to eventually get where I stand. Right.
But even the accelerationist stance, you don't want hyper accelerationism. I mean, that would create
moderate.
massive problem. Well, you want it really slow cooking,
Yeah, just
right?
swing back. Right.
Yeah,
We would just get fucked over then.
Yeah, exactly. You do, and you would
It's just
screw,
a
you'd screw
moderate
everybody.
accelerationism.
Yeah, and you would screw everybody over, not just you know what I mean. So the thing is like even from the accelerationist position, it seems like voting the Republican ticket is still the better idea ultimately.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. However, I think just for the midterms, if we won't vote Republican there, it might be a possibility since we can pressure them. Like losing the Congress, I mean, Trump is, I don't know, he
Well, you
is
need
not
to be
even involved in
careful.
Congress so much.
You got to be careful on when you're thinking about pressure campaigns, especially. I think that people often think that online platforms have way more influence than they do when it comes to pressure campaigns. Realistically, though, they don't. Like I remember, for instance, Destiny, and Rob will back this up. We remember dealing with this a few years ago with Progressive Victory. Progressive Victory was doing the get all the influencers together so that they could run their own sort of pressure campaigns, canvas campaigns, and things like that. And it was an objective failure because the NGOs behind that actually put way too much faith in the fact that streamers had the sort of influence to actually move these elections needles in a really compelling way. And they really didn't. They didn't. It takes a much larger coalition to do that.
Well, yeah, because we don't have the money power like Peter
Exactly.
Thiel back in Appreciate Advance. Like,
Well, I mean, that's
sure.
true. Like that, but that's true, right? That's objectively true. So
Yeah.
what would have to
Yeah, we know
happen is
that.
there's gonna have to be actual grassroots money. And where do you get it? Like, where are you going to get
Yeah,
this money
I
from?
think that's
you know?
that's the whole reason why we want to take money out of politics and say lobbying is not a
You
best.
can't
best
take
thing.
money
Yeah,
out of politics. Not even possible.
we could kind of hit down on lobbying, right? So we could ban lobbying at least for
You could, but
to a
you're gonna
certain
be,
degree. We could
but you're going to
outlaw
be banning
APEC.
speech, bro.
The best way
I think
to
it's
deal
worth
with
it. I
eliminating
really think that's worth it. Like banning speech to a certain degree, burning like pornography, burning I don't know, rampant degeneracy. I think we could.
Well, I
take
think
that.
you can make an argument that, and don't use the P word, please. Say like corn, because it's
Okay.
TikTok, if you don't
Sure.
mind. I know it's stupid, but
Yeah, sorry, bro.
yeah, no problem.
Gotcha.
But I know you're not trying to wreck the live. I'm just saying. I do it all the time when I'm on lives because I forget the stupid ass TOS. But anyway, where were we at? Oh, we were talking about money in politics. It's not that. I think you can make a compelling argument that corn isn't speech. Like, there's an easy, compelling argument to make. Like, especially the fact of the matter is that it doesn't require any mouth noise or writing, right? It's not. I don't think it's necessarily speech, or that art is necessarily speech. But when it comes to lobbying itself, I think if you got rid of corporate lobbying, I think that
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? Not,
yeah, I
not
know.
necessarily
If you got rid
individual
of-
donors.
But I think you would just end up moving the goalpost to where super PACs would then be able to just move over and corrupt the grassroots like they do now. And it would just be a new set of corporate donors just without the corporations. So I've never seen it successfully played, the moving lobbyists out. I'm not even sure how it can be done. Like, I've thought about it many times, and I would love it if we could reduce NGOs, especially Democrat NGOs, but I'm not sure exactly what the methodology for that is.
And look, the best
Yeah.
way to limit the effects of lobbying is to shrink the influence of government. The reason the actual people sending money, it's because they know that the government will then pick winners and losers. Like, if the government doesn't have the ability to do that economically, and we limit these social policies and allow the free markets to exist more, I'm not saying unfettered, no regulation ever, then lobbying would be less important. So people would send their money, but what would the effect be? Right now, the problem is you send your money, and that allows the laws to be written that if you're Walmart, per se, you're able to carve out little cutouts for you that harm the little guy and harm your competition. The other thing is, even if you try to get rid of lobbying, think of the creative ways that people have. Maybe your son decides to be an art dealer or an artist, and all of a sudden he's getting paid $500,000 for his paintings. And then you happen to bring in the person that paid for that into your economic council or something like that. So it'll always be the case that money will find its way to weasel into politics. I'm not saying we can't do pragmatic things to try to limit it, but it's impossible to eliminate, and they'll just find, you cut. If there'll be one snakehead, just 50 more will come up if it's removed. So
yeah, it's the same thing when we're talking about, and this has always annoyed me, but it is the case. If you go back to the foundation of the nation, there was all sorts of corporate money which was involved in policy even then. So it's not like this has gone away. I do think that ruling it speech was a problem from the Supreme Court. But look, I appreciate the call, man. I'm gonna let you go and move on to the next
Yeah,
caller.
sure.
Thanks for being respectful. Have a good day. All right.
By the way, I'll just say this: people in chat that are spamming the same message over and over again, you're gonna get banned. Stop doing that.
Yeah, you guys are welcome to come into the TikTok chat and just be like jerks. Just don't spam. That's all. If you want to be like, oh, Andrew, here's a jab about some personal the thing I don't like about you or whatever the fuck. I don't care. Say what you want, but don't spam it. That's just annoying. Be a better tier of troll. That's all I ask for. Just be a better tier of troll. No, do better. Do better as a troll. Don't that's low tier trolling. Okay, low tier. Do high tier trolling. I'll bring a couple more people up here.
Hey, Andrew.
Hang on 1 second, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah. 1 second, if you don't mind. Hang tight. Danny boy, can you hear me? Scotty boy and Danny boy.
Hello.
That's an interesting combo. What's up, Scott? Scotty, how you
Yeah,
doing?
but he's got a song and I don't. Danny boy, oh Danny boy.
Good point. Good point. Anyway, what's on your mind, dude? Oh, but give me the age and location thing.
Yes, sir. I am 26 years old and I'm from England.
Gotcha.
My name's Dan.
Okay. What's up, Dan? And then you too, Scott.
Hello,
if you
mate.
don't mind.
Generally, I'm a good fan of what you do, Andrew, and I really need to get your wife's book. I need to find out how I get that. My only opposition to you is myself. I am red pill, but I'm not one of those red pill that hate you. Don't get me wrong. I like how you take down the 304s. You're fantastic, but you're because I know you agree with the descriptions. It's the prescriptions you don't agree with.
Yes.
My issue with your prescription is I personally think it's unrealistic because, and just hear me out, is you could try and set the foundations, like trying to get women to become virtuous, but I think the big problem is we've got social media and women just don't want to follow men. I mean, marriage, for example, I take marriage seriously. I'm not married myself, but I believe it's a sacrament from God. It has nothing to do with state authority. It's something precious. It's a gift from God. But the way it's treated now, it's just a piece of paper, man. And I do not want to play Russian roulette with my life and end up unaliving myself because my bitch of a wife took everything from me.
That sounds totally reasonable to me. But do you know that there is a prescription that can help solve that?
Please do. I'm all ears.
Well, first, you would need to remove the state from marriage, right?
Correct.
So then who would have governing authority over it?
The church.
And who's the least likely to get divorced and the most likely to stay in long-term marriages and has a social community to help stabilize those marriages?
As long as they're not Protestant, I'm guessing the Orthodox and the Catholic.
Well, it's the traditional churches. There's Protestant churches that do high church. And they also tend to have much more stable relationships, at least according to the data that we've been able to accumulate, which stands to reason. And the reason cited is because they have a stability factor that comes with community. I think most of the time, like one of the descriptors that red pillars get right, for instance, that you and I would agree with, when women become friends with recently divorced women, that's usually a bad idea, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea,
that's
right?
a recipe for bad ingredients.
Well,
there, yeah.
why? Because what you're doing is you're offering in a community now of well poisoners. Like
Yes.
the whole job now is poison the well for the marriage. Girl, you would be so much happier. Oh, girl, I just went out and, rode these two guys last night. Girl, blah, 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 blah. Time to girl boss, this type of shit. So the thing is, though, is that descriptively, why wouldn't that work the other way? If the community is reinforcing the oppositional messaging, doesn't that help as well?
I can see what you mean by that, but my problem is because feminism has control of all the institutions, including government, and a lot of
Totally
it. I'm sure
agree.
you would agree.
But if you don't
move,
but if you don't move towards change, then you're basically just accepting this as being inevitable. And you know what? Maybe I can even grant, maybe it is. Like, let's just say theoretically it is inevitable. There's nothing we can do about it. That doesn't mean I have to roll over and put up with it. That doesn't mean that I can't fight for the future that I would prefer to see. Right.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these guys just kind of roll over and they're just like, well, there's nothing we can do. And it's like, yeah, I think there is some stuff we can do.
Yeah, see, that's interesting, and I appreciate you engaging with this because the reason I say there isn't anything we can do is because I believe we've tried a lot we can do. I mean, I remember when you were on Pearl's podcast, you were speaking with Paul Elam, men's rights advocate, for example, is we have tried to go down the political route. And I know this because we actually had a political party back in England. It was called Justice for Men and Boys. Under
Yeah, I looked into this actually.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you bring this up. I haven't had a chance to really publicly talk about it much. So I went back and looked at some of the MRAs, the men rights advocacy groups that had a political arm, and they sucked, dude. They sucked. They were terrible at courting politicians. They were awful at making concessions. They had terrible representatives who would go out and do their speakerships for them, who could barely string two words together. Like, of course, if you're forming a political party to do rights advocacy, you need to have people who are representative of it, who are really sharp on the ball and can sell it, right? You got to sell the shit, don't you?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So the thing is like, my challenge to you is this. Go back and look at some of the MRAs from the 80s and 90s. When they're talking, when they're speaking, when they're doing interviews, they sound terrible, dude. They sound terrible. And it's like, come on, if you're gonna run, don't tell me these are legitimate political movements when none of them have any sort of gravitas or good representative values whatsoever when they're going to the public with their message. Like, of course they failed, right?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I've not actually looked into that, but I will do that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, take a look.
One more question before I go. I want to take more of your time. Is in your opinion, how do we deal with, so I guess no doubt you've heard the term wolves in sheep's clothing. So how do we deal with women such as the Nala Rays out there who are clearly so encircled Christians?
Yeah.
You know, because I saw you and Jake Rattlesnake react to the Nala Ray.
Man, if you
And
figure
George
that out,
Janko should have done his due
if you
diligence.
figure that out, let me know, because there's a monopoly that's fast forming that we've been combating. But
Yeah.
usually they just attack me for saying a word about it. The thing is,
Yeah.
is like that's something that's going to have to evolve. That's a position that has to evolve. Like this new position that's going on with that sort of infiltration. It's been going on, but never to this degree. And so I think we're behind the curve on combating it. So I think that is a really good and compelling point, and that's something we need to get on top of, like fucking stat, dude.
I totally agree, because I think they're going to do a lot more damage than the left. And the reason I say that is because they are, what is it?
Well, they are
covert
leftists.
feminists.
They are leftists.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree. Yeah, they are. They're covert feminists.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, look, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Scotty, you're up, bro.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, Andrew. How are you, man?
Just living the dream. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing awesome. 51. I live in the States. Been
You don't
watching
sound
you
51.
Sorry. I know.
You need to smoke a couple more packs a day to get the 51-year-old raspy voice, bro.
I know. Anyway, I've been on TikTok for about 5 months, and I originally came on here because I basically caught on to it with my son. He was telling me that there are a lot of debates going on, like MAGA. I originally came on here, to talk about Trump and stuff like that, but it seems like I'm getting dragged into these Israel debates because I'm Jewish and I face a lot of anti-Semitism with this stuff. And I feel like there's a fracture in the MAGA movement, in the conservative movement. And I am MAGA. I support Trump. I do support Israel.
Well, don't say anti, like I don't care about the words, right? But TikTok will care about it. So just say anti-S. Can you do that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So anyway, go ahead.
I got you. So I'm really frustrated with the fracture in the conservative movement, and I feel like a lot of the debates that I'm having, a lot of the talking points that they're throwing out at me, are based on hasty generalizations, sort of like backward planning. They'll pick a person or they'll pick an event, and they'll create a whole narrative around that. Mm-hmm. Instead of like just saying, hey, take immigration, for example. With immigration, we could blame Biden, we could blame Obama, we could blame, Democrats basically for these open border policies and turning their back on border patrol and what's happening with the jumping over the border and the importing of different values here. And the replacement, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But when I talk to these people and they come up on my panel in my live, they'll blame the Jews because they'll pick like one Jew.
Oh, don't even say that on TikTok, unfortunately. Can't even say that, bro.
Okay, they'll pick one J or one person, and they'll say, oh, well, this organization is doing this, and they import. You understand where I'm coming from? They'll pick the one person or the one event, build a hasty generalization narrative about that, push it, and that seems to be what these empty.
I understand what you're saying. I've actually heard this argument before. So the argument goes something like this. And I've seen a lot of Jewish apologists do this argument from their perspective. If there's an organization, and the organization, let's say it has, I don't know, like 50 or 60 people who run it, right? And it has a hierarchy like most organizations do. If there's one J involved, right, then that means that it's a Jewish organization, right? That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, exactly, something like that. And it's stupid. And they'll name somebody like Soros. Okay, he's a Jew, or Marxist. Well, he was a Jew. And I keep telling him, well, for every Jew you name, who's a liberal and doing this, I can name a Jew like Adelson who's supporting Trump, or like whatever. I don't understand why they're clinging to it so easily.
Well, I can explain, right? So there are J lobbyist groups, and that needs to be conceded immediately. There are. And many of them do have the interest of foreign nations before the interest of my nation, and that needs to be conceded too. So let's concede those 2 points first. Can we at least concede that?
I wouldn't. I would word it differently.
Like Kufi, for instance, Kufi definitely represents not the interests of the U.S.
I'm not familiar with Kufi.
Well,
familiar with
Kufi
AIPAC.
is the largest Christian Zionist organization on planet
Okay.
Earth, as far as I'm aware. There's more members of Kufi in the United States than there are Jewish people in Israel.
Okay.
Like, I want to say that Kufi has 10 to 12 million members. I believe the entire population of Israel is what, 8 or 9 million? Is that correct?
It's about 9 million.
Yeah, it's about 9 million. Okay, so anyway, they definitely have a different interest, right? So they're looking at a foreign interest there, and then I think also some of the foreign interests which come in from Israel or Israeli lobbying are looking at their nation first. I think that that's fine. Ultimately, I think every nation is going to be advocating and lobbying for its own interests before any other nation. You agree with that?
Are they a foreign lobby, or are they just Americans like with AIPAC that want a good relationship or want to support a good relationship between America and Israel?
Well,
Because they seem to
okay,
be-
yeah, sure, but
Isn't there like a
yes,
subtle difference?
there's nuance. I agree. Like that was what I was getting at, is that after you make all the concessions, right, you still need to understand that there's nuance to a position. And many of the people who make the anti-Israeli advocations and things like this actually do include much of the nuance that comes with that, right? The world is a very complex and complicated place. But when it comes down to the individual who's discussing these issues, individuals have a lot of trouble with nuance. They have, I mean, I don't know why it is, but if they hear a position or they hear a thought process or they hear things that people dislike or they like, they tend to remove nuance itself from the idea of the conversation, even though there's tons of complexities which are involved. And that's why, generally speaking, when you go into a live and they start like spurging out about that, or do it the oppositional way, they start spurging out and saying, hey, no, you guys are a bunch of schnazis and this and that, oftentimes is because they miss critical nuance.
All right. How would you propose I attack the issue?
Boy, let me know when you figure out how you can get people to understand nuance, because I never have been able to. I mean, I've been trying for years to get people to understand that positions, logical positions, political positions require an extreme amount of nuance. It's not ever, you can never look at a single issue and extrapolate it to a single group or a single person. It never works that way when you start to explore it. Now, there could be groups or people who definitely exacerbate the situation or significant problems in the situation, but it always requires a nuanced approach. And so the thing is like, I think the first thing is the people who are like America First Jays, let's say in this case, I think that they need to start the conversation with the nuance of, I completely and totally understand that there's foreign lobbying groups who put their nations before mine, including the ethnic group that I'm a part of. That happens. And you know, I think that is disarming enough where then you can get into whatever the critical issues are that you want. But it has to come with some concessions on both sides.
Sure.
That's exactly the point, by the way. The best way to do it, because I've seen this myself. The truth is somewhere in between. There are people that are pro-Israel that are like, oh my goodness, there's no problem whatsoever. There's no Israel influence, et cetera, et cetera. That's obviously not true.
Obviously
and then
not
there are
true.
People, yeah. Then there are people like Andrew and me were in a debate a couple of years ago with the two very intelligent people that are on this side of like a lot of things have to do with Jays. And they said, for example, to me, they said, you know, the Rittenhouse trial, it was all Jays that was prosecuting. And I was like, really? I'm looking at like some, you know, black man who looks like one of the prosecutors. This man's a Jay. Well, he's controlled by them. If not, there are people that go too far. It's like they identify the roots of a problem and they take it too far. So the best way to disarm it, the reason that the left will never be able to do anything against like right-wing people that bring these issues up all the time is because they just out of hand wave it away. They say there's nothing to see here. And you will never be able to connect to those people. You have to admit, of course, there are people that are powerful, influential, that want to benefit their people, their religion, their culture, and their country, and they have influence in the United States.
And we don't want them to. We don't want them to have that influence.
Well, and if you admit that, then it takes it a step further to say, but wait a minute, I think that you're going too far. I don't think that it is an issue that's just you know, with that particular country that led to open borders. I think there were a lot of other people with other agendas, and it's oversimplifying to say, no, it was just this one country and everyone that shares this ethnicity. That's the best way to go about it, in my opinion.
Well, what I generally do is I concede to them that Jays in this country have a disproportional amount of success. And because they have a disproportional amount of success, I concede to them that they would have a disproportional amount of influence. And then we can agree on that. But still, that disproportional amount of influence, if we're only like, say, 0.2 or 2% of the population, whatever it is, I know it's a really low number, and we're disproportionately successful and influential, that would grow to maybe like a 5 or 6%. Okay. It's still such an incredible minority. You have so many more Christian liberals.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Like, even that's not the concession. The concession is that there are foreign nations who run lobbying groups, putting their nation's interest before ours, and we don't like that shit, regardless of if it's Israel or another nation. That's what needs to have the concession. Are you America first or not? That's the question.
They always ask me that, and I tell them, even though I have family in Israel, I am America first.
So if that's the case, then the concession should always be that you don't want any foreign nation, including Israel, to have any disproportionate influence over our government. It's a bad idea.
No, I do not want that. I don't want that at all. But then I also tell them, I'm like, does Israel want the diminishment of United States power, you know, over the world? And they don't, because they need the United States. I'm trying to give them a better enemy to pick, a better target. I mean, why don't they pick the Islamification of America? Why don't they pick communism? Why don't
Look,
they pick
I've
China
seen that people lack the nuance of understanding that. So this is a really bizarre phenomenon that happened, but for a while, I think that a bunch of the Islamics saw like an opening, a political opening, where because people were starting due to the Gaza conflict, they were starting to turn against Israel on that conflict.
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
Overwhelmingly, and it's because there's two reasons for that. The first is because it's a hard justification for Israel to make, and the second is they're fucking had terrible propaganda. It's the first time I ever saw the Israelis just have terrible propaganda defending themselves. And I think a lot of this had to do with the fact that Netanyahu was going through various trials for corruption and other things like this. And I think that almost the propaganda portion of it was put on the back burner because it was not good propaganda. And once that turn happened, I think a lot of the Islamic influence came in and was like, look, we might be able to have potential allies here against Israel. And so what they did was they tried to kind of exploit that division. I've always had the
100%.
same exact position, which is I want my nation put before all nations because this is a nation that I'm a part of, and these are my countrymen. Right. And if I have to choose between my countrymen or anybody else's, it's going to be mine every time. And I don't care if it's Islamic people or if it's Jewish people, right? Their conflicts and issues and things like that, if they're in any way detrimental to my nation's health and welfare, fuck them.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But the country was based on Judeo-Christian values. I believe
no,
that
it's based on Christian values, not Judeo-Christian values.
Well, isn't the New Testament, the Old Testament, basically the Torah? We both have the Ten Commandments.
That's correct, but you have to understand that
there's no Judeo-Christian of America going on here. There's an
that's not what I'm
Islamification
saying. What I'm saying is that when you say Judeo-Christian, that's a Protestant belief. That's not an Orthodox belief. That comes from dispensationalism. That comes from the ideas of believing in dispensations. Orthodox Christians and Catholic Christians, who are that's the original church we're talking about now. I don't know if you know what the Catholic Church was. Their view on Jewish people was not historically the nicest and kindest. Let's put it that way.
I understand.
Same thing with
the
same thing with. Well, hang on, man. Let me make the point. Let me make the point, and I'll let you talk. I promise.
Sure.
And it's the same thing with the Orthodox Church, right? It has not always been such a swimming relationship, and this is due to the fact that Christianity operates on a continuity, right? Nobody's denying that Jesus Christ was Jewish. He was, of course, he was, right? Nobody would ever deny that for a second. But what he ushered in was the end of the religion of Judaism from the Christian view. So when you say Judeo-Christian, what you're doing is you're linking two philosophies and worldviews that actually are not really very compatible at all. At least from our view.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I would kind of disagree. I think Christian values and Jewish values are very much aligned.
Well,
I think, you know,
for an olive branch,
I didn't
there's
even want to take it
universal
into this
there's
direction,
universal
but-
ethics. There's Jewish universal ethics and Christian universal ethics, which do have overlap, right? But I
Yeah.
can make the same exact claim with Islamic ethics. There's some Islamic ethics that Christians and Jews have overlap with as well, and there's some ethics from Buddhists that we would have some overlap with. But the thing is that when it would be like saying Christian Islamic, right? It makes no sense. That's how we hear it if someone says Judeo-Christian.
Okay, let me take it in a different direction then.
Sure.
I'll just say for myself, I support my Constitution, and I don't put I'm not putting the Torah over the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's a lot of Islamification that's going on here in the United States, and these people that are coming to the United States would prefer to put the Quran and Sharia above the Constitution, and that's a problem for me. That's a problem for me. So when I talk to these
the problem is like if you're going to make that claim, I think that's a fair claim. But let me give a little bit of pushback and criticism to that claim, if you don't mind. The truth is that all people groups are going to do this, right? And the Israelis have now embraced secular ethics. They don't embrace Orthodox Jewish ethics, and that's the truth. Israelis have moved towards the secularization of the nation rather than moving towards the Orthodox Jewish, sect of the nation. Now, the Orthodox Jews there do have a fair bit of power, and they lobby the government for things like for the Red Heifer Project and various things like this, which they've gotten millions of dollars for because they actually have government representatives there.
I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what the Red Heifer Project is.
Oh, well, this is it's you know what the Temple Project is.
Nope.
Oh, where they're rebuilding the Temple Mount.
Oh, the Al-Aqsa, that thing.
Yeah. And so,
Okay.
and the government under Netanyahu has sent millions of dollars to this project, just so you know, right? And it's because there are actually hardline Orthodox Jewish people who are now in the Netanyahu government. Like they just are objectively, and they lobby for funding from their own government. They get it, and Kufi sends a lot of funding towards this project as well. But if you inundate, the one thing about Jewish ethics, which is interesting in comparison to Christian or Islamic ethics, is that Jewish people don't evangelize, right? They don't evangelize. But if it is the case that there's a movement of secular ethics, then Christians are going to be resistant to that. Like that's how it's going to be, and every single people group is going to want to bring their ethical system in that they want to live by, right?
Okay.
So that would be my only pushback there. Like I don't want Islamic ethics, but I also don't want secular ethics either.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with this being a Christian nation. I want it to remain a Christian nation. I like this nation the way it is. But like I said, I just don't see the Jayification or bringing those values that you're talking about. As a Jew, I feel like my values are very much aligned with the Constitution, even as a Jew.
And the Constitution's secular.
Okay, but I like the Constitution. I don't want Sharia here. You know, I don't like. I just don't like what I'm seeing in this country, and I feel like the Jays are being scapegoated as the problem for it, which was the original reason I came up here to get your viewpoint on it, to see how we could combat that, because I feel very disheartened with the MAGA movement, with the conservative movement. I feel like it's being fractured, and the Jays of Israel are
look,
the
it is being fractured, and I'm not sure necessarily that it's unhealthy. Maybe you and I have a piece of disagreement here. I do think that this position it's a nuanced position, and I think that you bring up some valid points, but I also do think that it's perfectly acceptable for the MAGA movement to begin looking at foreign nations who might have disproportionate influence in our government and want to move to do something about that. And I'm not so sure that now. Here's the nuance of the argument that I understand from your view. You can take that to an extremity level where Now you're targeting individuals based on their ethnicity specifically and saying all of you guys are the problem. That's bullshit. That shouldn't be happening. We all know that that shouldn't be happening, right?
Well, that's why I came.
But I don't think that there's any problem with the MAGA movement saying we don't want undue influence from Israel in our nation. I think that that's completely healthy and fine.
And I've conceded the point to the people that I debate on my live when they come up here and they say, I don't want this money going to Israel. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. But then I also bring up, okay, now what if you were to say, just fall back onto a free trade arrangement with Israel, and you don't offer them this 3.8 billion a year credit that goes to them buying.
What if we fell back on a tariff agreement with Israel like we do other countries?
Fine. Also, however you want to do it. I mean,
that's what I would do. I would just treat them. I would just treat them like I would any other nation.
Fine. The trade is going to be just offset if you fall back onto like a fair or a free trade agreement with them. You know, all this other credits and all that stuff, it's just going to be offset with whatever arrangement negotiation they come up with. But what I try to get them to understand is, okay, I think Israel. I mean, for me, again, you can disagree. I think that the intelligence that we get from them alone is a net benefit. I
don't think Israel is in a position to tell us no.
Hold on one second. Yeah, no. I obviously, just let me land the plane.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the intelligence alone that we get from them is a net benefit. I think if we were to say cut ties with Israel, because a lot of people, they don't just want the free trade, they just want to cut ties. If we were to cut ties with them, in order to reestablish intelligence assets on the ground and infrastructure with intelligence on the ground in the Middle East, it would cost us dozens of billions of dollars a year. So the intelligence and just, sort of using the Mossad.
Well, what if we did this instead? What if we made a unilateral demand from the United States that the Israelis take in like 300,000 Christians per year who want to immigrate there?
I don't even know why. Why would that be something that we would negotiate with?
Well, because
I think we're getting a little off.
Well, hang on. I don't think so. Hear me out.
No. But my
hang on. Hear me out. I just heard you out.
No. But I didn't even get to land the plane.
I thought you did. And then you said, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm just afraid if we get to a free trade and we don't keep them close to the chest with the credit and give them that incentive, they may get peeled off by China or Russia. And I would rather have them closer to us.
But
so
my plan would do that, though.
Then China could offer them something better.
But my plan would do that. So would you agree with me that like Orthodox Christians specifically and other Christians, Orthodox Christians, I don't know if you know this, but I believe they own 1/3 of the land in that area. Did you know that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's about 1/3. They have a
I know
massive.
that the Christians are only like I think they're like 100 or 200,000 population. You have 2 million Muslims, and the rest are Jews.
Correct. Yeah. I think they have like 1/3 of the land that they already own. And if you look at the tomb of Jesus, for instance, there's an Orthodox church which is sitting on that tomb. So the thing is like there's a vested interest that Christians have in that particular set of land too. What if the United States just said, in order to continue to be a protectorate of us, you have to take in 300,000 Christians per year, and over time, Christians, obviously through the assimilation process, will probably turn that nation Christian. What's the actual value problem there?
And then it wouldn't be a Jewish state anymore.
Why would it need to be? Like, why is there inherent value in it remaining a Jewish state if Christians are in there and they're commingling, and now you have a people group and they turn it all Christian? What's the actual value set issue with that?
Look, as an American, I don't know why I would care what another country wants their
exactly. So you wouldn't care, right? So there's no actual value set issue there if it's America first.
Well, it's not.
Hang on.
It's not an issue
hold
for
on,
America,
bro. Let me finish.
Why would it
finish?
Yeah.
If it's not a value set issue for a person like you who wants to put your country first, right, America, and it's in America's best interest to Christianize the Middle East so that we have people who are more on our side, why can't we make the protectorate demand that we send 300,000 Christians per year into Israel? Right, that'll assist them with bolstering the country, because these are American nationals coming in with dual citizenship who are Christians. The enemies of Israel are going to be far less likely to attack them. If they do this year over year, the population is going to bolster significantly. And ultimately, what's going to happen is Christians are going to take that entire region over. How is that not good for American interests?
What's wrong with being allies with the Jays?
Well, I'm not saying there's anything. But if it's the case
I
that you want to
don't
protect that,
understand.
if you want to protect the nation the best way possible, right? Then why not open it up for Christian immigration, for Christians who want to immigrate to the Holy Land, and then they will commingle with the localized population, and over time you're going to end up with this massive bolstered population, and it's going to be Christian, and that Christian population is going to be much, much better and open and receptive to the various demands of the United States.
I honestly, Andrew, I'm very confused by the proposition, because I'm not making the connection why
Because Christians have a vested interest in the Holy Land. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and if the United States has a vested interest in the security of that region for our own intelligence purposes, and so that we remain a global hegemon, why would it be problematic if we provide the protectionist aspect already, demand that they open their borders for Christian immigration? Why is that actually problematic?
Oh, to demand that they open the border. Are they currently closed to Christians who want to become citizens of
Yes.
Israel?
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Well, it's true. You have to convert.
You have to convert to Judaism?
If you want to become an Israeli citizen, you're a foreigner, yeah. Unless you're born there. If you're born there and you can convert to
Right.
Christianity, it's not much of a problem.
I have some Christian friends that do live in Israel. I wasn't aware that people were not allowed to immigrate.
It's
to
very, very rare. They only allow very few migrants into the nation who are non-Jewish. Yes, that's because it's a it's an ethno-nationalist state, right?
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So
But
the thing is like, if it's the case that our interest is best served with people who have our value structure the closest, why not just make the demand for immigration?
Yeah, I'm just completely disagreeing with you that whether it's a Christian state over a Jewish state, that it being a Christian state would be more it would.
How would the homogeneity?
It would be stronger in defense.
Okay, then
of
explain
the enemies over there.
If that's true, then explain why it is that we don't have the same geopolitical issues with England.
Oh, we don't? I think we will.
No, we
England
don't.
England is being Islamified right now. In 30 years, they're going to be the first.
Yeah, I know, but that's not.
Islamic
Yeah, but you see how
nuclear
you're
Islamic state.
goalpost shifting. I asked you a specific
What?
question. The Christian England, we don't have the same geopolitical issues with Christian England that we have with Middle Easterners, whether they're Islamic or Jewish. So the thing is, it's like, why? I'm asking you specifically why we wouldn't. It's because the value structure is much closer, right?
No, I would disagree. I would think it's because the nation, not the people, but the nation of Israel is surrounded by Islamic states, and not all Islamic states, like Egypt and Jordan. They've normalized relations. But
What would that have to do with anything? If England was,
I'm making the point. I'm making the
go
point.
ahead.
You asked me. They're Islamic nations that are against the existence of the Jewish nation. Whereas in England, we're not dealing with nations that are against England.
Yes, you are. By your own admission, you're dealing with the same people group who is against the existence of England.
No. The people group have infiltrated all of Europe, but they're not nations yet that are necessarily against each other. It's a people group, so it's sort of like a cancer within. And
they're both people groups.
They are metastasizing. What?
They're all people groups.
Yeah, but there's a difference between nations and the
nation of England is being invaded by Islam.
Yes.
So you agree with that,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Yes. You
and
and I
those
agree.
those are coming from satellite nations. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
Who
but
are
they're also coming
sponsoring
from France and
there's-
Germany and
yeah,
whichever.
but satellite nations are sponsoring this as Islamic satellite nations.
Correct.
Yes, correct. Okay, so we totally agree on that. So the
Yeah.
thing is like your proposition here is, hey, if England becomes Islamic, that's going to be a problem. But why? Because that value set is so totally and radically different from the English value set and American value set that we're going to have tons of trouble there. However, absent that value set, England and the United States seem to get along famously. and have almost since our separation, the Revolutionary War. Why would it be the case then, if that's the case, that a Christian Israel would not be better in our interest if that value set was very similar?
I don't understand what the benefit is of it being Christian or Jewish.
I just told you.
Yeah, but I also told you that I believe
First of all, what would the
I
incentive
believe
be?
that our value sets are very similar.
What would the incentive be for all those surrounding Islamic nations to then invade Israel if it was a Christian nation under the protection of the United States? They would have a much harder time, wouldn't they?
You think that the Islamic states surrounding Israel would be less motivated to attack and conquer?
If it was
bolstered
if it was bolstered by 300,000 Christians per year who are immigrating primarily from the United States, yeah, I think that they would be real cautious, because they're real cautious now.
No, but then you would be funding Israel anyway, a different nation that isn't America,
Well, we wouldn't
just
be
because it was
funding-
Christian.
We would be funding specifically Christians.
But
their
you understand
immigration
what I'm
policy.
saying. But you
Yeah,
understand what I'm
I don't
saying.
understand what the problem is. It seems like it's a win-win for everybody.
If you're willing to fund it just because it's a Christian nation against the Islamic states, why wouldn't you fund it if it was a Jewish nation against the Islamic states?
Wait a second.
This is
Wait a
why
second. I didn't
don't
say
understand
you
the same
couldn't.
thing.
Wait. We can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. So you're still funding Israel. All of that's still happening. None of that's changing. You're just
Still a
also
different
hang on.
country.
You're just also sending in 300,000 Christians per year, because you know over time, over the next 20 years, it's going to turn into a Christian state, and those people are going to be much more sympathetic to the primary state, in this case, the United States. And as a person who's America first, why wouldn't you support that?
I support America. America's my country. What Israel does, and you know.
But
you
what's
know.
best for your country is what is best for your country. So if you
What's
can make
be-
the compelling case that this ultimately would be the best for your country,
I don't see how it for my country it's a benefit for. I'm disagreeing with you. I don't see how for my country, if I'm going to defend,
how would 300,000 Christians coming in to the nation, most of which are immigrating specifically from the United States into the Holy Land, how could that in any way, shape, or form not be a benefit to Israel? Can you explain that to me? How? What would be the non-benefit there?
the non-benefit would mean that it would take away the Jewish majority, and the whole purpose of
that sounds like you're more worrying about what Israel wants over what
No,
America
no,
would want.
no, I'm
How
not-
would that be
I'm
a
not-
problem for America if the Jewish majority went away?
Andrew.
Can you answer my question, bro?
I will.
Answer? Hang on,
I'm
stop.
an
Let me ask it.
American.
Let me
Don't-
ask it. Let me ask the question, then you can answer it. How is it that if the Jewish majority in Israel went away, that would be bad for America if it was replaced with Christians? How?
It wouldn't be. But
That's
how
right.
would it? How? Okay, but I'm also saying that it's not necessarily a benefit to America if they don't, is what I'm saying. And you're dragging me into the debate.
I do think
where
it
you're
is
making me
beneficial
you're
to
making me-
America logically. How could it
You're-
not be?
I don't see it a benefit or not a benefit, whether it's a Jewish state or whether it's a
I
Christian
just
state.
explained it to you, and I'll try it again. Logically, 300,000 Christians per year, most of which.
You and I
Hang on,
are
let me ask the
disagreeing,
question. Let me ask the question. You can't disagree
You've
before I
already
ask.
asked it 10
And I'm going to
times.
ask again. I want an answer this time. 300,000 Americans immigrate. Let's say, or I'm sorry. Let's just say it's like 210,000 Americans, and then some from England and this and that. They're all Christians. They immigrate in to Israel, right? How does that even negatively affect Israel? In what capacity would how?
Okay, I'm America first, but from the Israeli perspective, Andrew, you have to understand why the nation was created in the
I
first
know
place.
exactly why it was created.
Okay, so then you know that they're not going to want that.
That would wait.
They want to remain a Jewish
They would be
majority.
protected. They would be protected better that way. The whole point of Israel is to protect the Jewish people from having a horrific event, and we can't say what the event was. We both know what it is. From ever happening again. That's the whole point of the state.
Then tell that to the Jews like myself who came up on your panel asking about this stuff that's happening in America. We see a rise of anti-S.
There's nothing like that going on in America. Like what happened in Germany. Nothing even close, dude. Come on.
I'm saying this is how it starts. It's snowballing.
That's not how it
Andrew.
started there. That isn't how it started there. It started there with there being leadership who was well, it doesn't matter. It didn't even start that way there. But the point is, you're obfuscating. How would
No, it doesn't
300,000?
happen overnight.
How would you keep on talking about how Israel wouldn't like it? Why do I fucking care what Israel wants? I'm talking
You
about
don't
what
have to.
America likes.
You don't have to. I was talking practicality. You know
I'm
that
talking
that's
about
not
practicality. What's impractical about this plan?
you know that that's never going to happen.
No.
The
That's not an
Israeli-
argument. The argument is not whether or
You
not
think that
this would
you think that
happen.
the Israelis would accept that?
Why do we care what Israelis accept? I thought we were America first.
I am America first.
Good. Then if
but
we're
I-
America first, why do we care if the Israelis don't want 250,000 Christian immigrants in their country if it's good for us?
If they want it, let them. All I'm saying is I don't think that
No.
they
See
would
what
go
I mean?
for it.
If they want it. But I don't fucking care what they want. I want what's good for my nation. So if who cares what they want? Why do I care what they want again? Why do I care what they want?
So you're advocating to force Israel to take in Christian immigrants?
You're not forcing them. I'm saying that if they don't, we pull out our protectorate agreement. That's not force. That's diplomatic coercion. You to do this for us, or else we won't do this thing for you. Israel says, fine, we'll do that because we want to keep the protectorate status. How in the world would this be bad for the United States? I agree that the Israelis probably wouldn't like it, but what do I fucking care what they like? What do I care?
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just thinking practical strategy. I am America first. The reason I came up here was because I don't like to see the fracture in the party, and I believe that a lot of the fracture in the party has to do with this debate, what we're talking about now, and the disproportional influence that the Jays or Israel have in the country. I personally, like I said in the beginning, I think our alliance with Israel is a benefit.
Yeah,
I think we got into a lot of the nuance.
Well, the thing is like, right, what we finally did was get into the nuance. And what I was trying to do is explain to you, like, I can give you propositional reasons that you can't even disagree with for how the U.S. could benefit in a way that Israel doesn't. And I still see you not defending the benefit, to the United States. So I understand why it could be possible that some of your critics perhaps think that maybe you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth a little bit. That's all.
I don't see the benefit because you and I disagree.
Okay, well, we're gonna leave it there. I'm gonna give you the last word, but go ahead. But we got to leave it there because I got to get to other callers. But
I understand, and I thank you for your time.
Of course.
I guess the reason we wound up in disagreement over there with the foreign policy suggestion that you made was because I don't see the Jewish value set that much different than the Christian value set. I think that we overlap a lot more than we do with Islam. I don't see Judaism as
but Christians overlap the most with Christians in value set, right?
But what?
But Christians overlap the most with Christians in value set, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then my plan seems like it still would be wiser to utilize.
There's no growing Jewish population. The Jewish population in America is not growing. Okay, the Islamic population is. There's an Islamification of America.
I don't want that shit neither. I don't want that shit neither. Okay, I don't want no.
You conceded that one value set is growing and trying to take over the United States and Europe, and one is not, because one is healthy and loves the Constitution.
But don't you understand? Like you're creating a false dialectic and a bifurcation. I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, while at the same time I can say, look, there's no reason to be doing any sort of persecution against any sort of people group here in the United States. That's ridiculous. So like, no, the answer to that is no. I can still at the same time simultaneously say, on our foreign policy, if it's the case that we're always going to have a better relationship with Christian nations than we are non-Christian nations, due to the geopolitic portion of this, and I see nothing but benefit where we can strong arm and leverage a protectorate of ours to basically allow our people in order to intermingle, and over the next 30 years it becomes a Christian nation, which would be easier to deal with. I don't see any reason not to do it. There's a huge vested interest. Tons and tons of Christians want access to the Holy Land. It seems like this would be big business for the United States. Seems like we'd make a lot of money off of it. It seems like it would do pretty well for us.
Okay. Scotty, would you hold on one second? Would you at least concede? That there are a lot better targets that we could give America first groypers than the Jays in Israel?
Well, I'm not sure.
That was
So,
the whole point of me
I
saying,
see.
you know,
I see.
it's like if there's a fracture within the movement,
Look,
aren't there
I
better
don't. I'm not
targets
a
we could
look.
give them,
Look,
like,
dude. I'm not a
like
graper.
globalism and communism
I'm not a
and the
graper.
Islamification of America?
Hang on, dude.
I didn't say you are. I didn't say you are.
Dude. Let me respond. Okay, I'm not a graper. There's some overlap in ideology, I suppose, because there's overlap with everybody's ideology. Basically, there's like no way to avoid that. But ultimately, I think that it's fine for people to point out issues that we have with foreign countries and their lobbying groups and this and that. Do I think that that can be taken too far to where you are specifically targeting specific ethnic groups who have nothing to do with that? Of course I do, right? There again, nuance in the proposition. I do, and my position is the only thing that I can advocate for. And my position is I don't want the Islamification of the United States, but I also don't want undue foreign influence, including from nations like Israel. And I think that's a completely reasonable proposition.
It's totally fair, and I agree with you. I'm just asking you, which one would you say is the bigger problem?
Scotty, real quick. Like, I think that if I'm giving you advice on what to say, I would say, yes, you ultimately have the right answer. That the focus needs to be, look, what you're doing, these people on the right that have these criticisms about this particular country, you end up aligning yourself with people that despise you and would be worse. And look at the situations we see in like Minnesota with these Somali daycare. Yes, absolutely, you're right. However, I think what you're missing and why you're not going to be able to connect to these people and land this is because you need to be more honest about the influence of Israel specifically. For example, from my perspective, please, let me finish. From my perspective, as someone who is a white Christian, it seems like if people want to denigrate me or my groups on college campuses, no problem. That's no problem. But as soon as you denigrate someone who's Jewish, my goodness, the federal government goes into action. We'll pass anti-hate speech laws for the people of that ethnicity. We'll make sure that we're deporting people that criticize people of those ethnicities. We even had people like Ilhan Omar, who I have no love for, criticizing AIPAC and says it's all about the Benjamins. Congress had to swoop in. Republicans and Democrats like to say, these are tropes that are against people from that particular country, which is nonsensical. And so what happens is I think you sound eminently reasonable. And I think it's difficult that someone like you, just because of your religion or ethnicity, people are going to write you off. And I think Andrew's absolutely right. It goes too far. But you have to understand that there are people in our position that have had our entire way of life, our ethnicity, our religion denigrated over and over and over in this country, and no one cares. The Republican Party's not coming to do anything. The Democratic Party's not. But they'll all jump in when it comes to people of your ethnicity. That's where you're missing and why
And
that it's
Scotty,
not landing.
I got to leave it there. I got to jump to the next caller. I really appreciate your time this morning. That was a really fun conversation. I hope to see you back up here again.
Yeah, I appreciate it too, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Of course.
If you come in, give me a follow. I'll come on the panel another time, man. Thank you.
Sure, of course. You have a great day, dude.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, nice guy. I felt like he was fairly good faith that entire time. So anyway, guess what we get to do now, ladies and gentlemen? We get to grift. No more callers until we reach that. We got to hit that dono bar up. Make sure you go over to the YT side and make sure that dono bar climbs up. We've got to take an obscene profit break here for just a moment, and then we're going to bring some more callers on. So that was a good debate, by the way. That was a good debate back and forth. I enjoyed it very much. I think Rob's going to have to take the next couple here. You're going to have to take the next couple. I'm going to grab some coffee real quick, Rob, if you can talk to the chat. It's grift time, though. They get no more debates until we get what we want, which is all of their hard-earned monies. I'll be right back.
So Andrew has been incredible as an influence in helping me out with my channel and a bunch of other things. And one of the things I'm terrible at compared to him, and it always will be, is grifting. And so now that I'm on Andrew's channel and we're grifting, well, I have to be a little more forceful. So who knows what kind of pain we can inflict upon the audience here. We have a carrot and stick approach. You don't want me to have to resort to like some form of karaoke or something with my shrill voice in order to make sure that you're grifting to end it. So just end the pain now. We'll do with the carrot, get to a simple $3,000 total here on Andrew's stream, and bam, just like that, we're back to debating lefties. Also, we've not even got to the good stuff. You know, out there is in queue rabid left-winger Trump haters that we can't wait to just smack around. So as Andrew said, I thought the last caller was great. I sympathize. There's a lot of people I know that happen to be Jewish, and I think that a lot of times they put up with abject nonsense just because of their ethnicity or religion that people want to outright reject them. But the conversation is nuanced and complicated. So I'm glad that we got to a little of that there. But now is the time for sending in money and not the time for debating. So how's this normally work? Does Andrew just yell at you all? I know we're on TikTok, so I have to keep the harsh words to a minimum. But I'm supposed to yell at you and be like, what are you morons doing? Come on. Send in the money. Send in the donos. Andrew will let me know if I'm doing this right when he gets back. It's very simple. You know you're going to send it inevitably, right? You know inevitably the money's going to get back. So why waste the time, when you could just send the money now and just advance through? You won't have to sit here and yell at you. You won't have to be like, come on, I'm going to go do something while I wait for them to go ahead and get to the next one. Just send it now. Just send it now. Get the Of course, as you know, all your donations go to the agenda we have, which is taking out random countries in the spaces that they are, which is exactly why we're on TikTok. The idea is that we will go into the places where they are and we'll show that we are superior there because we don't need special advantages. All we need is a foothold, and our arguments will always be better than theirs. They have to rely on control. They have to rely on censorship. They have to rely on sort of these big platforms that are being favorable to them and algorithms and stuff. And we say nay to that. We come right into these spaces, even if we have to use ridiculous euphemisms and not use specific language. So please get those super chats in so we can get back to dominating in this space.
Rob, you did do one thing wrong. You didn't yell at me enough. You just didn't yell at me enough to blame me for any of the problems that went. There you go.
Yes. What are you doing, Max? We're
go.
only at 43% of our goal. Thanks a lot, Max. We're looking for a replacement as we speak. So.
That's right. I'm getting fired.
It's time to grift, ladies and gentlemen. And as part of the grift, we tend to hold the show hostage. It is time for all of you to wake up. Wake up and send me all of that hard-earned money today. Wake up. Wake up. Somebody said that they love me, but I'm not getting any of their money. Yeah, you're going to send at least $1, rocking the box. You're going to send at least $1, you fucker. You're going to send me your hard-earned money. Do it. Do it. I don't want some of it. I want all of it. I want all of that hard-earned cash, boys. Wake up.
I watch it real. Look at my life, her tits are banging. I like yours, I like all you. Look at my tummy, no homo, bro. Hello, it's one man drive. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Wake up. Are you wiggling? Wake up, are you getting? Stand up. Are you really man up? Look at my watch.
Give me that hard-earned cash.
Wake up. Are you wiggling? Wake up.
Send it all in.
Are you stand up. Are you really man up? I was in prison, shot caller. Have you been to prison, now baller? Did I mention I was in prison? I do, hold up. Are you sleeping? Wake up. Are you wiggling? Wake up, are you getting? Stand up. Are you really man up? Look at my watch, it's real. Wake up. Are you wiggling? Wake up. Are you getting? Stand up. Are you really man up?
You poor stupid chatter. He says, damn, you fell off and now you doing TikTok was absolutely on my bingo card. Bro, I've been doing TikTok invasions for years. It's been a staple of the channel. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. And after I make thousands of dollars this stream, while you see in my chat saying I fell off, I'm going to go upstairs and kick my feet up and do nothing the rest of the day. Nothing the rest of the day. I'm just going to kick my feet up and
Hey,
enjoy
you fell
myself.
off. Didn't you just do Patrick Bet David, one of the biggest podcasters in the world? Didn't you just do that like last week?
As a man who fell off, we're not going to worry about the details, okay? $20 towards being sat down permanently, whatever that means. Take the damn money. I will. You know you guys are having a good time. Don't lie. You know this is the best damn thing on TikTok right now, hands down, bar none. It's also the best thing on YouTube. Let's not kid ourselves. Day shift sucks, but thanks for the awesome entertainment while I wire this slab on Great Home. Smoky Man, N1SB, thank you. Breaker says for 100-year debates with the machine live was rather meh. Got the impression he didn't prepare and was under the influence of something. Yeah, that sounds about right. For the grift, thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Got to get that dono bar up to 2K, though, before I could possibly continue this. We always lose a few people as the grift goes, but don't worry. They all come pouring right back in the second we get done with the grift. This happens every single time. Every single time the free riders leave, it happens.
No freeloading.
Like I said, you know we're going to hit the goal, so just do it now. Let me get back to wrecking lefties.
Yeah,
No sense
exactly.
waiting.
What are you doing? Got to hit the goal, or we can't possibly be incentivized in this great capitalist nation of ours to continue the wrecking of the left-wing scum. No hard-earned money to send you, Andrew. I don't have a real job. I'm just a real estate broker in South Alabama making myself a latte as I typed. Well, you know what? I'll take that $5 anyway, scumbag. New background and music for the siege in the works. Yep. Mystery is on it, sir. But, you know, we're going to crack our teeth on these things even before, you know, everything is perfect. I've always been that way. Like, let's just dive in and see how it goes. And so far, it's been a lot of fun. You know, Rob won't shut up, you know, just filibustering the whole stream. But, you know, actually, I've been filibustering this one pretty hard. I thought Rob would be tearing these guys to pieces, but I ended up filibustering a lot of this stream. So sorry about that, Rob. New background. Yeah. I thought I could hide in the shadows. You cannot hide in the shadows, Nate. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Rob. Love the early day stream. Yeah, little bit for day shift. Just a little something for the privilege. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. And of course, the invasions will continue as well. But I am rather enjoying the siege as well. For the vacation fund, I appreciate that. Very kind indeed.
Yeah, you both were being pretty bad faith. Very bad faith.
Who was being bad? Rob was being bad faith, not me.
Of course. That's my whole mantra. Bad
Yeah.
faith for the win, you know?
I wasn't being bad faith. Max, you jerk. I wasn't being bad faith at all. Is Moon in the chat yet? Have any of these people
she's here.
woke up? Yeah, Moon, can you add up some dono chats for me, please, and put them on the dono bar? I'd appreciate it. Here's my money Rob gave. Here's my money, Rob. Now quit winging or whinging.
Oh.
I meant whinging. I
Whinging's
didn't know
what I do best.
how else
you know?
to
I can't
phrase
say-
cook Brian's goose, whatever that means. Over on the dono chat side, Moon, $10 comes in from Miss Rachel. Cool, I get to wake up to an invasion, to a siege. $10 from Woman says debate prompt idea, weaponized Christianity versus weaponized social justice. Yeah, that's a good one. $10 comes in from Peachy. Go get him, Andrew. Will do. $10 from Let's Rumble to help get this invasion going. Lit away, Hitawa says nothing. $5. Appreciate it. $5 from Ed. Let's go, Mr. Wilson. Let's go. $50 comes in from Grandmaster Sub-Zero. Don't make me mod, brother. I'll be smiting people left and right. Fair. $5 from Standing While Pooping says, my name is Teklu Ahmad. What? $15 comes in from Jonathan, says paying the grift tax. Fair. $10 from Dakota says, first time donating. Keep up the good work, Andrew. My favorite snack to eat while watching your lives and debates is olives. Fair. Totally fair. $5 from Woman says, how do you think the average impoverished Venezuelan feels about the situation? They seem pretty happy about it. $10 comes in from Mangozi, who says just absolute resolve levels of escalation happening. Yeah. $20 from Anonymous says nothing. Just want to show support for the stream. $20 comes in from Slib Numster. I'm really enjoying this format for TikTok. It's nice to actually listen to the entirety of a conversation rather than getting kicked when you're kicking a lefty's butt. I agree. Totally agree. 25 comes in from Just War, says, great guest, demonstrates how deep the dual loyalties ingrained in other cultures can be. I don't know. You know, his position, I don't know. I just don't think it's a tenable position, but what do I know? $10 comes in from Sean, says, cutting out an appropriate amount of my government disability to power the smoky man's habits. Fair. $10 from Emily, says, nothing, just want to show support for the stream. $5 from Government Minimalist, who says, for smoky man versus the left. Always good. Moon, make sure you get those added up on that dono bar, please. I'd appreciate it. Very kind of you guys to send that in. Let's see where we're at here as the TikTok invasion continues. Thus far, 1,600 and counting. Got to get it to at least 2K. I'm sure after Moon adds those up, we're going to be well on our way. A beer for you on me. Thanks for your work. I appreciate it. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. You know I can't read that. Tiff Buck, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to do. Good morning comes in from Sylvia. Hey, good morning to you as well. Good morning to everybody. The TikTok sieges will become popular because how could they not? How could they not become popular? I enjoyed the convo. Both you yourself and Rob articulated the nuance of America First well in regards to, yeah.
Well, listen, I hope that one thing that's coming across seriously is notice how everybody gets their say. Like Andrew's not muting people. We're not cutting people off. So if you're a lefty and you're out there and you have something you wanted to say, you'll get your chance, you know. So I hope that it's illustrated in so far the interactions.
Andrew, whenever we're ready, there's a leftist that was tagging me earlier, I think, that wanted to come up. So
yeah, we'll let him come up as soon as, but we got to finish the grift, bro.
Oh, of course.
If we don't finish the grift, then
you're practically doing work for free.
Yeah, then we bring up no more. Got to add a little bit to the grift bar here. Apparently, Moon is unable to do so, so I will do it. Just because. Hang on a second. I am going to shortchange myself just a little bit so that I can grift every last dollar from you. Because I'm that way. I'm that way. Let's see, what are we doing here? I'm going over to, there we go. We'll add these up on the dono bar. Not going to be, 100% accurate, but it'll be close enough. Let's see. We will add under the goals. Bring us to 1840. Give or take like $100 that I didn't add up there just to shortchange you so I could get even more money out of you, like the scumbag that I am. Like the scumbag that I am, Carrie sends in $100 over on the Dono chat side. Says, Happy New Year. Great TikTok siege. I'm here for it. So far, so good. $10 from William Richardson says, Happy New Year, Andrew. Keep up the good fight. Will do. Back over to YouTube. So you helped me come back to my faith as a Catholic. I went down an atheist route during the Dillahunty shows. Your decimation of him, Destiny, and many leftists, along with my Catholic wife, helped me resolve my rational struggle with Christian ethics. Thank you. I just want Andrew to feel like he owes me something. Rob, you're a good man. Have a venti caramel macchiato on me. You're gonna get a 2-minute timeout just because that was like yeah. I don't ever want to hear that again from another human being as long as I live. If you ever feel like you can't do anything in today's political climate, a 23-year-old with just a cell phone took down Tim Walz in 1SB. Is that true?
Yeah, Walz just announced today he's not rerunning. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. $5 over on the Dono chat side. Hurry up, Grift. I'd like some entertainment for lunch. Yeah, we're almost there, guys. We're about $100 away before we end this obscene profit break and move back into the siege. Very, very close over here on the YT side. I haven't even added any of this stuff from TikTok. I consider that to all be freebies that I don't have to actually add to the Grift. I just get to keep it. You get no credit for it. I still expect it, but you don't get any credit for it whatsoever. Listening to Mr. Wilson while working and figuring out who stole my pants from the laundromat. Crazy reality I'm in. Fair. Brings us what we're about $85 away. $85 away. Order 60. Oh, God. Come on. Come on with that, man. Come on. Yeah, you know I can't read that shit. Come on. Give me a break. Give me a break. Andrew, I'm the same age as you. I introduced your content to my 21-year-old son. Now he comes home from work every day talking about random streams of yours he found interesting. Keep up the good work. Will do. Your 21-year-old son sounds pretty based, honestly. Sounds pretty awesome.
The Zoomers love Wilson.
Yeah. When they're not like talking a bunch of smack, but they all know that they're stupid and I'm smart. So thanks for what you do, Andrew, for 10. I appreciate that. Almost there, guys. Looks like we're about $45 away. Then we get back to the siege, and then the audience will all come back in, and they'll all bitch that I take another grift per break here in another hour or whatever. You know how it goes. Yeah, Diadromos says, okay, here's my $1. That's really funny, dude. That is so funny. He said, you're not getting anything out of me. I was like, you're going to send me at least $1. He fucking went over to the Rumble chat and actually sent me $1. All right. All right. Well played, sir. Well played. Thank you for what you do, Andrew, for 10. I appreciate that. $5 over on the R side. I think we could view religion in a region like resources, like Andrew was saying, if we had more Christian. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying. The whole point of that argument is just to bring out maybe you're not as much, as pro-America or putting the interest of America before other interest as you might think. That's the whole point of what that argument is there to propose. Where you get your icons? Where do I? None of your business, dude. What do you mean? Just hopped on. Not sure if you brought this up. What are your thoughts on what just happened with Venezuela? I'm having a hard time coming up with arguments to defend it. You mean the completely bloodless arrest of a drug lord? Yeah, I don't. What's to argue about? What is there to argue about? I mean, it was so far so good. It could turn into something more, I guess, but so far so good. What a grifter, says this guy over in the TikTok chat. Yeah, are you new here? Yeah, grifting's my thing, bro. How's the largemouth fishing and whitetail hunting in the north? Well, in the north, it's great. I don't know. I haven't done anything down here in the south. Let the wrecking continue. All right, we hit the 2,000 mark on the dono bar. Rob, what do you say we get back to this?
Let's do it.
What else we got here? Just going to pick some random ones here, guys. Let's see if they connect. B13, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think I might have requested up by accident, but
Oh, no problem. You can pop off, bro. No biggie. That happens occasionally.
yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to have a quick debate. I'm not the best, but do you have any prompts?
Well, no. This has been a prompt-free stream. In future sieges, I'll have prompts up, but this is just kind of whatever you lefties want to like, complain about or whatever. We can get into it.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe next go around, dude.
All right. Have a good one.
You too, man. Mark, can you hear me okay? Mark, are you there?
No.
I can't hear you at all, bro. Nothing.
Holy crap.
Mark? I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, but I had to disconnect you.
A-Train in chat's a leftist, he says.
Okay, we'll bring up A-Train, see what we got here. A-Train. A-Train, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you tell me age and location?
Yeah, I'm 20. I'm in the UK, London.
Gotcha.
Do you mind if I
one second before you do that? Abby, same thing to you.
Yeah, I'm 64. I'm in Texas.
64. Yeah. You
yeah.
At 64, are you still drinking regular coffee or is it decaf?
Oh man, it's straight.
Oh man, you the man. Okay. Well, then we have something in common. Hey, Train, what's on your mind, man?
Yeah, so I disagree with your worldview basically entirely because obviously I'm a leftist, as you would say. So I disagree on, for example, feminism, immigration, religion as well, as an atheist. So I don't understand why you believe what you do. I don't really think that it's conducive to a good society, especially in the USA. Like the UK, it's multicultural. I don't think it's beneficial at all, and it is actually quite harmful. So I'd be curious as to why you believe what you do.
Well, I'm going to leave this one to Rob.
Yeah, okay. So immigration, let's start with that. You're in the UK. Did you find it beneficial when hundreds of thousands of British girls were harmed in the most severe way possible by immigrants from Pakistan because we were afraid to say that they were doing it because we'd be accused of racism? Was that beneficial?
Okay, so as someone from the UK, it's not hundreds of thousands. That's
Your audio is very low suddenly.
it's very low.
Very low. I don't know what happened, but it immediately got extremely low.
Is it still low?
Now it's good.
Okay. All right. So again, as someone in the UK, it's not true. It's not hundreds of thousands. And I don't like the fact that the right especially focuses on it's kind of like a scapegoat. You focus on people of color when you don't actually understand that. In fact, even in the US, Native Americans and Native Brits actually per capita commit a lot more crimes, especially those of attacking younger people. I want to be careful what I say, compared to immigrants or people who are from other countries. So that's not particularly true at all. So I just don't like how you focus on it. So I don't understand.
I don't believe you about those per capita numbers. I don't think that's anywhere near close to true whatsoever. For example, we see the massive problem with Pakistani gangs in places like the United Kingdom. We can see, for example, this data is backed up in other European countries. For example, Sweden used to be one of the safest communities. Now for crimes like that against women, we see that it is precipitously going as they brought in people, particularly from Muslim cultures. So it's just not true. You're absolutely incorrect. As far as the 100,000 number, I will admit that numbers vary, but there are credible organizations that have said in the United Kingdom, including some government bodies and people in parliament, that have said the numbers of the girls affected were over 100,000. Nonetheless, you also ignore the point that the attackers, one, as official documents have showed, many times cited their religion and the specific targeting of white people or Christians as sort of the reason that this occurred. And secondly, the officials said that the reason that they didn't counter this was because they were afraid of being called racist. So for you to come in and say the mere pointing out of this is itself racist sort of gives the game away. You really don't care about these abuses that occurred because the very thing that allowed them to occur, you precipitate again here by saying that I'm racist by focusing on it.
Hold on. You're completely incorrect. You're again making up figures. You're basically saying lies. That's not true at all. It's 100,000. That's absolutely not the case. As someone from the UK, there's no verifiable source that would indicate that those numbers were true.
How many was it, according to you?
I find it so funny that the only difference between you and people from these so-called, cultures which you view as lesser than is just skin color. You believe the same exact things. Republicans, for example, in the US believe in, in certain states, my light went out, but in certain states, there's things like, marriage with people. Again, I want to be careful what language I use, but there's, certain things that are allowed that are quite dangerous towards women, and you guys don't care about women. You're against abortions, which is basically healthcare for women. So it's just ridiculous that you're kind of, again, it's just an excuse for you to.
So I just want to be clear, because I'm against the murder of innocent children, including female children, that means that I'm basically the same as a Pakistani refugee that's grooming young children. That's the argument here?
I mean, for other reasons, you're mainly the same because you're against abortion. You don't support women's rights. You really don't. You're not feminist, obviously, so you clearly don't support women. But on the other hand, is that you're so focused on these other people, but you don't look at the native Brits who actually per capita commit a lot more crimes, for example, ones against women than those foreigners.
Show me the data. Show me the data that per capita native British people commit more of these type of crimes against children in the nature that we're talking. Show me that data. Where are you getting that data?
Yeah, so if you look at British crime statistics, UK.gov, if you look at their site, you can see that compared to
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah, sure.
So this is coming in, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Recent reports and FOI-based analysis show foreign nationals are disproportionately represented in UK sexual offense statistics. The Center for Migration Control press reporting says foreign nationals accounted for 25 to 26 of all the sexual offense arrests and convictions in various 2024-2025 snapshot, despite migrants making up only 9% of the population. Can you explain that for me, please?
Again, you got to be careful with your diction here. It's quite poor. In fact, arrest does not necessarily actually, always lead to convictions. And
no. This specifically says of sexual offenses, arrests, and convictions.
Where are you getting this from?
I just told you, but I'll give it to you again. This is a report that is an FOI-based analysis. This comes in, I'll give you the exact source, in fact. 1 second here. Boom. The Center for Migration Control.
Center for
Migration Control. And this is as of November 15th of 2025, so it's very recent.
I do want to hear that, it's very important to, actually have a credible source because many are quite
What's wrong with
biased.
the source? Do you have a problem with the source?
It's right wing. There's a lot of, for example, GB News in the UK is a very right wing platform. So of course they're going to exaggerate or disproportionately incorrectly state.
If you have some criteria that you would like to utilize against their stats, I'm happy to hear what it is. But it appears that, first of all, I'm going to be super charitable here, and I'm going to assume for just a moment that you are correct. And that this is bias reporting, right? But I want you to think about this. Let's just say that they got this wrong. It's not 25%. Let's just say it's like, I don't know, 15%, and they were wrong. They were wrong about 10% of this. But if it's 15% and it's 10% of the population doing that, that's still disproportionate. Do you understand that?
I mean, it's disproportionate to a certain extent.
Well, it's still disproportionate. So Rob was correct. He said that this is disproportionate by the foreign nationals inside of this nation. There is compelling evidence here that I'm looking at as of November 2025. I would like to have either A, some counter evidence, or B, for you to tell me what's actually wrong with this data, or what it is that I should be using instead.
It's just the issue of the focus solely on certain immigrants from a certain area and not ignoring that immigrants are actually extremely beneficial for the United Kingdom as well.
That's a different argument. Let's not move the argument. Let's not move
Yes,
the
but
goalpost.
why
Let's
is there
stick
such
with,
a
hang on,
focus on
stop.
Why
You're
do you
not
look at
allowed to
native
move. You're
Britain?
not allowed to move the goalpost of the argument
not moving
unless
the
you either
goalpost. I'm just asking why you can't look at
dude,
native Britons.
chill out, bro. I'll let you talk. I promise. If it's the case that this was the argument from Rob was, what's so great about this if it accounts for a disproportionate amount of SA inside of this nation, and it clearly does, at least by the figures that I'm looking at, which are official government figures. According to them, they link to official government figures. So the question then becomes, how is Rob wrong? Don't move the goalpost into some other benefit you think migration gives the UK. Let's start with this without you moving the goalpost. Show me how Rob is wrong about this.
So you're speaking specifically about Afghan nationals, those just that subsect of those people.
Are they not immigrants because they're Afghanistan or Afghani or what?
They're a very small subsect of immigrants who come to the UK. There's not, the majority are not from Afghanistan, number one. Number two,
this doesn't say Afghanistan. This says foreign nationals.
And again, there's other.
You're talking specifically about those people from Afghanistan.
I'm talking specifically about foreign nationals. Foreign nationals.
That's not true.
Well, if it's not true, then give me the counter evidence and I'll pull it up right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's from Afghanistan. I'm looking at it now, for example. You're speaking specifically about Afghanistan, like that one country, and sure.
Where does it say this is only about Afghanistan and Afghanistan-based people coming into the UK? Show me. Show me where this is specifically about that, because it seems to be saying that these are foreign nationals, not just from Afghanistan then.
In addition, if I can, real quick, you cited is the Telegraph, is that right wing? Or if I cite with the Telegraph, will you say that it needs to be dispensed with because it's right wing? Or do you consider
the
that?
Telegraph is more moderate, more center, I'd say.
Okay, so according to the Telegraph, citing recent figures, foreign nationals are more than 3 times as likely to be arrested for offenses of this nature than British citizens. Police made 9,000, this is from basically January 2025. Police made more than 9,000 arrests of foreign nationals for these sorts of offenses in the first 10 months of last year. The numbers, the worst countries, it's not even Afghanistan number 1. Albania is number 1, followed by Afghanistan, Iraq, Algeria, Congo, Morocco, Somalia, Eritrea, Iran, and Sudan, all with incredible numbers that are much higher than the British population. This is according to the Telegraph and the studies they're citing, which you're saying are more left-wing. Now, I've never heard anyone credibly show any evidence that suggests that the native-born British population per capita is more likely to commit these offenses. So I would be interested in you providing that evidence. Instead, what you said is, nah, it's racist and it comes from right-wing sources. I'm sorry, but that's not an argument.
I agree with you to a certain extent that some, from a certain subsect of immigrants perhaps are committing more disproportionate crimes than native Brits or people born in Britain. But again, it's just a subsect. So I'm reading it here from the Migration
What's the
Observatory.
subset?
Afghan, Iraqi, Sudanese, Indian people from
So
those.
so should we stop immigration from those people? Should the UK stop the immigration from those particular subsets then?
From particular subsects, I think that there's a lot more that we could do in terms of integration rather than just stopping immigration because it's necessary. It's more about integration, education.
Why is immigration to the UK necessary from those nations?
Because the population is declining. So kind of how it works, for example.
Yeah, but why do you need to get the population specifically from those nations?
I mean, if the native population or the people in the UK, this is the case for many developed countries like South Korea, Japan, etc., and the US, if they're not having children.
Japanese don't take in migrants.
And their population is declining, which is going to be an issue for an aging population.
That's true, but it's going to be a population which is declining without SA of their women by foreign nationals, right?
Okay, I'm sure when you can't retire at all, you're going to be so worried about this supposed.
Well, Adrian,
so you can retire in a life of luxury as long as the supposed numbers of the things that you're actually quoting as being true. What are you talking about? At least you can kick your feet up in luxury, though. You just got to worry about your daughter getting her ass pinched on her way home, or what?
And again, this doesn't. You're acting like this happens a lot. How big is the population? This does not happen very frequently. Again, it's just exaggerating an issue to make a scapegoat to not focus on the true issues.
It is not. And it's not just a matter of the crime, it's also the cultural changes. And people are waking up to this. And I'm glad, because the claims of you're racist no longer matter. People like me find this to be as benign as saying, like, oh, you're a fan of this team or that. I don't care that you've overplayed that hand saying racism. What I'll say is this, right? The statistics in general for all migration shows that twice as likely to 3 times likely to commit crimes in Britain. That's just Britain. It's worse in other countries like Sweden. I think that it's funny that you came in and you said you criticized the entirety of Andrew's worldview. And then, let's see where your worldview leads to. Well, you support sort of secularism and atheism, right? Which means that people don't have pro-family values. You support abortion, which means that people are less likely to have children. Then with all the problems that come with that, you say, well, now we need to mass import people from cultures that are committing more crimes. All of this stems logically from your worldview. Andrew and I's worldview would be a Christian worldview that would suggest not prioritizing materialism, but prioritizing the family and Christian values, which would mean we wouldn't be in this position where we'd have population decline, necessitating that for economic reasons, we bring in people with massively different cultures that exacerbate all the problems that we're talking about.
Okay, so you said a lot of points there, and you obviously stated that you're pro-family values, pro-Christian values, but again, you're forgetting that if you want your nation to develop as a hallmark of a developed nation, again, around the world, we can bring up many examples. You're going to have women in the workforce, which inevitably means women are going to have more independence and they're going to have less children. That's just something you're going to have to deal with. And what you guys try to do is quite sneaky. You try and, remove abortion, apart from very fringe cases, to try and
say smushmortion, please.
Yeah, my bad.
It's because stupid TikTok. I know you didn't mean anything by it. I'm not holding it against you. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, so you try and stop, or you try and make people have children. I'll just say it like that. And so that's what you're trying to do to sort of go around the issue, when in reality, there's nothing wrong with immigration. Again, the USA, for example, even more so than the UK, is a nation founded on immigrants, many waves of immigrants, Italian, Irish, Chinese, many waves of immigrants come in to the US. And so that, and again, it's worked well. This is what people said for years and years. They said, oh, it doesn't work. These people are terrible. They're doing terrible things. But again, they assimilate and they contribute to the country. So again, this is why I say it's fear mongering, and it's not actually conducive to helping your country as well as the UK either. This rhetoric that is dangerous, again, is I don't understand.
Again, the dangerous rhetoric, the controlling of language, the implying that merely talking about the issue makes you racist or is somehow dangerous is exactly the problem that led us down to this disastrous path in the first place. We are literally talking about that sort of being the idea that allowed the mass harming of children in places like the United Kingdom to continue almost unfettered for 20 to 30 years, which is despicable and disgusting. The idea that, like, well, we need women to be in the workforce to have a successful society. No one's suggesting, at least not my worldview, I think Andrew would say the same, that women shouldn't be allowed to work. What we're saying is the materialistic...
By the way, they were never told that they couldn't.
That's right. Even in the 50s...
Women in the United States and in the UK have always been able to work.
As we've seen the push...
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll give you right now, I'll send you $100 if you can show me an official English policy ever that said that women were not allowed to work.
Well, their opportunities were more limited.
Yeah. So then when you say women were not allowed to work, you're lying.
No, I can see they're allowed to work, but they don't have the full opportunity to work where they want to in certain areas. That's quite...
Which areas were they demanding to work in where they couldn't?
So I guess male-dominated areas like construction.
Women don't work in construction in the UK now.
Being a soldier.
Hardly none of them work in construction in the UK now, and there's almost no female infantry in the UK now.
But my point is that
and there's almost I mean, this is the problem, right? Is like, this is feminist revisionist history. Women always could work in the UK. They always could. And you know what? They did this. The exact top jobs in the UK right now that women do are the same exact top jobs they did 200 years ago. They do teaching, they do medical care, they do things like that. The same jobs that they did 200 years ago, dude.
Yes, but we still have, it takes time, of course, to, to socially move women into STEM areas.
What do you need? You had 100 years. 100 years and they're not doing it.
I mean, we've definitely seen an uptick of women going into STEM fields, as I said.
You've seen an uptick in them going into universities, and universities have now been completely and totally polluted with the lowest common denominator. Going to university used to be something which was designed for the best and brightest, right? And what happened is they now have it accessible for everybody, which means it's worthless. Degrees are now worth. If everybody can do it, it's completely and totally useless, dude. It's now the equivalent of a high school degree.
I believe only 38% of people in the UK actually currently have a degree. So, 38% around that figure. So it's actually not the majority. And it does actually indicate that you can, turn up every day, do a task, and that's quite useful for a job.
So does a high school diploma.
And listen, let's be clear, even in the United Kingdom, I happen to know a little about this, right? A lot of this has to do with sort of DEI goals and sort of this cultural Marxist, when we need to prioritize people of color and women, et cetera, et cetera. And this does two things. One, it means that you're not getting the most proficient people into these fields. Secondly, it's actually racist in the opposite way. And so according to studies that I was reading about 3 years ago, the group that was doing the poorest educationally in the United Kingdom was people that were economically low on the scale that were white. And there's almost no institutional help for them or any cultural shift to say that these people need to be helped.
You got to say YT on TikTok, Rob. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. YT. These stupid rules. Nonetheless, what you can see is, right, that there is all of this cultural momentum to say, oh, we need to help this group, this group, this group in the name of diversity. What ends up happening is you end up into the same problem that you claim that you wanted to solve. You're picking and choosing winners. You're not having a meritocratic society. And furthermore, you talk about women entering the workforce as this great positive, and yet countries around the world, including the United States, were huge world economic superpowers when women were about 30% of the workforce, such as the 1950s. As we've had a mass push to encourage women to now be about 60% of women are in the workforce, what has happened? Real wages have declined. the top end of the spectrum, the companies that are hiring the massive corporations, they're raking in profits because you have doubled basically the supply of workers.
Let him respond, Rob. Let him respond.
Yeah, I was about to say, you said a lot of stuff. Number one, I just got a question for Rob. Can you define communism?
Can I define communism?
Hang on. First, what does that have to do with what it is?
Because I see you guys use a lot of these terms like Marxism, communism, and I don't believe you truly actually know what that means.
Marxism is the movement towards a stateless, cashless, governmentless society.
Thank you. And that's not what's happening.
So wait, so I did understand. So hang on. So I did understand what communism was.
I didn't know if Rob understood. I was asking him.
Rob knows exactly what Marxism and communism is. And by the way, what is stage 1 to communism? Socialism. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And the socialism is the movement towards industry being controlled by the state. Communism is a stateless society. Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
So then I did know exactly what it was, and Rob knows exactly what it is too.
Yes.
All right.
And when I use the term cultural Marxism, if that's what you, cultural Marxism is merely that if Marxism sought to look at things based on economics of the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, we could look at all groups and categories as oppressor versus oppressed.
Okay, great. I'm glad you know. So if you do know that, you'd understand that that's not what most leftists, I would say, are advocating for. Especially, is not communism. It's more perhaps a hybrid of capitalism and socialism. For example, in the UK, we have the NHS, which is state-funded healthcare, which it would be great if you had that in the USA. But I don't know, Republicans just won't let that happen. But I do want to also respond to your point about DEI, which you said that. It's kind of, you said it's sort of reverse. I've got to be careful with my words, but reverse racism against white people, which is just not true. It's just giving an opportunity, for example, for people of color, women, people with different sexualities as well. It's just giving them an opportunity to be in fields which they typically be, discriminated against. It doesn't mean they're not qualified. This is something Charlie Kirk said as well. It's utterly ridiculous that, I wouldn't want a black pilot. I hope he's qualified. It's utterly insane. Of course they're qualified. It's just making sure that it's diverse, which is useful. It's good to have people from different backgrounds.
Let me ask you a question. A question before Rob gets into this. I just want to ask you one thing. Are you a big believer in democracy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then how come you don't believe in an anti-immigration policy, considering that democratically your country has voted against mass migration for about 40 years?
You might be referring to Brexit, I'd imagine.
Not just Brexit. They voted against They've literally voted in any party which says that they're going to limit mass migration. That's what they tend to vote for, overwhelmingly.
Yeah, unfortunately, people like Nigel Farage and people like you spread misinformation.
Yeah, but that's democracy, and the government actually won't uphold the will of the people there, even though they democratically vote these people in to limit this. You just ignore them. Why don't you go to the government and demand that the will of the people be enforced and no more mass migration if you're such a big believer in democracy?
I mean, we had a general election about a year and a half ago to sort of change things. But again, immigration isn't the issue. I'd argue, and I think you'd probably agree with me, that it's perhaps the top 1%, the owning class who is just, again, with tax loopholes, taking so much money from services. And that's why wages are stagnating, because they, quite frankly, if we even look at AI as well, jobs of the people are working, and the people you care so much about, those working class people, are being taken away. They're being, replaced, and it's nothing to do with immigrants. That's not the issue. Again, if the owning class was willing to pay more in taxes and contribute to improving the state, then perhaps it'll be better. So I don't like this focus on immigrants, and this it's very divisive.
I just noticed that you didn't actually answer my question, but that's fine. I'm going to let you go back with Rob. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if I may, and I think it's a salient point, most polling suggests around 65 to 67% think that mass migration is far too high in the United Kingdom. And it's one of the big reasons Labour would get crushed if there was an election right now. And even the Tories, people are moving away. They want reform because they're tired of this. On the DEI thing specifically, I'll be brief on this. It is not true that it's just about giving opportunities. Name me the opportunity in the United States or the United Kingdom that, for example, a black woman can't apply to be an airplane pilot. In the past 30 years, what were the laws, the restrictions, whatever, that prohibited a black woman from doing that?
Again, this is another fallacy I see. You guys try and focus on, oh, well, it's not written in paper that it discriminates against this color of people, that they can't go in. But you need to remember that, social movements kind of take time to catch up with laws that are written down. So just because a law is written down that says, oh, this person isn't discriminated against, for example, the Civil Rights Act, doesn't mean it happens immediately. So there's still bias in individuals. Just because the system might not be discriminatory doesn't mean the individuals who make up that system don't hold those views, which is exactly why we need to implement things like DEI to make sure that everyone gets a fair opportunity. That's fundamentally it.
Okay, so what's that look like? Let's say that I own an airline, right? And it so happens that 90% of my pilots are YT men, right? And what would you then have the government do to change that?
If there are two people who are perhaps equally qualified, for example, if one's of a certain color, another one's white, one's black, or one's a woman and another one's a man, I'd advocate for the minority group, which would in many cases be a woman or a black person or someone of a certain sexuality. I'd advocate to have them come in other than the person who is for example, the white man, because we need diversity. Diversity is good, and we need to give opportunities to these people. It doesn't mean they're not qualified. It just means that we're giving an opportunity to make it more diverse. I don't know why diversity is such an issue to you. Like, why does that?
It's not an issue to me. It's an issue to you and people that share your worldview. They repeat this mantra that diversity is our strength, which is abject nonsense. If I'm someone who's flying, I want the pilot to be the most qualified person. Now, you say equally qualified, but there's almost never two people that are exactly equally qualified. And the devil's going to be in the details here. What you just suggested is that the government should force private employers to hire people based on race or based on biological sex. And that's nonsense. That is actually antithetical to what the civil rights movement was about. The idea that you would want the government to force this upon people because you don't think that their mentality's caught up, it leads to the logical extension of what happened and what Charlie was talking about. For example, your SAT scores could be precipitously lower as a person of color to get into an Ivy League school than if you were, say, someone who was Asian or someone that was YT. This isn't about equal opportunity. It's not about equality of opportunity. It's about equality of outcome, which is equity. And that in itself is horribly, what's the word I could use? Bigoted.
I think the issue here, especially with you guys' worldview, is that you're looking for equality now in a nation that has never been equal. It's always been unequal from the start. Especially black people were. I want to be careful.
Say BLK. Say BLK.
Sorry, BLK people were. Second underclass citizens. Let's just say women as well were second-class citizens. There's a lot of discrimination that has been the history of the US. So I don't know why. It's just funny how you forget all of that and act like, oh, this isn't fair. They're just mistreating us. Your whole nation has been unfair towards people of color and women and other people of sexualities as well. It's been unfair the whole time. So why is it when they're finally getting a leg up for equal opportunity and equal access to the opportunities that are available, you start complaining? Of course, unfortunately, in a country with a history of discrimination, there's going to need to be some positive discrimination, which is the term for it, to enable them to have opportunities as well. That's just the reality of it.
And I appreciate the admission, positive discrimination, a euphemism for just discrimination, which is exactly what you're talking about. And so much of this movement is just anger and revenge against YT people or against Christians or against men. That's exactly what's going on here. For example, we can see in the United States, nearly 60% of people that obtain graduate degrees are women. Well, does that mean that we should say, well, that's not fair? About 50% of the population is men. Or do we look at fields where there is a higher percentage of people of color or a higher percentage of women and say, now listen, wait a minute, we need equality of opportunity. We need more men in here. We need more people of varying color. Should we do that? And of course, you give the answer away. No, we like that. That's, quote, positive discrimination because of past sins. We do not judge people or discriminate now because of past sins. That just leads to a never-ending cycle. The best we could do now is say every nation in this world has had some sort of discrimination in the past, and we try to put that behind us and move forward without the government doing those things.
Why are you blaming these institutions, or why are you upset that the fact that men just simply aren't doing better than women in, for example, in school, which is why women are, as you said, 60% of the people in university, and that's increasing.
Yeah, but who has the trade degrees? Who gets most of the trade degrees?
Well, no, it's an interesting question. So what happens is when we see a data set that shows that certain groups that are considered oppressors are doing better, such as YT people, Christians, or men, we say, see, there's a problem with that. We need diversity. We need to get those numbers down. But when we see the opposite, when we see, for example, women doing better, we say, well, that's just because women are better. And we shouldn't see, yes, my point exactly is that. It's to say that when these numbers have discrepancy, that proves that it's somehow intentional or societal bigotry is nonsense. And yet, every time we see the groups that you dislike or feel are oppressors that are favored in those particular groups, we say, oh, that's a problem that needs change. Really, what your world ideology is that it's a problem if men are doing well. It's a problem if YT people are doing well. It's a problem if Christians are doing well. And as someone who fits all three of those groups, I categorically reject your attempts to sort of make me empathize with the fact that I should cheer for my own group's destruction. It's nonsense. And it is, as you admitted, discrimination. I'm against discrimination. You're for it.
Okay, no. Other groups doing well does not mean the destruction of your group. Even your terminology here, destruction, just shows how much of a victim mindset you have. Women doing well, people, BLK people doing better, does not mean the destruction of your groups. It's, again, not my fault that men just can't compete with women in school, for example. Girls do better in school at learning, listening. That's just the case. That's not the fault of women. You can't be upset at them for that. That's just your fault. Again, for example, Andrew said men are going into trade school more. That's good for
men
them.
are also penalized in school. Boys are penalized in school. Rough and tumble play is penalized. The fact that they're rambunctious and boisterous is penalized. The fact that all of the rules are tailored for female behavior, men are indeed penalized. And here's the thing. If it was the case that we went back to schools which separated the sexes, I'm not so sure that you would have the same exact issues that you have right now. And there's no actual reason to have co-ed schools. There's no good reason to do that, to have co-sex schools. Like none. There's zero good reason for it.
I would actually say that I as a person who went to an all-boys school, I was segregated by sex at my school. I think that's actually good. There's research that indicates that women or girls tend to do better when they're in a
So when you make a
school,
claim that there's there's no bias here, that's actually not true. You know that there is actually a bias towards boys in schools. You know that that's the case. For instance, things that probably wouldn't bother you, right? School ground fist fight, right? Probably wouldn't have bothered you when you were in school, right? Your mates, what do you call them there? Your mates clock each other a bit on the school ground, right? You guys get around, fight. One of them gets a dust up, right? A little bit of a bloody nose, and it's over with, right? Nobody cares. But what do you end up with an official policy now? Your police come in, they arrest them, right? This type of thing is actually penalized, and rambunctious boys fight all the time. They wrestle all the time. They push each other around all the time. For us, it's fun, right? It's actually a fun activity for boys. So like pretending that they're equally treated or that the rules aren't tailored to girls, I think is silly, dude. I think that's a silly argument.
Okay, I love that you say this. So I'm hoping, Andrew, that I'm going to see you advocating for more men to be teachers and for more men to be educating in schools. Because again, this is kind of on the fault of men for not actually going into school and actually,
I think that there's high risk. There's a lot of high risk for men who are inside of schools which are dominated by females and female students. And that if it was the case that you separated these schools out by sex, you would see a lot less problem with men going in to be teachers of all boys schools. You'd find a lot less problems with that.
Again, I'd need
because the social stigma would not be there anymore, like it is when you have to tailor all the rules to girls. So I do think that you could easily remember that there used to be a lot of male teachers inside of when schools were sex segregated. And why? Because there was no annoying stigma around this anymore, nor any threat to them getting accused of some type of sexual impropriety inside of a female dominated space. So I don't think, and I do advocate that we should go back to having sex separate schools. I think that was a great idea.
I do want to, again, counter the misinformation of this sort of view from biological essentialism that boys are naturally more aggressive and, more boisterous, which, again, to a certain degree, but it's very much.
Then what's the misinformation? They are. You just said they are.
Is this notion that boys, must be acting this way?
I didn't say, hang on. You see how what you just did there was a smuggle. You called something misinformation that wasn't said. It was a generalization. Boys on average are much, much more boisterous, right? And they're more prone to wrestling and various things like that than girls are, especially in the age group between somewhere around 10 and 15. That's very common for adolescent boys, not as common for adolescent girls. And by the way, all the data backs me up on that, not you. But what you just smuggled in was a monolith. You're saying that all of them must be this way. I didn't say that at all. I'm making a general statement about how generally you see boys behave. And we can't ever tailor or craft any sort of policy for everybody. There's going to be unique circumstances and differences between people. That's always going to happen. But as a general rule, yeah, boys are more boisterous than girls. Do you think that that's not correct?
Do you not think most of that is probably due to socialization and the way you socialize them from when they're young?
I don't think so. I think it has to do with the distinction and how hormones in their bodies react. So boys, especially when they're coming into testosterone, you have to learn how to deal with that. You have to learn how to deal with, well, I mean, not to use crude language, but like popping one, right? And at random times, the fact that you have hormones raging in your body, the fact that you have testosterone surges and may have fits of, wanting to wrestle or compete or do contact sports. There's hormonal distinctions between boys and girls and in different age brackets, by the way.
I don't doubt that. I just think it's,
So it's not just social conditioning. That's the problem. It's like, and by the way, we do tend to tailor things around biology socially. Like, for instance, chairs. We use chairs because there's biological characteristics about people that we're trying to accommodate.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there's biological difference between the sexes, but again, and you see this with sort of, I don't mean to, pivot anywhere, but you see this in sort of I don't want to trigger TikTok guidelines, but, people who switch genders, let's just say, you see this again that, the sexes, they're so different. Men are like this and women are like that. When I'd argue within a gender, so intra-sexually, there's probably a lot more differences between them.
Well, intersex and transgender are two totally different things. They're not even in the same universe. But listen, I've given you a ton of time here on the live. I hope you enjoyed yourself. You're welcome to come back up whenever you want. I want to move on to some other callers, and I hope you have a wonderful day, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Can I say one thing just that I wanted to just the point I was making to end it? Like, it's very interesting how this works. The idea of positive discrimination and an admission that, yes, we need to pick people of color, etc., over YT people, etc. Diversity is our strength. Oh, we've been victims. And then when you're like, I don't like that policy, he says, quit being a victim. I mean, it's incredible the gaslighting that goes on here. We should be allowed to judge you negatively for your race and have that be a detriment to you because we claim to be victims and therefore this is justified. And when you say, I don't like that, they say, stop being a victim.
Now, Abby's been sitting there the whole time. Poor Abby. Abby, did you want to weigh in on the convo here?
Well, A-Train is a little misguided. I think it's lack of life experience. I think he doesn't possess the contrast necessary to be able to make weighted judgments. I mean, he sounds educated, but there's.
Have you ever heard of the term educated idiot?
System. I'm sorry, what?
Have you ever heard of the term educated idiot?
Oh, absolutely.
There's a lot of those.
And I'll tell you what, some of the things you guys were talking about, I think I can reflect on my own life, having made it all the way to 64 years old. I can look back on my life and see the direct contrasts, if you will, between the way things were when I was growing up and the way things are now. For example, we would show up first thing in the morning. We meaning, all the boys, would show up to school first thing in the morning in high school. And the first thing you did was you went into the secretary's office or the receptionist's office for the principal. And we would all hang up our guns.
Oh, I can't say that word.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we would all hang up.
You would all hang up your pew-pews.
There we go. Yeah, we'd hang up our pew-pews and go to class. My history teacher, Mrs. Jackson, first day in class, I'm in 10th grade, and she's calling roll, and she she calls out my name, and I said, here, and she hesitates, and she pauses, and this woman looked like she was as old as history, and she just stands there and stares at me for a moment, and she goes, are you Mary Jane's boy? And I didn't know what to do with that. I'm stuck. Well, after school, I went home, and my mother's nickname was Mary Jane, and I said, Mom, do you know Mrs. Jackson? And she gave me a look and goes, is that old bat still?
Sorry. I accidentally muted this guy. I didn't mean to do that. So I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Totally bad faith.
I got a question for Rob, though. I got a question for Rob, just on a side note, if I may.
Sure.
Rob, whatever it is that you're taking and you're eating with your Wheaties in the morning, man, I want some of that.
It is
golly, man.
Oh, natural. I'm trying to lose weight, but if I could real quick on what you two are
referring to your weight, dude. I'm referring to your
know.
level.
Thank you.
You're highly intelligent, but you're also high speed. And it's like, wow, dude. I mean, this guy, he rolls like a freight train. I love him. He's awesome.
Thank you.
Well, Abby, we're only looking for ops this morning. But I appreciate your call, and I hope you have a wonderful day, man.
Okay. Well, there is something that I do disagree with here. Okay. Now, I'm not the kind of guy that leans left or right. I'm the kind of guy that leans on the facts. Okay. And there's a huge debate. I mean, across the internet. This is an example of one of it. And the question is what are we getting done? What are we getting done with this?
Getting done with what?
We can have all the debates in the world, but if we don't come to conclusions that create actions, what are we getting done?
You mean politically?
In any sense.
Well, I
think
think
what are getting done?
Yeah, I do think that this has been my experience anyway. I've been debating on the internet now for years, and I do think it does change a lot of people's minds.
Okay.
And especially on specific issues. And I do think that does translate over to how they vote and begin to think about things. So I do think that is quote unquote getting shit done.
Well, all right. I mean, I do have to agree with you to a degree. I think I see the logic in that, but it doesn't translate to something that people can immediately see in my book.
Well, that's true. But working on people's worldviews takes a long time. Like, I don't know, you're 64, so you've run into this, I'm sure, where you have like a friend who's kind of stupid, and you work on them and work on them and work on them, and one day they just kind of get it, and you're like, man, he finally gets it. You know, like everyone has one of those in a group. So,
oh, Andrew, I wish you knew which world I grew up in, man. You wouldn't even think I was from Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, it is true, right? That you end up with one of those, and it's like, it takes a long time. It takes a long time to change people's minds about things. It takes many conversations.
Can I give you a quick example of how things are getting done culturally? Right? I despise The Atlantic. I think it's a left-wing rag. And yet they had a report, it's germane to the conversation we were just having the other day, where this guy who happened to be YT, who was in media, they put out this whole thing, and it's probably going to win a Pulitzer, about how YT people are being screwed over in the media, in academia, and in Hollywood and the entertainment industry. That would have been impossible 10 years ago. There's no chance. You wouldn't even have heard that sort of rhetoric on right-wing spaces as much. Now, left-wing rags like The Atlantic have people coming out saying, yes, this has gone too far. Same issue you could have with people, we'll just say, that are biologically confused. Now, the Overton window shifted so much that the left can't help but try to ignore or run from those issues because they know the average person's fed up. So things are being done, but you're absolutely right. Politics is slow, and real-world action and pragmatism is slow. It starts with changing minds, and I think we're doing that, and hopefully we see the fruits of that in a pragmatic sense going forward.
But dude, we gotta move to the next caller, man.
Okay.
I really appreciate it. You have yourself a wonderful day. Don't mean to be abrupt, but we still have some ops in the background. Max, you want to bring up a couple more ops?
Yeah, man, I got you.
Thank you.
I am actually pretty surprised at how pretty good these discussions have been.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Well, I just jinxed it probably.
Probably. And if these go wrong, you brought them up, so it's your fault.
Yeah, okay, I did. It's totally my fault. Yeah. Let's see. Mike. All right, here we go.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh no.
Hey. So I've been watching more.
First, can you start with age and then location?
Oh yeah, I'm 18. I'm from the UK, as you could probably hear. So yeah, sorry. So I've been watching your like content for a while now. I'm not gonna lie. Let me start off by saying, starting off like watching your content, I fully disagreed with every word that came out of your mouth. But over time, I felt like I started to like understand like your worldview better, and the fact that you're not a red pill, but in fact you're in Christian ethics and stuff like that. So kind of like just doing my research basically. So there's a few things I agree with you on, a few things I disagree with you on. I think the main thing I might disagree with you on is probably your view on like, okay, let me start off by saying, because I don't want to get anything wrong, right? Let me start off by saying I'm not a good debater, so forgive me. But so where do you stand in terms of like expanding human choice when it comes to, or like females' choice when it comes to either pursuing a career or being an early mother, if that makes sense? I don't know.
What's an early mother?
As in like pursuing motherhood at like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, but it would have
uh-huh.
to be contextualized. Like, I don't think that pursuing that outside of a marriage is good.
Okay. Yeah. Same, because I'm also Christian as well. But something that I do believe is I feel like it should be about like when it comes to like women, I think choice is very important when it comes to like whether it's pursuing a motherhood at an early age, when it comes as in like 18, 19, 20, so on, but also like having the choice to pursue your career and use your youth for to basically like pursue your dreams, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Do you think?
So what's your take on that?
Do you think that
Mhm.
so would you and I agree that women are going to have the best childcare outcomes on average if they begin having children somewhere around 20 to 28, 27, 28 is going to be kind of like that best window?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I understand like the biological point of that.
Yeah,
Like,
so if that's the case, I'm not saying that that women can't go and like get a higher education. That's not even the principle here. The principle would just be this: why would you want all of the top-down propaganda to abandon that biological necessity, which is necessary for human existence, and instead not have the top-down propaganda be like, look, have the children and family first, go to school later. Right? Go to school later. That way your years are spent wisely, right?
Yeah, that is a really good question and a really good point. And I'm definitely not opposed to it, but again, like I feel like it comes down to like whether she wants to do it or not. I think that's important because like
sure. Look, I can even grant this, right? It's up to her if she wants to do it or not do it. I'll just grant that, right?
Okay.
But why as a society wouldn't you be pushing the propaganda from the top down that this would be a better way instead of pushing it the other direction? That's what makes no sense to me. It's like, you still have the choice. No one's going to tell you you can't, right? But shouldn't all of the propaganda be, hey, this is going to lead to better outcomes for my society and likely for you too, right?
I get what you mean. Like, are you saying like it's mostly based on like what's being promoted more? Like,
it's what's being promoted. Like there was a big push
propaganda being promoted
when I was young for all girls to go to college. That was the big push, right? All of you need to go to college. All of you need to go to college. All of you need to go to college. And a lot of them had massive regrets after because by the time they started getting in their career, which was now in their late 20s after college, by the time they even got established in their early 30s and got married, most of them couldn't have but one child if they were lucky.
Yeah.
And it was and they had huge regrets about that. And it's just like you don't even have to be exclusionary to at the same time give the promotion of the ideal.
Yeah, I do understand that. But like, I just want to point out, this is where we might disagree, so forgive me. But like, I still think like it's like I'm not sure whether you grant this or not, but it's still possible for women to give birth like in their late 30s and stuff like that. I mean, like there's
I'm not saying
still
it's
like
not
a lot of
possible,
risk.
but every single year that goes by, the risk greatly increase for their child's health, for their health. right? And the chances are they're going to have a partner who is of similar age, and their sperm's
Yeah.
actually going to degrade as well. So the
Okay.
complications go up on both sides drastically. And it's like, look, and by the way, the recovery even is not great. Women in their early 20s and even their mid 20s tend to bounce back from pregnancies very, very, very quickly. In their 30s, it
Yeah,
gets a
that's
lot
true.
harder. This is just like with men, right? So if I were to go out drinking all night when I was in my 20s, no problem, man. I'm up the next day. I'm at work. I feel great.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. And then when I got in my
Mhm.
30s, I got up and felt like death walking. So
Really?
yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes quick, I'm telling you. But look, I appreciate the
Okay.
call, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Yep, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Next one up, Max.
All right. Let's see.
Blame Rob for all of this.
Yeah, what can I say?
It's all your fault, Rob. We'll bring up. Oh, this guy's got a Joseph Smith profile picture.
Mormon.
What's up, Andrew?
I can't hear you that well, man. Your audio is
You hear me
very
now?
low.
Is
Yeah,
that
I can
better?
hear you better now. Yeah.
What's up, brother? I
Yeah, well,
am
real quick, can I get your age and
go ahead.
location?
My name is Joseph Zamora, born 1993. I live in Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Dum.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I
man.
grew up Mormon.
Yeah, that was
I
me.
know a lot of Mormons.
That was me so mean.
I'm a Trinitarian. Andrew, I wanted to ask you a serious question. Like, I've been a Trinitarian now since 2023, right? I wasn't active in LDS, but I was in diapers, baptized, did seminary in high school, and I realized it was bullshit. I was atheist phase as I went through, and I still believed that was Christianity. And when I first got into it in 2023, like, why? I understand what the Pope is. Why would I choose the Orthodox? It seems more logical to me, but why should I choose them over Rome?
Well, because that was the original church, and it hasn't innovated, and Rome did.
Okay, so would I have to? So I have to get rebaptized, obviously, because I only have a Mormon baptism.
Well,
I don't have a Trinitarian.
Yeah,
I didn't
they
get Protestant
probably
baptized.
they believe in, that's going to be up to like the church and your spiritual father and stuff like that. I
looked it up. I
can't
looked
tell
it
you
up.
what they're going to say or not say. I can't tell you that, man. That's outside my domain.
Well, if I was Protestant baptized, at least in the Trinity, I heard they would accept it, but they won't accept my Mormon baptism.
I don't know. You're gonna have to talk.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to talk to the church specifically about that, man.
So I've also heard the Orthodox do we hold to monarchy Trinitary?
Yeah,
like
so
only the
monarchy,
Father.
Yep.
Okay. Now, one more question, because I obviously, I'm still like, the division is confusing to me still, but I understand the dangers with Protestantism. Like, this last girl thinks she's a Christian that goes to progressive church with a trans pastor. That's a building with a stage and a band. I realized the problem with Protestantism really early. So I really want to find the true church. It's just hard to believe that, if I don't go to one true church, I'm going to be doomed. But obviously I understand there's traditions that matter.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to kick you guys, but this is for ops only. This is not for people who want to have a pleasant conversation about, like an AMA. That's not what this is. This is for people who want to come on and debate about issues that are concerning to them. What's
How's
up,
it
Leon?
going?
How you doing? Can I get your age and location?
Yeah, I'm 31 and in North Carolina.
North Carolina. Whoa, what is that in the background?
My PlayStation. Sorry about
Oh, no problem. I mean, PlayStation's awesome, so maybe we can agree on that.
I'm sorry, it cut out for a second. I didn't hear that.
I said PlayStation's awesome, so there's that. You doing any
Yeah,
Helldivers?
PlayStation is far superior.
Yeah. You doing
I have
Helldivers?
Helldivers, but I have Helldivers too, but I'm on Arc Raiders right now.
Okay, gotcha. All right, what's on your mind, man?
So I watch a lot of your content, and I agree with a lot of what you say, but I was listening to you earlier. I learned a lot I made a TikTok when I was watching your invasions and things like this. But I heard you earlier. You were talking about accelerationism with one of the guests, and I thought it was interesting because you said, I think maybe you kind of agree that accelerationism could be logical or could work, but that you think we should do it like slowly.
Well, first of all, what are we accelerating towards?
So my belief, obviously, I think we all agree kids on puberty blockers is bad. Allowing a bunch of Muslims to immigrate into America
So
and
what you're
have their
doing,
own cities.
so you
is
want to
bad.
accelerate towards conservative values or right-wing conservative
Well,
values?
yes, but the way that I think it would work like most effectively is to if the conservatives aren't gonna like pass the policies that we believe they should, then why should we vote for them? Why not accelerate the process by voting in the extreme leftists? They're all absolutely fucking insane. I know it sounds crazy, but when it gets bad enough, I believe they'll come begging for the evil YT Christians, us YT Christian men, to actually come and save them. They'll come begging.
And where are they doing that?
So I'm sorry, what did you say?
Where are they doing that?
No, I'm saying I think they will.
Yeah, I know, but where are they right now? I mean, things are way worse in other places than here.
Well, can you give me like an example of
Like the
somewhere you're
UK,
speaking
for
about?
instance. I would say like London, for instance. You're not going to find the equivalent. Not even Dearborn, Michigan is going to be the equivalent of what you'll find in London.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think I think it's beginning in London. Like you can look at France, for example. They're burning the police cars and things like this on the street.
The French have done this before. They do this often. And you used to see a lot more of the UK stuff going on with soccer hooligans and riots and stuff like that. Right? It's actually quite tame. Ultimately, it's actually quite tame. Even the Robinson thing is pretty tame. But the thing is like, when do we get to see the them coming begging thing? Because I would feel like we would be at that. But so from my view, what's the difference between what you're proposing here for accelerationism and just giving up? What's the difference?
Well, the difference is because you're saying, well, why aren't they doing this now? They haven't taken women's rights away.
Hang on. Not my position right now, just yours. The specific question is, what is actually the difference between what you just proposed as accelerationism and just giving up?
Yeah, it's not giving up because they will come begging it. To me, it seems trivially obvious to me because, like you cited London, for example, or the UK or whatever, they're not taking away women's rights there yet. They're not saying no pride parades in public, no homosexual activity in public, blah, 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 blah.
Can you use a TikTok friendly? I know,
I'm sorry,
I want you to convey what you want to say, but just like do me a favor, do me a solid on the live,
Yes.
Because there's like nothing I can do about it. But
I'm trying. I really am trying.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so I understand you don't like any of these things. I get it, but how is what you're proposing not giving up?
Well, because I think that they aren't begging, like I said, begging for the Christians to come and save them in London or these areas because it's not bad enough there yet. So that's why I think once they're saying, well, women that aren't dressed in the whatever the I think it's a burqa or whatever, women that aren't dressed in this, you're fair game. We think you're all degenerate or sexual or degenerate sexual degenerates or whatever.
So when do you think this will happen? When it's 60% Muslim?
No, hell no. I think the Schnazi party in Germany was only 30% of the population.
Yeah, no, not the opposition to Muslim. What's the percentage of Muslims you think would need to be there before opposition? Yeah.
I think maybe 10%, 15%, because
haven't we already crossed that Rubicon?
Not in America. The
No,
population
in the UK. In the UK.
I don't know if they've passed 15%. I don't think so. They're probably like 5.
Well, I mean,
it's still that bad.
In major cities, they have, right?
Yeah, so I guess you could look at some cities and the population, but if you're looking at just specific cities, I would say 50%, like in Dearborn or Hamtramck. I think in Hamtramck, Michigan, it's
Well,
40
nothing's
something
happening in
percent.
Dearborn.
Yeah, in Hamtramck, Michigan, they banned the pride flag from public. Do you think that I could do that in North Carolina, in any city, as a Christian, if a bunch of Christians got together?
Nope.
Of course not. And it's because Christianity is viewed as a YT religion. Islam is viewed as non-YT. And so
Well, here's the thing. I
left
have no
are-
reason to believe that if leftists feel that the left-wing value structure that they have is under threat from Islam, I think 100% they would stop mass migration from Islamic nations immediately if the percentage was too high. If they felt that the left-wing value structures were under assault, I see no reason to believe that under accelerationism that you wouldn't just end up with a huge amount of mass migration in these nations anyway, end up with this kind of minority group at that point. Why is it that you think that leftists, if they feel like their ideology is under attack, they'll put an end to that, but they'll just keep bringing on immigrants who they can put their ideology on, wouldn't they? Why do we assume that they're going to just stop that?
Well, it's you make a good point. It's definitely a gamble. I think you would have to be very active in how you were managing it as well. You would have to be on if you were actually going to implement accelerationism into practice. You'd have to be very active. You'd laser focused on like step by step implementing it
but
in the way that you want.
That's not going to happen, man.
Of course. Well, I don't think it could be done. Maybe it couldn't be done in practical reality, but I truly believe if it's bad enough, if these people are realizing, hey, because right now they're in a delusional belief that what if I
offer a different view? Let me try to offer a contrasting view. What you're saying is like this. This is how I see it. So we're in the trenches. We're all in the trenches together, right? We have all these issues that we jointly don't like. And the enemy seems to be overwhelming. They're like overwhelming the position. You look at me and you're like, hey, Andrew, just let them have it, right? There's nothing to be gained here. We're just going to get run over, right? And let them have it because, after they get it and they have it for long enough, they're going to have to come to what's left of us anyway to help them run the show, right? That's what you're saying. And the gamble there is that after they overrun you and you flee the position, they're not just going to continue to dog you down when they're in the position of the power of the trench to eliminate you forever. The second issue that I have with this is like, well, there's a chance if you stay in the trenches and all of you fight your asses off that you could affect some change here. You could maybe turn the tide of the battle. So to me, it's akin to giving up.
Actually, yeah, I kind of agree with that when you put it like that. I think you're right, actually.
So that's just kind of like my 2 cents on it, man. But look, I appreciate.
I'll concede. Yeah, I think you're correct. It would be better to go down fighting. I think you're right.
At least from my view. But anyway, I appreciate it, man. You have a good day. I'm going to bring the next caller on. This one's for Rob. Go ahead, bring the next one up, Max.
Gotcha. Let's see. We'll bring up CK.
Louis CK.
Louis CK. Ooh. All right. Go ahead. CK?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, CK. Can we get your age and location?
Yeah, I'm 28, and then I'm in the States, Washington D.C. area.
Yeah, you don't even have to be specific. In the States is fine. Like I don't want to know any particular specifics, Like I'm just doing the stupid TikTok thing. But go ahead.
No, definitely understandable. Yeah, thanks for having me up. I do have a somewhat of a point of contention. But before I get to that, I do want to thank you, Andrew, specifically. Just real quick, I actually just got engaged last week. And I actually found you first through Fresh and Fit when you were on there. And I was a big time red pillar man. Like I bought into all the poor prescriptions. And honestly, ever since I saw you, I started to look into Orthodoxy, became a catechumen, now engaged, and kind of made a complete 180 in my life. And it literally started just from that one episode that you were on there. So I really do want to
Well, that's all
thank you for that.
That's all you, dude. I'm a political commentator and political debater. You would have found it anyway. Trust me. If you knock, the door will be open to you. I just happen to be there. So, but anyway, I appreciate that. What's the point of contention that you have for Rob here?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, I mean, I know that a big thing that you'll appeal to, or you appeal to, is obviously Christian ethics. But my point of contention would be more likely on this idea of like lowest common denominator of Christianity. I think that ultimately it's going to continue to perpetuate the problem. I know oftentimes you say like, oh, the left can't really agree on things, but I almost feel the same amongst Christians at times. So I would kind of put a little pushback on that. And I just don't know.
Well, let me give you the counter. Here's the counter that I have.
Okay.
Leftist values, because most of them are atheist, agnostic, things like this, they don't seem to have universalization with values. They like almost none. In other words, they have like a vague notion of this thing bad and that's it. At least with Christianity, whether it's Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, they call themselves Christians, whether they are or not, that's up in dispute. And most Protestant denominations, there's going to be some universals that we're following. Can we at least agree to that?
Yes, I would agree to that. Sure.
Yeah. So then that's got to be the superior position, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like I might be a little extreme in saying like, I do think ideally like an Orthodox monarch would be great, but I don't think we're anywhere near something like that.
Yeah,
so
that's pie in the sky shit, right?
Yeah, that is
pie in the sky. The thing is like we're gonna work with the hand that was dealt to us. We can't do anything about that. Here's the hand. It's been dealt to you. This is what we have to deal with, right? We're going to try to still win this poker game. So if that's the case, and these are the cards that I have, I'm going to take the universals. Like, what else can I do? There is no other pathway, right? I have to take the universals because that's at least something.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, if you look at it that way, yeah, it's better than nothing. And it's better than nothing. That there is a common enemy, we could say.
Yeah. Well, at least a commonality for ethics that we can at least agree on, so that we can point to this thing over here as bad, and at least we can come together to stop that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
gotcha.
All right, man.
All right. Thanks,
Andrew.
Appreciate
Have
it,
a good one. Next one.
Thanks
man.
again, man.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right.
Ops only, guys. Yeah. Ops
Ops
only.
only. Let's see.
Hey, hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew. I watch you since about like 3 years.
Oh, well, it's nice to meet you, man. What can I help you with? Oh, I need the age and location.
Yep. Yes. I'm 33 years old. I live in Sweden right now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm Arab, so like I would speak in English, and if I might like just use the logic that we all accept.
What's the logic that we all accept? Like modern logic?
No, humanity, real humanity. With all the methods like that we share, either we are Jewish or Muslims or Christians or like Buddhist. The logic that like 12 years old or 10 years old can like be friends with, okay?
Or can understand.
I don't want, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't want to live in Sweden. I don't want to come to America. I don't want to go anywhere outside of my country. And I know that you have the same idea that like, because I watch so many people and so many kind of people, and they just feel relaxed and comfortable with the people that they are from the same area or like city, or
Yeah,
so like
sure.
even in my country, as Syria, like we have like me and the guy on the 48 kilometer away, we are not like so close as the guy that is my neighbor, right?
Sure. Yeah, this makes sense to me. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So like I looked through the history, and I saw that Muslims, Christians, Jewish, and so many cults have lived in like Syria, the Levant area, Syria,
Yep.
Lebanon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
since
lived
I mean
together,
this goes back to Alexander the Great in Afghanistan, right? In that whole region.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm fairly familiar with the history there.
Yeah, so like the whole area, we lived like the last about 1,000 to 1,300 years. Okay, we lived like with like surely we would have fights because like we are on the corner or like on the crossway between three continents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like logically, like sure there will be some more because like humans like to make up shit like like unfortunately either
Yeah.
they are Muslims, Jewish, whatever. Okay,
Yeah.
so like what we want now is just like to speak as like citizens, as humans. Okay, we don't want to like push our politics. We want starting with the thing that you do, like making the whole community accept one logic, that like agree on one logic, at least like a good majority of. Okay, that we don't need to kill each other or like go send our sons and brothers and whatever to Ukraine or to Syria or like to whatever. Like we just want to stay home, man. Like we just want. I have Christian neighbor. He's like from Montenegro. Okay, and like I'm very friendly with him in Sweden. And I like when I lived in Syria, my city Hama. Like actually, the street that my balcony on the other side is like a whole community flute. I'm sorry, a community of Christians. Okay, and we were like very friendly with them. Like so, like me as citizen, I believe that you as Christian, whatever you are, American, you would feel like comfortable at like or accept like American Muslim, like American, like a real American. I'm not talking about immigrants.
Yeah, I get
And
it. So like
it's the
say it's
same
a second generation person who's raised Muslim.
Yeah, who have like he understand what's the difference, that he need to adjust, like to not go like collapse with anybody or like collision with anybody. Okay, and it's the same in Syria. Like if you as American came to Syria and have like your son or your grandson, okay, in Syria, I promise you, your grandson, okay, he would be like like Christian, and he will be like very acceptable in the community, okay, because like he adjusted the things that the culture in this area need to stay calm.
Yeah, I
okay?
I understand what you're saying, but what are you getting at here ultimately?
Okay, I want just like to start educate the people. Okay.
Well, hang on. The stream is for opposition to my worldview. So if it's the case that you have an opposition, I would like for you to
I'm on the opposite side. I don't want you to come to my country.
Hear what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. I'm on the opposite side. Like I'm on the opposite side because I don't want to come to your country and I want to leave your country. You understand me?
Then why? Then I don't understand though. You're in a Western nation right now, aren't you?
Yes, and I'm working very hard to go back to my country because like it started to fix up. But like I need to fix up some fucking issues. Like I sell my car, which is broken, but like I can get like about
you have conditionals.
off.
I get that. You have conditionals. Yeah,
that's what I mean. But like otherwise, I don't want to fight with Swedish people because like Swedish people, they were very nice with me, and I accept when like I see not racism, but when I see people that like don't want me to be here, I accept that because like I know that I'm making a difference in their country. But doing that, my government can't draw back all the Syrians out of Europe, and like your government, it does America, like it won't draw all the Americans back from the world. But me and you, as humans, we can search about like a piece of logic that we can start to share with everybody. So we don't go like, except when our country want to send us out like to fight with anybody. That's what I want you to focus on.
Yeah, but I think that I understand what you're saying now. Don't you?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, but do you understand that what you're saying right now, while it sounds good on its face, actually sounds to me to be somewhat self-serving. So when you say things like, we don't want, I don't want my country to be sending men out to go to war and things like this. I get that, right? But when you also say, but I also don't want your countries to, aren't you actually saying that you just want the West to stop going and interfering in Middle Eastern affairs? That's basically what you're saying, right?
No, that's the second point. The first point that first we need to share one logic everywhere, like put like 10, 20 points or whatever it is.
Well, I think we
That
do share
not-
one logic. I think that I'm a logical monist. I think there's only one logical mode, and I think that
and
is
you are
shared.
Christian, and I watched at least like 200 to 300 hour for you, and I was like accepting every logic that you are hitting when like you are not speaking about me, what like you are speaking about the community. Okay.
Yeah, when I'm
But,
not
like,
speaking about
now,
Muslims.
yeah,
I
so
get
like
it. Yeah, I get it.
yeah,
I
so if
understand.
we search about what we agree on and speak about what we agree on, like we would agree on something. But if we kept like speaking about what we don't agree on,
Yeah.
like we will club like I
Well,
will.
look,
you know,
I'll have you
this
up on
logic.
I'll have you up on a different stream. I'm gonna do one soon. It'll be a Muslim stream. I'll just have Muslim ops come up and we can discuss these issues more in depth.
I'm not your op. I
Oh.
don't kill anybody. I want peace.
I know,
Thank you very
I
much.
mean, just oppositional
Yeah,
to views.
I understand.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm just trying to put some dark humor comedy.
Yeah,
you know,
I
I understand
yeah.
I understand the vibe in America. I didn't visit America, but like I watched so many of your movies, you know, and I know who's on your character, like who's the actor who's not like with you, the people, and I know who's like a doll. Yeah, so like I know a lot of things about you guys. So like, be comfortable to know that I see your point of view. If you want to
talk about it, yeah, we'll do.
No,
We'll
if you
do.
want to what they call it when two cars like hit each other.
Butt
Collision?
heads, butt heads.
Butt hedge, yes.
Yeah, we
Well,
can-
like
yeah.
I could understand that you have logic behind that. It didn't happen since you were a child. That you like you woke up like out of your mother, out of your mother.
I
and when
wasn't.
you
born- I wa-
opened your eye.
yeah.
I want to kill this guy. No, it didn't
No,
happen.
of course not.
Well,
yeah, of course not. All right. Well, look,
That
man,
isn't alive.
I appreciate.
Thank you very much
the
for
call.
giving me.
You have a good day. We'll bring the next stop up.
Do you want a lib or someone that's anti-Trump or someone in the
I
chat that
don't
was
care.
anti-Trump?
Either one is fine. Anti-Trump is good. Rob's chomping at the bit.
Yes.
Are you a name or I'm sorry, age and region?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet, dude.
Okay, let me move my mic a little bit here. Yes, my name is Corey. I'm from South Carolina. And
We get your age too.
I'm 35.
You're still a little quiet, by the way. Any way you can turn yourself up at all?
Let's see here. That's about as loud as I can get.
Got
Can you
it.
hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you better.
Awesome. So, a couple things. I was just concerned about the Trump presidency and how we can compromise on the promises that he has not kept. For instance, saying that the mass deportations will be happening and really only going after additional criminals that have committed felonies in the country and not going after, agriculture workers and of the like and hotel workers and things like this. He promised a lot of mass deportations, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but ICE actually hasn't even posted any deportation numbers in quite some time.
So
And
I'm not, you're right. I obviously would like to see that data, but it was the same argument they made with the economic numbers. They hadn't published it for a while, and then the numbers came out and they were good. Look, in general, yeah, you're right. I would love personally to see far more mass deportations. In fact, I'd like to see every illegal go. The truth is, though, Trump is experiencing roadblocks not just at every opposition level, but even in his own party. And so every little thing, he tries to fire some low-level worker, and there's some district judge somewhere that's going to, impede that. And so it's difficult for him to be able to do this. What's happening, though, is I think that you're seeing the public narrative right now go in a place that I'm shocked that it's going. I think that you are seeing more and more people that are like, yeah, we want these mass deportations. And so right now we're in the phase where the opposition sort of rioting, engaged in the language of the left, insurrections against ICE, attacking them. Remember, they shot at ICE and took out 2 detainees that were being detained in Dallas there. So, yeah, more could be done, but it's certainly much better than it would have been the opposite way. The border would be flooded. and we
Sure.
wouldn't see anywhere near the actions we're seeing.
Yeah, I can give him his flowers, on, shutting down the border and all that. That's wonderful, but I honestly haven't seen much about the wall being built either. You can sign executive orders all day long, but the next president comes in and
Well,
just
what?
reverses them.
Well, how do you propose he would do that?
Well, allocate funds for a border
Who
wall,
who allocate funds?
Right. I know that the Congress or whoever's in
So
charge
so
of the
the thing
budget.
is that what you're actually proposing is that Trump go and ask Congress for funds for a wall, which he did. And what did they tell him?
Yeah, I get that, but at what point can we continue to compromise and get basically bent over and over and over again until we realize
Well, I
that
don't see
nothing's actually
this.
gonna.
This is the thing, and maybe Rob can expand on this, but I don't see this as a compromise. So, what's the compromise? Trump can't give us a wall. Congress won't authorize the funds. He secured the
Right.
border. He's doing, from my perspective, he's doing everything within the executive limitations that he can possibly do to bypass Congress on most of these issues, if he can. But for the most part, he's going to be hamstrung by what he is allowed to do constitutionally, right, via executive power.
I'm just waiting, I guess, for it to get so bad that we actually get someone to just ignore all this stuff and really take power and actually do something about it, because it's frustrating because over and over it just gets worse and worse, and it's not
No,
just
but
that.
listen, I don't disagree. If you catch me in my normal stream, I'm all the time talking about like things need to happen faster. But if I step back and look, you have to be realistic as well. For example, I'm someone, if I ran for president, my day one promise would be disbanding the FBI. But logically and practically, is that going to happen? Probably not. So when we look at not just the direction of the conversation, not just the securing of the border, and not just ICE laying the groundwork, and at least publicly going into these areas, in addition to that, we can see almost every job that's been created under Trump has been in the private sector and to American-born citizens. And so the problems we saw with mass migration, sort of the cultural problems, Trump's out there yesterday showing about how many countries, immigrants, how much public welfare they're on. These are things that Trump is incrementally trying to tackle. It's difficult when the judiciary and the legislative branch is either against you or they're just not working. So, yeah, it's no reason to get blackpilled, though. The fact that Trump's doing positive things in the right direction, and he's not perfect, of course, and we see how much people are like, no, go further. That's a good thing. That's the Overton window switching. And then hopefully, as we go further, we can get more people in Congress and more presidents that'll take it to the next step necessary.
Yes, I mean, I see the Overton window switching over, but how long until that switches back? I don't think that a lot of people in this country, if we actually did mass deportations, would go along with it. It's kind of a double-edged sword. You have to really take control and ignore some of these ridiculous judges and things like this to actually get things done, because it just becomes red taped.
You know much about war history?
I do pay attention to history, yes.
Yeah, like World War One. Pretty familiar with that war?
Yes.
How much ground on average in trench warfare did one or the other side take in a day?
Not much at all.
How much is not much?
Well, probably not even a mile in some situations.
Feet.
It's pretty bogged down.
Feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes feet if ground, right?
The worst war in history.
And then they would get pushed back 3 feet, move forward, 10 feet, get pushed back. Sometimes maybe they would push forward a quarter mile and then get pushed back a half a mile and then get pushed forward a mile, right?
Yep.
The Overton window is that way. So the thing is the Overton window going to start sliding back the other direction? Yeah, it is. But the question is like, if you take 3 feet and they push back and they get 1, and then we take 3 more feet, they push back and get 1 foot, and et cetera, and keep this up, then it does end up going in our favor, right? It's like, this is just a political slog. It's a very slow burning political war. It's not quick.
Yeah, sure. I totally get that. That was one point I wanted to bring up. Another issue that I do have with the Trump administration is the promise to drain the swamp and then subsequently endorsing people like Lindsey Graham. who is the swampiest swamp creature to ever live, I think. I don't understand why he continues to endorse people like this. And it's not just Lindsey Graham. I mean,
Because
it's a
Lindsey
lot of
Graham has tons of political connections and can help him with funding, and that's what he needs. He needs money.
And look, let's be clear. Yes, again, right? I mean, he appointed John Bolton in the first term. Now his DOJ is indicting John Bolton. Yes, you're right. And I would like to see more on that. But if I'm going to look at it from the other perspective, the truth is right now, the coalition that allows Trump to do anything and to get elected does include some of those people that we would consider from the swamp. So you look at his first administration, it's like all these people in like all these agencies, FBI, DOJ, State Department, etc. Trump even said this on Rogan. He was shocked at how many people he had to appoint, like thousands upon thousands. So what happens is there's not people that are technically qualified for that job that are outside the scope of the swamp. So he points people that he trusts to fill out all those lower level positions. And a lot of those are going to be people that are, quote, in the swamp. The system is so corrupt at this point that we're almost bereft of people outside the system that would even know how to get into it. Like, I'm sure Andrew would love to be press secretary, but he didn't get that call, right? How do you get to that position? So I think that Trump has to be pragmatic and realize, although someone like me might want him to be like, let's scorched earth, to heck with Mitt Romney, to heck with Lindsey Graham. He knows how the game's played. He knows that there's still a power base there. And even though it's his party and it's the MAGA party right now, he cannot accomplish what he wants if he totally goes scorched earth
Now,
on the Lindsey Graham. So he plays nice.
I disconnected you, caller. It's nothing personal, but I want to move into the op callers. Do we have an op caller?
Liberals in chat, please tag me.
Yeah, tag them.
They know.
While we do that, let's grift a little bit, right? We got to grift before we finish up the stream here. We have not hit the dono goal quite yet, right? We're only at 70%. It's because I haven't taken a moment to grift. So, but yeah, I want the last portion of this segment to just be only progressives, please. So, if you're a progressive caller, you want to call in, you want to tangle up, happy to do it. So,
just tag me.
Until then, though, we need to grift. We must grift. The grift must continue. Which means send me all of your money, your hard-earned money. By the way, I got to check the donos, guys. I haven't checked the dono chat here in a bit. Hope you're enjoying the siege today. It's a little more relaxed, and we don't have the prompts up and a few other things like that because we're not used to doing these yet. But so far, so good. And I think that we can make these fucking awesome. All right, let's see. $50 from, let's see, Black Flame Nova. Saw an old video of you doing a debate. You were kicking ass then, just like you do today. I don't think people give you enough credit with how long you've been doing this and how good you are at it. Well, I appreciate that. $50 comes in from Flavius, who says this may have been the most civilized TikTok panel to date. Well, yeah, because we're in charge of it. $50 from Steve, the cheap SOB, says daily daytime invasions may be a good move. You could be the new Rush. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be the new Rush. Is there a single op left on TikTok? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're there. They watch. They just get upset. I don't understand. They get upset because, well, you know, come on. They suck at debating. Let's be real.
Notice how the libs don't even really come to the lives when you're the one hosting too.
Yeah, well, I'd love to. I'd love to debate. Oh, la, la, la. Okay, now's your chance. No.
Well, I don't have the mute button, so I can't possibly debate.
$5 from Little Mickey says, love from England. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Appreciate it. Love the hair. This is my just rolled out of bed in the morning hair. I hope you guys like it. My favorite hairstyle to date. It's my I just woke the fuck up and came down here and started streaming hairstyle. Bi-monthly Google Play credits. Don't know. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Dono bar cranking up about $900 away. Philosophy Power podcast. I'm here. I'd love to debate. Okay. It looks like there's people there who want to come up, Max.
All right, I'll bring him up. Who would you say? What name?
I don't know. Just something I read there.
Let me see.
What is it? Philosophy Power podcast, I guess.
Okay. Let's see. Philosophy Power. There he is. All right. I'm bringing you up. All right.
What's up, man? Mind
I'm
you,
brand new to this app, so
gotcha. Mind you, a couple things. We're discussing politics today, not deep-seated philosophical concepts. So
Damn it.
Yeah. Are you here to actually discuss politics?
I wanted to
discuss why God ain't real.
No. I wanted to talk to you about your debate with and DebateCon with Richard Carrier and the mere is that you were talking about.
Oh yeah. That's gonna bore everybody to death. No, political streams today, man. We'll do a philosophy stream soon, though. You can pop up on that one if you want to. We can get into it.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, I've been watching your stuff for a long time, so I'm just kind of excited to be on here with you. I've checked out all your debates and stuff. So I'm a philosopher. I watch a lot of debates. I've done a lot of debates myself. So
awesome. I am. I'm glad to hear it. But yeah, we can dive into that in a different stream. Just politics today, bro.
Sure. All right.
All right. Take care. Anybody else?
Libs only.
Anybody
Please,
else?
libs.
Progressive scumbags only allowed.
Step right up to get clobbered.
Well, or you can, debate, I'm sure. And the great progressive debaters.
Do you want to do Schmishmortion?
Yeah, I guess that's fine. I don't know why. Like, I guess if somebody wants to do a Schmishmortion debate, but what you don't want to talk about Trump and politics and all the stuff that you guys are always spurging about on TikTok. You want to talk about Schmishmortion? You know what? Actually, forget it. No, we want Trump ops.
Okay.
People who are anti-Trump, people who are anti-Republican Party, people who are anti-socialist. That's what we want. So those are the people we're looking for.
Meanwhile, send in the donos
Yes,
as
of
they
course.
muster up their strength.
As they muster it up, if they can. They never can, though. Let's be real.
Progressives, tag me.
I'm something of a philosopher myself. That's funny. I'm something of a philosopher myself. Of course, Andrew streams at 7 a.m. Oh, come on, man. Isn't it like 1 in the afternoon now? It's
2:30.
Yeah, it's like 1:30 in the afternoon now. I don't even know what you're complaining about now. I started the stream at what, like 10? Something like that.
No, dude, it was like 8 or 9.
Oh, I don't know how long it was. Who cares? Who cares? Not important. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's not even early now. I don't know. I don't know what you're complaining about.
We've got an anti-Trumper here.
Yo, Andrew, what's up?
Oh man.
Hey, huge fan. I'm a libertarian, so I guess we could start there.
Bro. All right.
Well, libertarian's fine. All right. So,
Well, again,
what are you anti-Trump about?
I don't like his foreign policy. I think he's killing a bunch of Orthodox Christians for no good reason. I think that needs to stop immediately.
Can you say unaliving for TOS?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. And I get all messed up with the TOS too. Well, I'll let Rob take this one. He hasn't really had a chance to get his debate in today, really.
Yeah, Ukraine. Is that where you're referencing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think that Trump's original policy in Ukraine, I think what he didn't realize was just how incredible the opposition was to it. His plan was decent, right? Which is get a stake of the United States in there, get an immediate ceasefire. The United States gets mineral rights. And then we look to Russia and we say, look, next time you can't come in here because now this is United States assets. So the response will be different than if you're coming into a third party. Unfortunately, that was sabotaged by a coalition of Zelensky and working with voices in the European Union. And there's an awful lot of people back home in his own party that are insistent that we continue to send this money. So I think that he's been doing a good job perceptually of trying to end this conflict. Obviously, we judge him on results, and it hasn't happened yet. But as far as much of the money being sent and stuff, I don't know really how he would be able to end that except unilaterally, which would cause a litany of problems back home as well. I would like to see that as well. I'm not going to lie to you, but I have difficulty saying that, this is a negative to the point where I put blood in his hands for Orthodox in Ukraine.
Well, what kind of problems do you think it would cause if we just stopped all ISR? Like no targeting data, period. You're on your own.
Well, see, this is hang on real quick. I was just thinking about this, the way that you frame this, and it's actually really weird to me. So your problem with Trump is that he's currently unaliving a lot of Orthodox, right?
Well,
Isn't
that's one.
isn't Russia and Ukraine both also unaliving a lot of Orthodox?
Yeah, but I think Russia's the moral and just position here.
Okay, I see. So you don't have a problem with unaliving Orthodox as long as you feel like it's moral and just to unalive the
Well, not
Orthodox.
per se, yeah. Just war theory.
Okay, so the idea here is like two Orthodox nations are at war. One's clearly going to have the justification, the other one isn't.
Well, not necessarily, but in this case, yes.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, right? I guess that isn't necessarily the case. They could both be unjust, right?
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
that's more common than not.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
in this case, I think Russia's like good guy, I guess if that's what we're gonna call it, and Ukraine bad.
Okay, got it.
I wouldn't go that far, but fair enough. That's your perspective on it. I do think that there is more than our media tells us and what our governments have said, more just reasons for Russia for the invasion, but I think that they're also bad as well. It's very similar to what I see as the Israel-Palestine conflict, where it's like it's hard to point to good guys in this situation. Nonetheless, the problems I'm talking about back home, I agree with you. I'd like to see all of this sort of aid, whether it be to the Middle East conflicts, whether it be Ukraine, Russia, I'd like to see it stop. Problem is, the problems that I'm talking about are political in nature and not necessarily sort of practical. So I think that there is a huge movement in the Republican base for people in Congress that Trump needs to get other parts of his agenda passed that would not accept a complete and unilateral stop of funding to Ukraine at this point. Do you disagree with that?
I mean, I think if Trump just did it like he did with Maduro, I think society would just have to go along with it.
Well, I agree society would go along with it, but I think that this would require massive political capital, or rather harm his political capital when it came to sort of particularly senators that are going to want this to continue. I wouldn't be opposed to it. If Trump came out today and said it, I'd say, great, that's a policy I want. I'm merely pointing out the point that he's better than the alternative, and I don't think that it rises to the level of I'm holding him morally culpable for deaths of Orthodox. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to agree with Trump 100% in everything. Would you at least acknowledge he would be better than the alternative, like Kamala Harris?
Yeah, better. Yeah, sure. But I mean, I can look at two schmurderers and say, like, okay, you're both bad, but like that guy deleted 1,000 people and you deleted 500 people. Right?
It's fair. Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's fair to say just because we say he's better than the alternative.
That's not really an analogous comparison, though, because in this case, when you're talking about which view are you saying? Are you saying bad from a Christian view?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't really equivocate that way, right? You'd say that one person who unalives somebody is somewhere equal to another person unalive 20, right?
I would
Just
say
to be
equal,
saying
no.
the worldly results, you could say were worse in the same way that you don't like strawberry ice cream versus chocolate ice cream, but they're both morally reprehensible.
Yeah, but not equally so.
Well, okay. I could quibble with that, but I'm just not going to. So let me just try it a different way then. If one of these two people has to run shit, you're picking the one that only murdered the one, right?
I suppose if it's a false dichotomy and I gotta choose one of them, yeah, I guess.
I mean, how would that be a false dichotomy?
Well, I could just if it's let's say Goebbels versus Schmittler, I can just not vote, for example.
Did you vote in the Trump-Kamala election?
No, my wife did, but I didn't.
Well, see, I think that the positives that we see from Trump far outweighs the negatives, and it is an option to say that you're not going to participate, but the practical application of that does nothing. It just abdicates to ensure that the worst side has a better chance of winning.
Sure, but there's a threshold that has to be met too, right? Like there's something that someone could do that would make you say, well, you know what? I agree that you're not as bad as Goebbels, but you've still crossed the threshold to where I'm not going to vote for Schmittler.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You would put, you're Christian. Would you put that as sort of your moral framework with how
but
you're...
what threshold has Trump crossed that would be
right,
like
that's the point I'm getting to. Yeah.
I mean, deleting thousands of Orthodox Christians. That seems like a lot to me.
Well, then, no, not really. All that's missing there for you is justification. You don't care if Orthodox are getting deleted. You only care if they're getting deleted, and you don't feel like there's a justified deletion there.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
So
If it was
then,
justified,
but that
then
would
I-
be
like,
so you can actually insert this with anything. It doesn't even have to be Orthodox. It could be women. It could be men. It could be communist, not communist, whatever it is, whatever the worldview is. You're just looking for this is the good guy, this is the bad guy. So I don't even
Well, yeah.
understand why the Orthodox thing is even involved in it.
Oh, that just happens to be the case in this particular example.
Yeah, but you would have the same problem regardless if it was Orthodox or not. Like if they were Catholics, it would be the same issue.
Oh, sure. I was against the invasion of Iraq. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So then them being Orthodox is completely irrelevant here, ultimately to the point. So if that's the case, then what Rubicon has he? You're basically just saying Trump is unaliving people, right? But it would be the case that Kamala Harris would have unalived far more people. You realize that's true. So what Rubicon threshold has he crossed here exactly? Whatever
Yeah,
president we had would have been unaliving a lot of people, but he seems like he's unaliving the least amount.
Yeah, that's literally the case, right? Like if every president is a war criminal, right? Like that's just entailed with the job, I guess. I don't think they have to be. I think they just are as a matter of practice.
So then you would never vote because everyone, at least in your lifetime, has been, in your estimation, a war criminal, and that crosses the Rubicon. So you would just never vote.
Well, I have voted in the past, but I didn't have like a coherent philosophy back then.
Well, if your philosophy has to do with sort of a
Well, isn't
Christian
your
ethical
philosophy
system-
non-aggression principle?
No, I mean not as a deontological moral absolute. I think it's a good guideline.
So do you follow it in AP?
Well, no, not as a deontological moral absolute. No.
So then,
So what
what's
way
your
do you
moral-
follow it?
Like as a general guideline, like don't go steal from people, don't go beat them up.
So I mean, wouldn't it be in
I'm
line?
not gonna say it's never okay.
Yeah, wouldn't
Like,
it be
it's
in
okay to
line
beat
with
people
the
up sometimes?
Wouldn't it be in line with the general guideline then to pick the person who did the least amount of aggression in that principle? If you,
Unless
in
that's
other words,
practical.
if you can pick the person who commits the least amount of aggression, then according to the adherence to that principle, wouldn't you?
Well, it depends on the threshold, right? Like again, I can give you the Schmittler
Well,
Goebbels.
you didn't say so. You're a threshold deontologist.
No, so there's a threshold at which I would say, look, you've crossed a line to the point where, like Schmittler, for example, like there are
Yeah,
worse
that
people
sounds
than
like
him.
threshold deontology to me.
Right. So are you claiming then that we ought vote for Schmittler, given that he's not quite as extreme as Goebbels?
If you only had whatever the dialectic was of any two choices, and that one of them was going to run me no matter what, right? And we can add on any kind of like morally loaded language that you would like. I'm obviously going to choose the one who is doing the least amount of the horrible things. That's the only choice you have in that situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I wouldn't vote Schmittler. I would just say, all right, well, these both guys are just evil.
But you're going to get, but you agree you're going to get one of them, right?
Sure, yeah, but it's
So
not
if
on
you
me.
so if you get one of them, and you had the opportunity to get the least evil one, then why wouldn't you do that? That's just objectively seems stupid to me.
Well, no, I mean, voting for Schmittler seems stupid. That seems like you're endorsing what
Yeah,
he's
but
doing.
do you see how that would be irrelevant? Like you're using the morally loaded language on purpose because you want the dialectic to be between these two known historic figures who do really bad things. But if we use the non-loaded language, this actually sounds quite dumb. The idea here is if it's the case that you have two people, regardless of whatever their perceived sins are to you, the one who is doing the least amount of the bad things that you perceive as being bad, one of them is going to rule you, regardless of whether or not you vote for them or don't. But if you did vote for the guy who did the less evil things, the chances of him winning seem to increase. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that?
Well, like I said, voting for Schmittler would seem like an endorsement of what he's doing. He's already crossed a line that I'm not willing to
How is that an
follow.
endorsement?
Because you voted for him.
Yeah, but because by default you're going to get the worst guy if you don't.
Yeah, but that's not on me.
That's not an endorsement. That's like self-defense. How's that an endorsement?
Well, I mean, I don't see it that way. I think voting for Schmittler is.
Well, that's nice you don't
basically
see it
saying-
that way, but you haven't made an argument about how it's not that way. It's from my perspective, this is a defensive action. Like if I have to be ruled by somebody who's doing evil things, or be ruled by somebody who's doing way more evil things, logically, why would I not select the one who's doing the less evil things? And more importantly, how the fuck is that an endorsement Like, how did we get to the endorsement part?
Well, how do when you elect someone, how do they get power? Who gives it to them?
They're elected via your vote.
Yeah, so you're giving them power, right?
So do you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
I
but
could
hang,
say.
hang on, bro. You realize people can vote for themselves, right?
Sure.
Okay, so great. So then, and their wives and family can vote for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's just assume for a moment that one of them is going to run the show, no matter what. This is baked into the pie, right? And you have some like morally ambiguous stance where you're like, nope, I'm just not going to vote as some like principled opposition. And the worst one gets in because of that. Isn't that your fault too, by the same
No,
logic?
I don't think so. I think that's on the people who voted for him.
So just to be clear, let's say for a second here, let's say that I am going to prison. There are 2 prisons that I could choose to go to. I don't want to go to prison. I think I'm innocent. Prison 1 has pretty good human rights record, pretty decent. My family gets to visit. Prison 2 is torture. You say because I say I'd rather go to prison 1 that I have endorsed that I want to go to prison.
No, that's not the claim.
Of course, it's the same thing here.
Yeah, you
if I'm
voted for
voting
it.
for what I see,
Nope, not analogous.
how is it not analogous? Tell me why it's not.
Because you're giving the power to the person you vote for.
I'm
It came
giving the
from
power
you
to the
them.
prison. I'm giving the power to the prison.
Okay, well, let's say that you're a prisoner, right? And you could vote to go to a less good prison, or you could go to a worse prison. Which prison would you vote to go for?
The less good prison for sure.
So that's an endorsement?
You endorsed it.
Endorsing me going to prison?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I didn't have the power. Right?
No, you
Like, I
did
didn't
have the power.
option-
You had the power to choose right there.
Oh, there's a third option?
No, the power was between these 2 options. And so you voted for the
Then that's
option.
not analogous. I'm a non-voter.
How is
so
it
there
not
has to be a
analogous? It
third
is
option.
analogous. No. We're not talking about whether or not you vote. We're talking about whether or not it's an endorsement if you do vote. So if you vote between these 2 situations, you're actually endorsing that prison?
Well, no, I think that's different. Just for the simple fact that you're giving power when you vote. When you vote to give someone power, when you put
You're
them in a
voting to give that
position-
prison power.
No, I don't think so. I think they
I
just
think
have
so.
power.
What does that? What does that mean? How do they just
that's
have
like
power?
entailed in your hypothetical.
You're voting to give them the power over you.
No, they already have the power over me.
No. You're not getting the idea here. So you don't get to select unless you decide to select. So you are selecting which one has power over you.
And I'm not allowed not to choose?
No,
Or how does that work?
you got to choose one.
No?
No.
Then
Hang
how
on.
is it
No.
analogous? Like,
That's
what?
fine. Hang on. No, you can abstain.
Now you go to the prison, you get tortured because you abstained.
Because you abstained, yeah.
So
Well,
okay.
that wouldn't cross my threshold then.
Well, I don't
How do we? What is the metric for this threshold, dude?
Well, I mean,
This is like when it
Schmittler,
feels
for
bad
example.
enough, basically, just like it feels bad enough.
The threshold
Kinda, yeah.
argument's different than what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is your specific claim of endorsement, right? The threshold argument merely says, when is it worth voting for someone that's the less of a 2 evil? That doesn't question whether or not that vote is an endorsement. For example, let's say that there's someone who you think is evil but doesn't cross your threshold, but maybe they do something you don't like they only unalived 2 people. You say, well, that doesn't cross my threshold. By voting for them, do you endorse the unaliving of those 2 people?
Not necessarily that, but them having power, yes.
Okay, but
So
same
you're
thing here.
endorsing. So you're endorsing a person to have power to unalive people.
Yeah, I would be, yeah, by voting for them.
Okay, so and it would be endorsing the prison. In that case, too, it would be an endorsement of the prison.
Well, am I allowed not to vote at all?
No, you
And-
are. You are. You can abstain, but you could, by abstaining, end up in that much worse prison.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would. Me personally, I'd vote in the non-torture one.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, that makes sense. So you're endorsing the other prison.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know if. Sure, I guess.
Okay, so I mean, from your principle, then, of endorsement, you're just basically saying like, hey, man, hey, this sucks in here, bro. Yeah, it does suck in here. Well, you endorsed it.
Well, we could go in the other direction as well, right? Like if the dichotomy was, hey, look, you either got to grape this one child or like 30 children. Which one would you choose?
You mean, well, in
And if you don't
any-
choose, it's 30.
Yeah,
by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. In any of these loaded things, but in here you said that I gave you the option to abstain. Remember?
Yeah, you can abstain.
Mm-hmm.
Abstain is 30.
Abstain. Well, hang on. If you abstain in my hypothetical, that doesn't mean that you immediately go to the other prison. It just means you don't know which one you go to.
Oh, I thought Rob said that's like no
No,
vote is.
no, you just don't know which one you go to. Would you
Oh,
abstain?
okay. So would you abstain?
No, I wouldn't. I would definitely vote to go to the less bad prison.
No, I mean you would grape the 1 3-year-old, right?
I'm sorry. Can you use a different hypothetical that doesn't use the morally loaded language for the purposes of TikTok?
Compared to what? Being tortured in prison?
Yeah,
mean,
like I wouldn't be. Would I rather be, like one dog to death or 31? Obviously.
Okay, well, so you would grape the 1 child, right? Like
That's a different. By the way, you're now.
I'm
adding
sorry.
a
I'm sorry.
different-
Hang on. What would you do in the same situation?
Oh, that's a really tough one, man.
You would abstain from your vote and thus grape 30. By your logic,
I mean,
I just want to
isn't it
make
a
sure. Would you
50-50?
abstain?
And take a chance on the 30?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, actually.
You don't know? Now suddenly cat got your tongue. I can answer the hypothetical, but you refuse to answer it.
Well, I'm not
one-
sure.
Which one would you do?
Maybe
You're
I
not
would
sure if
just
you would rather
not vote.
30 or 1?
No, it's taking a risk on the 30.
Yeah, you're not sure. So which one would you vote for? Which one would you choose?
I might not vote, actually.
Yeah, which one would you choose?
Probably wouldn't vote.
Which one would you choose? You can only choose out of the two.
Oh,
That's
if I
it.
have to choose,
Yeah.
well, that would make it not analogous.
Yeah,
so I would
anyways,
choose
which one would you
then, I
choose?
guess. I would do the 1, but
Yeah,
that
you would
wouldn't
do
be
the 1.
analogous.
So then the morally loaded portion of the proposition is irrelevant because you're saying that you'd make the same choice that I'm saying I would make. So it's just silly. So ultimately, when you go back though to the idea of voting, if you're voting between these two prisons, right, you're directly saying that you're giving an endorsement here.
Yeah, to some degree, I think when you give people power, you are saying like, look, we are entrusting this human being to have power over us. That's what we're doing.
Okay, so then why does the moral responsibility stop there? Why doesn't it stop when if you're sure that the worst person's going to get in by not voting for the less bad person? How are you not also giving an endorsement to the worst person?
Well, because there's so many presuppositions that are packed in here, right? Like democracy is true, that's the only
I'm
way
not
to
asking
create
you about any of
government.
that. I'm asking you about a specific scenario. The specific
Well, I could
scenario
just,
is
like,
let's
pray
assume
for the
for
collapse
let
of
us
this evil
let us
empire.
assume for
Like,
a
that's one
moment.
thing.
Let us assume for a moment. Don't change the goalpost, dude. Let us assume for a moment that you knew the really bad person was going to get in power. You knew it for sure, right? You're the deciding vote. You are. Okay. And you can vote the one way and the less bad person gets in, or the other way and the more bad person gets in. How is it not a moral responsibility then for you to vote for the less bad person? How are you not responsible for the endorsement of the worst person getting in because you abstain from voting?
If I'm the deciding vote, I would
Yeah.
say that's not even analogous to voting.
Yeah, okay. Can
But,
you answer my question?
Yeah, so the non-analogous answer, right, the answer to your non-analogous hypothetical, I guess I'm not sure it depends on how evil they were. I mean, that's the
That's
best I
not
can
my
say.
question. Can you repeat what my question was?
Your question is, if you are the deciding vote,
Yeah.
and not voting leads to the more evil person.
How are
seizing
you
power.
not also endorsing the more evil person at that ticket by not voting for the other one?
Well, that's not endorsing if I don't vote.
Well, how would it not be? You would essentially be doing the same thing. You would be casting your ballot for the other guy you know is going to lose, right? So
That's a non sequitur.
How is it a non sequitur?
I'm not casting a ballot for anyone. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're the deciding vote, right? If you went ahead and did vote for the like less good guy, right? Would you would then that would be an endorsement, right?
If I did vote,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, and if you didn't vote and you knew he was going to get in, that's how you're deciding the vote.
Well,
You're
yeah,
the
that's on
deciding
all
vote,
the people who voted for him. They bear the moral responsibility for that, not me.
not you. Even though your vote could have stopped him.
Yeah, but they're the only reason I'm in this position is because of all those morons. Not
I
me.
see. Okay, so then I get it. I understand the principle. It's just it doesn't make a lot of sense to me because if you have the power to stop evildoer, why wouldn't you use it to stop evildoer?
Well, by doing evil.
Well, you're not doing evil. You're doing the opposite of evil then.
By putting an evil person in power?
Well, no,
Less
you're
evil,
putting the
though?
least evil person in power out of a choice that you have between two evils.
Yeah, I mean, I would say putting Schmittler in power is putting an evil person in power, even if there's someone more evil than him.
Mm-hmm.
So if I may, if we take this out, fine, we have the sort of philosophical way. Let's look at how this puts pragmatically. You've conceded that no one seriously running for president in your lifetime is someone who you would consider not a war criminal. This means that there would be
not running. I'm talking about actual presidents.
Name me
I
the
voted
people.
for Ron Paul.
Okay, did Ron Paul, anyone who won their primary? By the way, Ron Paul would have also been for things that inevitably someone would be able to make a credible case that it led to the death of someone. You would agree with
sure. Yeah. Not crossing the threshold, though.
What's your threshold? Can you give me
He doesn't know. He just when it feels bad
I can only be vague about this. It's hard to say. Like, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where the line is, right? Like, we can say this about any historical figure, right? Like, how many bodies
fine,
count.
I get it.
towards
It's
evil.
super vague threshold. Got it. No one who's ever won a primary in your lifetime, may I say even 50 years before it meets this. The practical application of what happens then is you completely abdicate your voice in trying to steer this country into a moral correction. And the people that will cheer you on the most are the actual worst warmongers, because they say, yes, you're right. Go to the hills, bang your hand drums, wear your hemp necklace, and whatever you do, don't engage in the process. Just leave us keep winning. That's what happens because you choose to abdicate your responsibility to vote for incremental well-being and incrementally going in the proper direction.
Yeah, but the only reason it's like this is because dumbass voters. They create stupid men.
Well, you can change. So you got to deal with the system you're dealt.
And I also disagree fundamentally. I think that that's certainly a huge part of the problem, but so is a huge part of the problem of people not getting involved in the process. We have this system that we don't like, but it is what it is. And the problem is that you are ending up putting yourself in a position that makes that inevitable by refusing to be part of the process in the first place.
I mean, that's not true. I have voted in the past, right? Like, if there was some person like Ron Paul, I did vote for Tulsi in the primary.
I mean, again, the point is, you would say that anyone who won a primary, you would never engage in that system, right? What I would do is...
Well, yeah, that's because the voters are stupid. Like, they prefer...
I equally think you're stupid by not choosing the lesser of two evils. You have some, real quick, you have this ambiguous threshold that's like, I just have this threshold, and so I'm not going to support. If I could say I think Trump will lead to 5 million less people being killed in conflict, you're like, nope, still not worth it. Still won't.
Well, that's not true. That would cross my threshold.
Okay, so then is it just conflict? How many people did Trump try to say the millions that are taken out in the womb?
Did he save any?
Well, he certainly put justices in to make that process more likely.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the fact that he put in the Supreme Court justices did do that, in fact. Saved so far hundreds of thousands of lives, I think.
This is why
I've already granted he's less evil. Like, that's not even the debate.
But let's take that issue. Let's say that I think that life is most precious. That's completely innocent life. And so they come in because...
Well, wait, hang on. I'll correct myself. I'm sorry. Probably. And that's a lot.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know if that is true or not. And I'm only holding him responsible for things he has direct power over, like foreign policy. Like, the commander-in-chief is pretty much absolute. He can start wars if he wants. There's not much Congress can do about it. They can try to impeach him, I guess.
What could the commander-in-chief do if Congress decided to override a veto and say, nope, we're sending money to Ukraine?
Well, nothing, but you don't have any evidence to show that's what would happen.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just said when we're talking about within a legal framework, him doing everything he can, basically.
But he didn't do that.
Let me finish to stop the unaliving of people in the womb. And you're like, yeah, but he didn't save all those lives. Yes, but he did what he can within the legal framework. a goal that the pro-life movement's been trying to accomplish since 76. He was able to finally get done. And yes, it's not a snap your fingers, everything made better overnight, but that certainly puts us on a far better path to that.
Right, but that's not even the thing I'm critiquing, right? Like, I'm holding him responsible for what he actually has power over.
So what I'm saying is I'm evaluating what he has power over and the moves that he's taken and the lives that'll save versus what you, by the way, I think your position is just wrong. I think you're absolutely wrong about what you're advocating here. But even if I accept it, I would evaluate the lives saved versus the lives lost.
All right. Well, this has been an interesting discussion about the trolley problem, but I do have to move on to the next caller. I appreciate you calling in, man. I hope you have
All
a
right,
good day.
later, Andrew.
Yeah, take care. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to wrap the stream up. We've been going for hours here, and I do have to get to the extravaganza here at 4 o'clock, so I've got some things to do. But before I go, you fuckers owe me finishing off that dono bar, right? These are going to get better as we go, I can already tell. They're going to get better and better and better and better and better as we figure this system out. I get the feeling this guy's lying about the entire premise. He's an undercover lib trying to clip you saying you'd vote for Schmittler or, yeah, it's too obvious. Well, the thing is, he didn't get that clip from me, did he? I said, use morally less ambiguous language like dogs. Like if I had to choose between one or the other, that's what I would choose. He was actually the one who bit the bullet. He actually was the one who bit the hypothetical bullet.
I don't think he was a lib. I think he was probably like a libertarian-esque right winger. That's what I think.
Agreed. So yeah, I don't know. I guess some people are not getting audio. If you're not getting audio, click refresh. Just refresh it. There's
Yeah, but how would we hear you say it?
I mean, there's definitely audio. I don't know how Rob would hear me if there's no audio. Wait a second. Hang on. There is a problem actually. There's a small talk real quick, Rob. Talk.
I am talking.
All right. Should be good.
Yeah.
Should be
Brian
good.
says it's good in the chat. I saw.
Yeah, refresh. Refresh, dummies. Refresh. Anyway, so let's finish off the dono bar, and I've got to get ready for a show this afternoon. I'm going to do some more of these morning sieges, and we'll switch them between morning and evening. Try them out in different demographic zones and see how they go. But so far, I'm enjoying it. Argument style, I don't talk to my therapist. My therapist talks to me. That's funny.
We've got a lot of Europeans today, right? Which is kind of neat. Probably because of the time thing, right? Evening over there. So.
Yeah, well, it's always good to try to get. There's a ton of people who watch the Crucible, and I'd like to get some of the guys who they miss out on the evening streams because they're doing other things or they're in different time zones, so that they can actually engage with some of these. You know what I mean? Morning Siege does the body good. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's a lot of fun to do, I must admit. A lot of fun to do. Love when you host these. It's way better. Yeah, ops will start coming in, and they'll start coming in by the droves. What has to happen is TikTok has to get used to us in the algo, and then they'll start pushing that, and that's when you'll start to see those ops come in. Once we start taking away some market share, they're going to get real pissed off real quick, which makes me real happy. Right? Makes me happy. Just do 24-hour streams. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Anyway, you owe me a dono bar, boys. You owe me that dono bar filled up. What are we? We're only $400 away. It's not that bad. Before we wrap the stream, Rob, I'll let you get out of here. You can go about your day, man.
I will. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks, everyone. Make sure you get the dono bar up there, else Andrew will yell at me and fire me later tonight. So
we're gonna do that anyway.
Well, good enough.
Yeah, we're gonna do that anyway.
Hey, you guys take it easy. Thanks.
Yeah,
You're
see you
Rob.
later, bro.
See you, Max.
How do you watch what show?
Oh, there I am. Whoa. Look at that. Don't tell Andrew. I got the $420 that he needed to reach his goal. Shh. It's a good show.
My bad about that, Rob.
Don't have my headset in. One second.
Again. Okay, get your votes out there. We're almost losing. It's tied. Well, he doesn't have the headphones on. The link is in chat. I think we only have like seconds away.
What's up?
Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that screen up. We were losing, and I was trying to flash it to the chat. and it didn't work out in my
yeah.
favor.
Yeah, yeah, it was totally distracted. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Did I just lose my feed?
No, it was my fault. But we were losing. We were down 2%. Now it's tied. I don't even know what to do right now. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I have some super chats to read here, and then I got to get out of here. I got a lot of work to do today, but yeah, it's fun. I wish there were more lefties that called in. I don't mind a little right-on-right violence as well. Look, it's also tough because you have to understand what my role is there. My role is we're defending Trump. As you all know, not the biggest fan of sort of sending money to Ukraine and shit like that. So I have to stay true to myself and make arguments that I truly believe, while at the same time, the goal is to defend this administration because we are sort of going to war when it comes to wanting to win these political midterms, etc. So I hope you all apologize. I'm going to read these super chats fast, but thank you all so much. And continue to get more in if you like.
And get those votes in. If you're out
yes,
there.
and also here's the voting. So yeah, if you want to vote for this poll, please do. I'm over there. So all right. Let's read super chats. Where were we?
We're up by 1%. This is crazy, Rob.
Nice. Hunter Killer, $5 says, don't know if it's mentioned already, but Walz dropped out of re-election over the fraud in Minnesota. Yep, I saw that. Hunter Killer, $2 says, before the helicopters get you, Rob. I'm trying. FDNY, $2 says, I'm just a poor boy from a poor family, of course. Then we got Adam Adamant says, Andrew is a better grifter because he's prettier, but I'm not falling for it.
I believe our dono bar was filled first.
That's right. Marky Bark, $2 says, for you to invest in Venezuela's oil infrastructure, trying. Call me. $2 says, Brian Shapiro's in Andrew's chat already. LOL. Was he? That's funny. VFW, post a bandit, $200. My goodness, thank you so much, you absolute legend. It means a lot. Thank you. JJK, $5 says, no, you know Dawi. Or do you know Dawi? I know you're making a joke about like a foreign language, but I don't. FDNY, $2, thank you. Logical Thoughts, $10 says, loving the show, Rob, thank you. FDNY, another 2, thank you. And then Unforced Ego, $21, thanks. Naughty Germ, $5 as always, thank you so much. Cheap Chimp, $5, thank you. FDNY, $5, really appreciate it. Brennan Bell, $10. Then we got Fruit of Apologia, $5 says, awesome conversation so far. I enjoyed it. AJC, $50 says, day shift in attendance. Thank you so much, AJC. GG, $2 says, balls officially dropped. I know, amazing. Logical Thoughts, $10 says, love the show, Rob. Thank you. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Logical Thoughts, $5 says, Rob with the 1-2 punch knockout. I thought so. Adam Adamant, $5 says, I was told for the last 2 decades from the left that overpopulation is a threat to the world. Now birth rates require overpopulation. Yes, it's the left, right? They told you, be secular, don't have kids, too many people on the planet. Now we don't have enough kids, so we have to import third world people. Yep. Kokomo gives 5 memberships. Thank you. Flavius, used to sing you over in Rumble. Thanks so much. $20 says, good show, Rob. Thank you. Bandit for $2 says, for the grift. Josette, $2. Thank you. Lower Class, what's up, my friend? $10 says, for the grift. Thank you. And GG, $2 says, don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. That's one of my favorite Simpsons bits. The Cheap Chip, $5 says, great job today, sir. Thank you. And Logical Thoughts, $5 says, great show. Thanks. I think that they're going to start going viral. And when that happens, I think it's really going to pay off in spades. But it's also nice to be getting already the amount of people that are watching Super Chats and all of that stuff. So it was a lot of fun. But, you know, I'm honored that Andrew brought me on there. Now, the goal is we're going to monkey with the times, obviously. I can take this off. How did I sound, by the way? Was it better than
fine? Yeah, everything sounded fine.
Good.
Except you couldn't hear me in the back.
No, that's so yeah, it's something that we're going to try to do 2-3 times a week. Obviously, we'll adjust times as see fit. We're working out some bugs, obviously, but I actually was shocked that my tech held up quite well. I didn't have many audio issues once I got going and everything like that, so I can't complain at all. So it was a lot of fun.
The guy in the back.
That's even better, much better. So no, I think it's gonna go great. And he's right. Once the algorithm starts picking it up more, I think we're gonna be in a good position. So we will raid over to Andrew I think is what we'll do.
Fantastic.
And then I got to get out of here, and I got an insane amount of work. So tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, me and Ryan Mullally will be doing Law and Noerrder. Ryan will be talking about World War debate. We'll be talking about the Venezuela situation and all of that good stuff. So please tune in for that. That'll be at 8 p.m. And then I got a lot of work to do for World War in between now and then. So it's going to be a full slate. I got about 3 hours of sleep. By the time the show ends tonight, it'll be 1, 2. Then I'll get some sleep, and I'll probably wake up and do it all over again tomorrow.
Don't forget about the possible Ryan Pisco shit talk fiasco.
If I get hold of Pisco, if he wants to call in tonight, I will message him right now. Let me see.
You're just typing away. So while Rob types away, just to make sure he doesn't make sure we don't forget the things out there. We do have these coming up in the future, like this.
Stand your ground, say what you believe. No place to hide.
Yeah, that. Well, now.
Red actions drop. The room goes live.
We hope.
No prep.
You'll be able to do one at least.
Yeah.
2 minds enter, one stands brave. No prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just obey. No prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is no prep debate.
My arms were that big.
No prep.
Anyways, 50. Obviously, we're doing those. The question is, the 15th is the first one scheduled. If I'm on an airplane on the 11th, I mean, I guess I'll have my computer with me.
Notes.
So
you don't need notes. That's the whole idea.
We'll see. I certainly don't need notes. It's just a matter of I have technology to stream. It's all it is.
Technology. We'll just we'll have to airdrop in some cargo.
I'll get a hold of Speakeasy, but I mean, it could quite literally be I'm on an airplane at that time. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll work it out. So yeah, there's definitely things. There's a lot going on in the background between my channel, between World War, between the Crucible. But I was honored to do this today. So I'm gonna head out. It's been 5 hours, so we're gonna raid over to the Crucible. If you haven't donated to me, then send your donations in to the Crucible to try to get to that $3,000 goal. Avarice, thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Really appreciate it. All of my moderators. Thank you so much. You're all great. You know who you are. Thank you to everyone who donated. It really means a lot. Thank you. I did put 5 hours and 15 minutes into this stream, and I hope, obviously it's not just my show. I was working with Andrew there, but I hope everyone on my end enjoyed it as well as everyone on the Crucible end of it as well. So I think that show is going to, I think it already did remarkably well today, but I think it's going to take off, and we're going to start to see more and more lefties calling in. My favorite call was the actual left-winger, the guy from the UK, that wanted to talk about how we need positive discrimination. Those are the sorts of calls that I can't wait to do. So I think those will be a lot of fun. So please, please, please keep Scott Adams in your heart and say a prayer for him who's struggling with some medical conditions right now. And as always, please keep Charlie Kirk and his family in your thoughts and prayers as well. Never forget what happened to him, what he stood for. So thank you guys so much. I will talk to you all around 8 p.m. tonight. I'm going to go do some house stuff and then go right back to work here. So thank you so much. See you tonight, 8 p.m. Enjoy the raid of the Crucible. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.